Okay.
Oh, I see Foreign Secretary Shahidul Haq as well. Sir, hello.
Right.
Good
As
to
we
be here.
welcome, sir. All right. As we begin, I'll just ask everyone to put yourselves on mute, please. Thank you. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone, wherever you're joining us from today. Just want to wish you a very happy Migrants Day, International Migrants Day. Thank you for joining us in this global mega event, I would call it, to celebrate the Migrants Day, and of course, to celebrate our rights and our struggle for justice. I take this opportunity now to welcome you all on behalf of the organizers, Migrant Forum in Asia, Cross-Regional Center for Refugees and Migrants, Civil Society Action Committee, and Global Research Forum on Diaspora and Transnationalism. Today, we are also celebrating 3 different milestones. It is the 30th anniversary of the adoption of Migrant Workers Convention. It is the 20th anniversary of the proclamation of International Migrants Day. So it was proclaimed in 2000 by the General Assembly in the year 2000. And then it is also the 2nd anniversary of the Global Compact for Migration, which was adopted in year 2018. So this celebration around International Migrants Day also obviously gives us an opportunity to raise awareness regarding the rights of migrant workers, their challenges, difficulties, as well as to build solidarity and connect with different movements. And I believe it also is an opportunity to remind everyone to recognize the millions of migrant workers, migrants, as integral members of their communities. So I welcome you once again to this global celebration event on the occasion of International Migrants Day. I believe this is the first time that the civil society is organizing the International Migrants Day on an online platform since its adoption. So it's obviously a great feat. It's obviously because of the pandemic again, and hopefully next year we can organize this in person and celebrate together. The online program today, as you might have seen in the agenda, features 9 different sessions and goes throughout the day and night, wherever you are located. It's obviously a great feat in terms of the civil society has taken this to organize this event. Is already big. So I congratulate the organizers and also wish success for this. My name is Amish Karki. I'm from Nepal, but I'm currently joining you from Brisbane, Australia, where it is just after 8 in the evening. I will be hosting the opening ceremony and leading the introduction to the first 3 subsequent sessions after the opening ceremony. Our speakers today come from across different fields, including civil society organizations, migration experts, government representatives, UN officials, academics, and migrant workers themselves. So please stay tuned whenever you can. It's a long event, but we hope you can stick around with us as long as possible. And I'll give you more details as we make progress with the program. So before we begin with the formal proceedings, I would just like to remind everyone with some house rules and technical protocols, I guess. So please, again, to remind to put yourselves on mute whenever you can or when you're not speaking. Throughout this event, you can join using the same login details. So in case you drop out or in case you have to rejoin, so just click on the same link and you will be able to get back in. Please use the chat box to raise any questions or comments throughout the program. Depending on how we travel with time, we'll try and have 3 to 5 to 7 minutes break between sessions. But of course, it's, as you'll see in the agenda, it's a very packed session. So we'll see how we travel and we'll try and organize that accordingly. There is also facility for translation interpretation for this event. The languages available are French, Arabic, and Spanish. This translation will be available for sessions later on in the agenda. So for now, it's not available, but you will see an icon at the bottom of your screen which says, which will say translation. So you can click on that and choose the language. So I'll let you know when that translation or interpretation is available. So as we come together today to celebrate the International Migrants Day, let us take a moment to remember all migrants and their families across the world. The pandemic has disproportionately affected migrants. We witnessed that this inequality pandemic, as the UNSG calls it, exposed structural inequalities that was entrenched pre-crisis. And now, as we begin to emerge from the pandemic, the focus lies on building back better. And where we envisage a new normal, where rights of every individual is respected and protected. To truly build back better, I think what we need to ensure is that recovery leaves no one behind, including the migrants and their families. And this better that we are envisaging is only possible with more solidarity, inclusive participation, and more critical voices, of course, from the civil society as well. And I urge you to think, as we hear from the speakers today and from the participants, and contemplate how you can contribute to building back better and to contributing to the discussions today. So with this quick reflection, I'll quickly move on to our first speaker for opening remarks. I'd like to now welcome Miss Marian Quintal. Marian is from Brazil, but today she's joining us from Australia, I think from Sydney. She is former youth ambassador and executive board member of the Global Campaign to End Child Detention. She participated extensively in a number of events and consultations for the GCM in 2017. With her extensive career in promoting child rights, in 2018 December, she became a member of the organizing committee of United Nations Major Group for Children and Youth. Marian is currently completing her Masters of Law degree from Australian National University. Marian, thank you for joining us today. I give the screen to you for your opening remarks.
Thank you. What a lovely introduction, Amish. Thank you for that. And thank you for everyone for the opportunity to be here. So first of all, good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to each and every one of you who, despite our physical distance, has made a decision to come together through this platform to celebrate 2 years since the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration was adopted. So yeah, first and foremost, I would like to thank Migrant Forum Asia for the honoring opportunity to be opening the event today. And as a young activist for child rights across the globe, I have learned how essential civil society is in evaluating where we are and where we are going to in terms of migrant rights. So I truly appreciate your invitation. It means a lot. For those of you who know me, you will remember me from the launch of the global campaign to end immigration detention of children at the United Nations in 2013. It's been a while now, but I also participated in the Global Conference for Children on the Move and the Global Forum for Migration and Development, both held in Berlin in 2017. Or you may recognize me from my oral intervention at the United Nations General Assembly during the thematic sessions on the margins of consultations on the GCM. So from all of that, we, civil society, were bringing important messages to the United Nations and to the member states there. And amongst those messages brought to the UN member states, prior to the draft and adoption of the GCM, the one that stood out the most for me was the one that I personally played a role in. And that message, as you probably remember, was that children don't belong in detention. So together, civil society, trade union, UN, and philanthropic organizations shared a common agenda in the protection and care of children, making sure that children's rights were at the heart of the global compacts. To have been part of the United Nations' first International Youth Forum in Marrakesh in 2018 after that, I was very excited to see that children and youth had finally had their voices heard and were becoming just as important in the international dialogue on migrant rights. As we all know, the GCM was adopted as a cooperative framework to promote cooperation between countries in order to minimize the adverse drivers that compel people to leave their countries of origin. And also, for the people who have already left their country of origin, the GCM has the objective of ensuring that these migrants have legal identity and documentation, obviously amongst other objectives. But for these objectives in particularly, I would like to bring the attention of Brazil, which is one of the best practice examples. The country has established a process in which immigrants receive Brazilian identity registration whilst their cases are decided upon. And that is an example that other member states of the UN should be following. Another major objective of the compact is to use immigration detention only as a measure of last resort and ensure that alternatives to detention are put into place, guaranteeing always the best interest of the child and the right to family reunification, which is something I so strongly emphasized upon in my campaigning towards the GCM. So on this note, I actually feel very accomplished in seeing that the term best interest of the child was mentioned in the GCM at least 7 times. I am more than honored to have been part of the child rights initiatives that led to this, for me, incredible achievement. Obviously, with COVID-19, we have had a lot of struggles and challenges putting the GCM into practice, but I'm sure that we have already reached a milestone. Finally, the GCM in itself is a milestone in the history of the global dialogue and international cooperation for migrants' rights. And I am very proud to have been part of the team of advocates, organizations, UN agencies, and civil society for having made that dream come true. We worked so hard towards it, we achieved it, and now we are 2 years into it. Happy International Migrants Day.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Marian, for that intervention and for that opening remarks. I think you have set the scene very well in terms of linking the issues of children to the GCM and how GCM is such inclusive in terms of including the families as well as children in the move. So, and a couple of things that you mentioned, and I would just like to highlight again, is you raised the important role that the CSOs play in terms of protection and promotion of rights of migrant workers. And this platform today, where the organizers have brought in all the civil society actors, is that platform where it's about building solidarity and about sharing concerns. So that is one thing that I wanted to pick from your call. And also I wanted to highlight, we have different normative frameworks in the UN system, in international law. And GCM is one, but we also have the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which clearly states that no child shall be deprived of his or her liberty unlawfully or arbitrarily. And these are some strong words. And the Convention on the Rights of the Child is the most ratified convention around the world. It is ratified by, I think, 192 nations out of the 193 UN members. So there are lots of protection mechanisms for children as well. So again, thank you for those interventions and those opening remarks, Marian, and we really appreciate you joining us this evening from Australia. I would like to now move on to our second speaker, Miss Myrtle Woodboy. She is currently serving her second term as the president of International Domestic Workers Federation. She's also the General Secretary of the South African Domestic Service and Allied Workers Union. She has advocated for domestic workers' rights for the last 47 years. And Myrtle's passion has always been about serving workers. She first started to organize when she was a domestic worker herself. She has successfully campaigned for labor law reform in South Africa. Myrtle, thank you for joining us today. And I would like to welcome you on behalf of the organizers. The screen is yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon or good morning to all of us. 5 years ago, when we took a resolution in the International Domestic Workers Federation, the resolution was that we would like to mobilize 250,000 migrant workers within the International Domestic Workers Federation. The dream was a reality that we are going to mobilize, we're going to educate domestic workers. However, what happened is that, you know, if only we could have had a fortune teller and the person would have warned us what will happen 2020. 2020 hit us. 2020, it's like put a spike in all the plans and all the dreams that we had for migrant domestic workers in the world. We have, you know, we have seen how they are exploited, how they are exposed, how they are harassed, how they are, but you know, when this happened, it was like putting ourselves into a corner. One thing, we could have felt sorry for ourselves. The second one, we could have said, no, this won't stop us from mobilizing and educating domestic workers. So we decide to rise above all of this. We decide to reach out to many countries. We decide to encourage migrant domestic workers. This is not the end. Just as we united when we formed the IDWF, just as poor working class workers came together to fund the IDWF, we said no. So today the message is very clear for the migrant domestic workers. Not only the migrant domestic workers, but all workers in the world. We are going to survive this. We are going to become out of this stronger. The reality that also hit us in this thing is that we realize that, you know, so many migrant workers, so many workers have got access to cell phones, but we never realized the power of the cell phone. We never realized that that cell phone is one day going to be us and the world and a cell phone. We never realized, or migrant workers, we didn't know about Zooms. We didn't know about any of this technology. Slowly but surely, the migrant workers is moving into this world of technology. The migrant workers are not standing back. If we look at Jordan, if we look at Qatar, if we look at all Asia, the Philippines, we find out that migrant workers have decided that we are going to educate ourselves. We are going to make sure that we are part of this new technology. We're going to make sure that we are part of this now new modern world. We must make sure that we as migrant workers, we don't step back. We must ensure that we challenge all those countries that still oppressing us, still keeping our passports, still letting us work, the agencies that still oppressing us. We need to make sure now, more than ever, that we reach out to that countries. We make to be sure. But you know, organizations, yes, it's organizations, but we have to realize that as a migrant worker myself, I need to start educate myself. I need to take control of my life and speak out. Only if I control my life, if I speak out, if I learn how to master this new world we are living in, I am sure that we are going to have a strong migrant system in the world. All migrant organizations, now is the time that we come together, that we do tonight, that we speak with one voice. You know, we have so many migrant organizations. We have many, there is even some that might not carry the weight of us. But we must make sure that when we unite the migrant workers, and when we next year on this same day, when we say, wow, we are so much stronger. We have taken control of our own life. We have to challenge these organizations that's organizing us. We have to say to them, take us into this new world now. Let us not stay behind. We have to challenge those people and that countries that's still keeping my life in their hands. My passport belongs to me. We have to challenge the gender-based violence. We have to stand up. We have to realize, just this morning we heard in India, people were locked up because they were speaking out about a migrant worker. We need to challenge this. We have to make sure that we are really going. So this morning, my message is clear to you. Migrant workers, let us rise up and let us rise up and let us take control of our lives. Let us educate one another and let us make sure that we will be able at one stage in our life, live a normal life. We have no choice. We have to migrate. We have to go to other countries because it may be in our own country, but we are not going to that country because we want to enjoy life. we are going to that country because we want to sacrifice and we want to make sure that our children get education. We want to make sure that our children is not hungry. So today, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. I hope that, we will have a stronger debate later. I hope that migrant workers will now realize we are part of the world, we are part of society, we are part of everything. And only we can take it. Nobody must take it back from you. I salute you all. And like they say in South Africa, Amanda, I say thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Myrtle. You have truly graced us with your words of wisdom. When you said, let us rise, let us educate each other, and let us unite, I think your call for solidarity and unity was loud and clear. And thank you very much for that. And as we celebrate this International Human Rights Day, I think that's what we are calling for, solidarity. And again, another important point that you raised up was migrant workers are going to be part of this new era, of this new world, no matter the differences, the stigmatization, the social distancing that existed before. I think, as you clearly said, the new normal is going to change and bring changes for the rights of migrant workers. And thank you so much for that. Empowerment of migrant workers is so important to ensure they are better protected. And that's the point I take from your intervention and from your opening remarks. Thank you so much, Myrtle. And thank you, Marian, for joining us this afternoon, wherever you're from. I will now move on to the Pacific, where we are being joined by Kumu Hinaliamuana through a recorded message for a blessing ritual in a Pacific way. Kumu will deliver Mele Oli, a chant blessing for International Migrants Day. Kumu is an international indigenous leader from Hawaii and will be delivering the recorded message and a blessing for us today. Ayisa, Rajan, can we play the message? I'm sorry.
Sound is not coming.
Firoz, sound is not coming.
It's inaudible. Can we pause?
Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Now play from beginning. Share screen and play. Share the screen.
Ale halena moku o ka pai aina ina ndalu o kanalo a holo i kahiki. Ma ka lihilani na kualono ka hiko i ka lei kau o nohi kapu o ka nenui a ke ahae. He a pukana i kalani vehe a ke ao. A ho au he a ho i ka pouli. O kuku i ka leo o lono i ka hekili. O la pawa ka uila ka i ana i tau ai. Hua I ka ua ho ola honua a hau mea ka aina la ahia, aina ke eke e hina o ahine ka pu. O ku ka o ka naka eli eli ka mahina ai, o piha ho I nei hina I ka umeke ai ahi nei. O ka ho oilinan o nei leo, ki ia nei ka lei o ka lana kila. O lalo ana I ka ulo ka lae, o lalo a ka ho oili no ka la kapu. Ka la hiva hiva o ka la hui ka naka, noho I ka moana nui e. He aloha la, he aloha e. Aloha.
Great. Thank you, Kumu Hinalia Moana, for those blessings all the way from the Pacific, joining us from Hawaii there. To follow up that blessing, I would just like to call upon now Pefi Kingi, also a member, from the Pacific. She's a special guest tonight. Pefi is also a focal point for migration in the Pacific region. She's also a leader for women and youth in her community. And we have all known her for her strong words and for her enthusiasm throughout the GCM progress till now. Pefi, welcome to this session today, and thank you for joining us. The screen is yours, Pefi.
Matakimu, matakitu, manu tangalo. Matakimu, matakitu, manu tangalo. Wala whala iat kia tauturua si whau ki atua. Hako whireweia ke mga honi. Greetings from the four corners. Love and blessings. Thank you ever so much to our Kumuhina Le Moana Wong, Kalu, and her gracing us with her recording. And perhaps also she was fairly prophetic. When we had a discussion, she called this a week. So there you have it. Perhaps the day will become a week in due time. Mai whakawelahi atu to you, William Goy, to your team, and the fabulous work that you and your partners have done and accomplished to bring us all together. To you, the leaders that are on this screen, on the other screens, may you be granted more strength to do the great work that you have done for the peoples that you serve. And so we recognize that today is indeed an especially important day. I'm also grateful and thankful to our Action Committee leaders, Colin, Clara, Stefan. I'm grateful and thankful also to the Climate Change Migration Displacement Platform, Evelyn, Christian, Andrew, Charlotte, Nina, Kaylee. Thank you for all the good work that you have done to further support what has been our little baby. And thank you to all others because you hold this baby in common with us. And that is climate change and its impacts, the migration displacement that follows because of those challenges. We are especially also extremely thankful to Piango, our Executive Director, Siale, and prayers out to the Pacific nations at the moment who are bearing down and fighting hard for their peoples, for their assets, for their homes because of Cyclone Zazu and Yasa. I'm also beholden to mention that we are 2 years old or thereabouts. And boy, we have proven a strength that knows no bounds. I have been so impressed to stand next to you, behind you, a little bit in front of you. You inspire me. And so I aspire to do a lot more for Pacific than I have done. I also beseech quite a few of you, brothers and sisters, in solidarity, that where I am not, because you can see I'm not slim, but I certainly am sometimes a lonesome. And so I beseeched you at our various intersections, Where I am not, please speak on my behalf. And I continue to urge you to do so. There are only few of us with a little bit of capability, capacity. And so where there are many of you and I'm not there, you speak on my behalf, I beseech you. This is also a critical time where we know what needs to be done because we've seen the gaps. And so the urge and the obligation, we make it mandatory that our governments, our member states, our global institutions, our regional agencies must do more for our migrant peoples. They must do more. They have much more in terms of dinero, money, resources than we. And our hearts keep bleeding for the people that we serve. I know this for a fact because I've heard your stories, I've heard your cry, I've heard your heart. So let's keep pressuring them because the new normal from here on is solidarity. I beg you, that is to be us going forward. So let's build better in that respect. Hold hands a lot more. Don't walk by yourself. Reach out. Let's do it together. Let's build back together. Kia tūtanga loa e mawhala hamutoro. In the words of my ancestors, when you have received a kalanga from a Niue woman, you truly have been blessed. Over.
Thank you so much, Pefi. That was indeed a very powerful message you gave. Importantly, I think your words represented the life-centered values of the Pacific Island countries. And more importantly, you raising the issue, the existential crisis that we face from climate change. And thank you for raising that in this platform. And also your call for solidarity and multilateralism in today's world and as we recover is absolutely important. And I'm sure will be picked up as we discuss the different agenda today. Thank you again, Pefi, for joining us. Having said that, now we will move into the cultural show and the online concert that we have in the agenda. We are streaming some pre-recorded messages as well as we will have live performance from one of the groups today. I think we have about 5 performances today. So without any delay, I would like to go straight into the first performance for the evening, for the morning, wherever you are again. The first performance we are bringing you straight from the Bahrain. Of course, this is a pre-recorded message. The group is called Bhavara, and it is represented by Indian Institute for Performing Arts, and they are based in Bahrain. The performance is directed by Dr. Nidhi Menon, and the Indian Institute for Performing Arts in Bahrain was founded to spread the Indian arts forms abroad. And also in this pre-recorded video, we'll have a lighting of the lamp, which is part of the pre-recorded video, of course, and is a cultural beginning to this session as well. So if I may ask for technical help here to start the pre-recorded video for the first event. Right. Sorry, it's inaudible again. This is one of the challenges of organizing an online platform program, but we hope that technology helps us.
Namaste. It is a tradition to light a lamp first before starting any auspicious rituals or events. Light symbolizes knowledge, wisdom, strength, and the absence of darkness. Almighty's divine grace is spread all over by lighting the lamp. Every program begins with a Ganesha Stuti. We invoke the presence of God to avoid any obstacles during the program. So let's begin with the Ganesha Stuti.
Gajananam bhuta ganadi sevitam kapita jambu phalasara bhakshitam
Kathak is a dance originates from the northern part of India. It's a very beautiful and colorful form of Indian classical dance. Now, let's watch a Kathak adaptation of Bollywood dance. Is an enthusiastic group of professional dancers under the renowned Indian Institute for Performing Arts, Bahrain. In this concluding piece, the team members are performing a Bhavahara theme dance. International Migrants Day, I urge leaders and people everywhere to bring the Global Compact to life. Let us take the path provided by the Global Compact so that migration works for all. Best wishes from Indian Institute for Performing Arts and Team Bavahara, all the way from Bahrain.
Great. What a start to this online concert and the cultural show. Thank you, Indian Institute for Performing Arts. Of course, for the performance, but of course, for sharing positivity through lighting of the lamp. I have no words for expressing my gratitude for that brilliant beginning to our concert and to this cultural show. Thank you so much. And I understand that some members of the group are also here today and have joined us. So a big shout out to the group. And thank you for joining us as well. And of course, our concert continues and our performance continues. The next one is, of course, from Erwin Puhawan, our migrant rights advocate. I did not know before this that he was also a band member. So he's part of a band called the Soulful Band. He's from the Philippines. He works with an organization called Kanlungan Foundation. And he's also board treasurer of Lawyers Beyond Borders Philippines. We will be playing a pre-recorded video. This is an acoustic performance, original composition, of course, and it is called The Clear Blue Skies. It was composed during this pandemic. Thank you, Erwin, again for this video. And can I please have the video now?
So yeah, good evening, folks. We are Soulful Band, and we'd like to share with you today a song that we wrote, titled Clear Blue Sky. Enjoy and rock and roll. Thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you so much, Erwin. What a voice, I must say. And a beautiful song, of course. And It was indeed soulful, just like the name of the band. I know Erwin is here in the call, so a big shout out to Erwin as well. Thank you, Erwin, for that performance. We now have Robina Navato, a Filipino domestic worker from Singapore. She will be reciting her poem. This is also a pre-recorded message, but I understand that she was going to try to take leave from her employer to be part of this call. So I'm not sure if she's there, but if she's there, a big shout out to Rubina as well. Can we please have the video?
Isa. Sorry. Isa.
My name is Bing. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of your International Migrants Day celebration. My name is Bing Navato. Dito po ako sa Singapore. Nagtatrabaho bilang isang domestic worker. And narito po yung tula ko para sa inyo. My sacrifice. I remember the day I left my country, packed my bags, said goodbye to my family. Tears flowing down on my cheeks. I can't stop crying. Heavy steps, heavy heart. It feels like dying. I heard my children's voice calling me. I did not look back. I can't bear to see. Those little hands waving goodbye broke my heart when I glimpsed and saw them cried. I told myself I have to be strong. I will finish my contract. It won't be long. The plane took off and reached my destination. I prepared myself to a new obligation. I met my employers. They seemed nice to me. They brought me to their house, told me start immediately. Without complaints, I followed her instructions. But when I made mistakes, she made deductions. I started working from dawn, ends at midnight. I can only take a break when I am out of her sight. Instant noodles for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, food that they gave me. I lose weight and grow thinner. Me, a migrant worker in this country, I followed the rules but was treated unfairly. But in spite of hardships, I still keep my job, willing to endure everything for the family I love. 2 years had passed. Lots of things has changed. Perseverance I have shown made them believe I can manage. Honesty and confidence, only tools that is within me. Guided by prayer to keep my sanity. Today, I will leave this country to have a vacation and see my family. Life of a migrant, full of sacrifice, but rewarding. When you see your loved ones happy, you know you did the right thing. Maraming salamat po.
Robina, thank you so much for sharing your journey, your story with us through your poem. It was indeed very touching and powerful, of course. The sacrifice of a migrant worker. Couldn't have said it better, I think. Thank you again. And if you're in this call, big shout out to you as well. We continue with our performance. The next one we have is from Glenn Jackson from Niue Islands in the Pacific. This will be a song, I think a vocal performance, also a pre-recorded message. Glenn has toured the world as a music director in the world's first Pacific musical, The Factory. This performance, which is called the Ko Kui Ni, is an original composition by Glenn, translated into Mandarin at the beginning of pandemic, as a dedication to the Asian communities who are being racially targeted. Thank you, Glenn. We're looking forward to listening to this. And can we please play the recorded message, performance now?
Mata fulu ola Hakulo se matala Katata maya koi Belangia hakuloto Katata maya koi Belangia hakuloto kia koi ni Hoke eva eva Fehola chuke matamaka Kokoini hakuma hofi Kokoini hakufakavihi Kokoini hakuma hofi Loto fakavihi mahakuti anae Mahakuti Yanae asitalia maya Hakuole que no nofo Toko uha Haku fakalofa kiakoe Totukulangi Mahakuti yanae asitalia maya que no nofo Toko uha Haku fakalofa kiakoe Totukulangi Mahakutia nae Ni真漂亮当你靠近我，我的心很温暖。当你靠近我，我的心很温暖，是有你。跟我来，我们逃走吧。我几把里的心，你我美丽的心，你我美丽的心，现在回答我啊，为了我们在一起。我只为你的爱，永远我亲爱的，现在回答我啊，为了我们在一起，我只为你的爱，永远我亲爱的。Asitalia Maya, yeah.
Right. Thank you so much, Glenn, for that recorded video. I'm sure everyone could connect to you and to your music and the feelings behind it. Thank you so much once again. And now we have the final performance for the cultural night, or cultural program, which is being brought to you live. It is not a pre-recorded message, so it is a live band performance. So it is being performed by Indus Band from India and Bangladesh. The band is a 2-member cross-border neoclassical band with a tenor voice from India and a bass guitar from Bangladesh. Today, it is being represented by Somali Panda from India. Somali, we can't wait to hear from you. Thank you for joining us today, and the screen is yours.
Firstly, greetings and gratitude on behalf of Indus for making us a part of this great initiative. Happy International Migrants Day to all. And today I'll be performing primarily one chant music that includes very old, from 680 BC African chanting, and then Vedic chanting, Arabic chanting, Buddhist chanting, Kaddish from Kabbalah. And what we intend is to see if we all can sing together. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Ishavasya nidani sarvam yatkincha jagattam jagat tena tattena bhunjitha magridatasya svittanam. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Labbaik Allah, اللهم لبيك لبيك لا شريك لك لبيك إن الحمد والنعمة لك والملك لا شريك له لبيك اللهم لبيك لبيك لا شريك لك لبيك إن الحمد والنعمة لك والملك لا شريك له لبيك اللهم لبيك لبيك لا شريك لك لبيك إن الحمد والنعمة لك والملك لا شريك له لبيك Buddham Sharanam Gacchami Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami Sangham Sharanam Gacchami Om
Oh, looks like we lost Somali there due to connection issues. But nevertheless, thank you so much, Somali, for that chant, for that performance. It was indeed very soothing and magical, of course. Thank you for that performance. That brings us to the close of this opening ceremony in terms of the cultural show as well. That was, I think, an amazing start to the celebration of International Migrants Day. The message of International Migrants Day is all about togetherness, working together, creating together, singing, dancing, and playing together. And this cultural show that we just witnessed clearly validated that notion of togetherness. Shout out to UN Migration's We Together theme as well. Thank you again to the performers and to the speakers in this opening ceremony. That brings us close to this opening ceremony, but please do not go anywhere because we have 8 more sessions to come. And we are heading straight into our next session as well. We're traveling great in terms of time. So without any delay, I would like to move on to our next session, which is on justice for wage theft. Many of you might be aware that MFA, CCRM, Satuk Solidarity Center, and other civil society organizations came together to launch a campaign on justice for wage theft in June this year. The campaign calls upon states and businesses to ensure justice for migrant workers. In this session, we are being joined by migrant workers themselves from 4 countries, I understand, and they will be sharing their stories of wage theft. And without further delay, I would like to welcome Ms. Ellen Sana, the moderator for this session. She's the Executive Director of Center for Migrants Advocacy in the Philippines. Ellen, welcome, and thank you for joining us today. The floor is yours, the screen is yours. You're still on mute? Oh, you can't, you're on mute, Ellen.
Okay, yeah. So I'm now unmuted. So thank you, Amish. And to start off our session, I would like to greet everybody. Warm greetings of solidarity to all migrant workers around the globe on this occasion of International Migrants Day. for the whole year, almost the whole year round. There have been a lot of challenges for us, but hopefully there will be opportunities as well for the building back better situation for all migrant workers around the globe. I'm Ellen Sana. As Amy said, I'm the executive director of the Center for Migrant Advocacy. We are a migrants' rights organization in the Philippines. So this session, as mentioned by Amy, this will be a brief session on the issue of justice for wage theft, where we will be hearing testimonies from 4 returned migrants. They're coming from different places and have been to different countries of destinations. And we'll be sharing similar stories on how their wages were stolen from them and how they had to come home at Christmas time as the year comes to close, almost empty-handed. This coming home should have been a happy occasion, for migrant workers. But unfortunately, in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, this is something that signals that the migrant workers have lost their jobs. And worse for many, that they have actually not received the last paycheck and even the other earned benefits. So as mentioned, we will have 4 migrant workers. We have one from Bangladesh who will start off the session. So we have Mr. Let me just mention all of the 4 migrant workers who will be sharing the session. So there is one from Bangladesh, Mr. Badshan, who was a migrant worker in Maldives, and he will be accompanied in the session by Mr. Insam Hake. He's with the Refugee and Migratory Movements Research Unit for the interpretation. After Mr. Badsha, Mr. Dasarati Barik from India, who worked in Saudi Arabia, will also share the story, and he will be accompanied by Parvati Devi of the Center for Indian Migrant Studies in Kerala. The next one, the third speaker, would be Lorena Perez. She's a Filipino migrant worker. She was repatriated from Qatar, and she will be accompanied by our caseworker in CMA, Ms. She Gonzalez. And the last one to share, but certainly not the least, all the way from the United States of America, is Lisette Marquez Pacheco, who is a Mexican migrant worker in the U.S. So if our resource persons, our guest migrant workers are here already, I would like to invite first Badsha, Mr. Badsha, and if translation is needed, then Inzam will do it. Yeah? Is he ready? Oh, okay. Oh, no, that's Dasharati. So Badsha, are you here? We have more than 100, so I cannot see everybody. So if I may be advised, if Badsha is already here, otherwise we can proceed first. Probably, okay, he's here under Ayub Ali. Okay, Ayub. Okay, I see Ayub. Please.
আমার নাম বাদশা, মালদ্বীপ গেছি 3 লাখ টাকা খরচ করে 8 মাস কাম করছি। 8 মাস কামের পরে করোনা এলে পরে কোম্পানি থেকে বাইকরা দিলে মালে পাড়া দিল। 3 মাস কাজ করলাম। 3 মাস কাজ করার পরে আরো 3 মাস বসে রইলাম। বসে থাকার পরে কাজে গেলাম। এখানে 10-12 দিন কাজ করলাম। 10-12 দিন কাজ করার পরে একদিনকার বেতন দেয়, 2 দিনকার বেতন দেয়, 2 দিনকার বেতনে হয় না। যে গেস্ট হাউস ভাড়া দিমু কোন দিকে, হোটেলে বেতন দিমু কোন দিকে, দেওয়ার পরে আর টাকা পয়সা নাই। আবার 3 মাস পরে আবার বসে হইলাম। 3 মাস পরে বসে থেকে আবার 3 মাস পরে আবার কাজে গেলাম। কাজে গেলে এবারে পুলিশে ধরলে এবারে 10 দিন রাইখা দিল, রাখলে এবারে এখন বাইর থেকে টাকা পয়সা আনা হারি না, বাইতে বলে অনেকে কথা কইতে পারি না, কোনো বলে না, বাইতেও টেনশন, নিজেরও টেনশন, বাইতেও কান্দাকাটি, নিজেরও কান্দাকাটি, চাইরেও মেকি একটা বিপদ। এখন পরে জেলে থাকি 10 দিন পরে জেলে থাকা পরে কি করা যাবে, এখন পরে খাওয়া দাওয়া ঠিক না, গোসলও ঠিক না, এক বেলা খাইলে আর বেলা খাবার দেয় না, গোসল করার সময় হলো এক বেলা গোসল করা যায়, আরেক বেলা গোসল করা যায় না, বাথরুমে গেলে ওরা বাথরুম করবা গেলে হেনেও সমস্যা, নানান টেনশন। ওই রাত হাইকা বারা থাকার পরেও 10 দিন রাইকা বাংলাদেশে পাঠায় দিল। 10 দিনের রাইকা বাংলাদেশে পাঠায় দিল। বাংলাদেশে পাঠায় দিলে পরেও 15 দিনে লকডাউন রাখলো। 15 দিন পরে লকডাউন রাখলে পরেও রইলাম, রওয়ার পরেও 20 দিন পরে একটা রিক্সা নিয়ে বাইরে এলাম, ভাড়া একটা রিক্সা নিয়ে বাইরে এলাম। বাইরে এলে পরে নিজের সংসার চলাও কষ্ট, মালিকানাও চলা কষ্ট, একদিন দেই ভাড়া আর একদিন গায়ে দেই না, এটা দিয়া চলাফেরা করে করতে আছি। এখন স্যার যা করা যায় আপনি কইরা দেন, কি বলে চলতে হবে, কি করা যাবে না করা যাবে, এটা আমার একটু লাইনটা গাটটা কইরা দেন, সুব্যবস্থা কইরা দেন। ধন্যবাদ।
Finish? May I invite our colleague from Ramru for some translation? Thank you, Mr. Badsha.
Hello.
In some, are you? Yes. Okay.
Yes,
Can you?
Miss Sana, I'm so sorry. I couldn't first unmute myself, so I had requested Mr. Rakesh Ranjan to unmute me. So
Okay.
here I am.
Yeah.
So, thank you everyone for organizing this timely event today on the day of Migrants Day. And I'd like to now interpret Mr. Badshah's message. So I'm going straight into that. Is that okay?
Yeah, please.
Sure. Okay. So the translation would be, my name is Badshah, hometown Tangail. I went to Maldives spending Taka 300,000 and joined a company there. I was supposed to work for 2 years at the company, but due to the corona pandemic, I only got to work for 8 months. I was sacked by the company I was working for without getting to work for the rest of the years and was sent to Malay, where I had to stay at home due to lockdown. After 3 months of staying at home, I returned to join another job, but although they used to make me work for 10 to 12 days straight, they only paid me the salary for 1 day. Eventually, it got tougher for me to bear my basic costs with such little amount of money. I could not even pay the rent of my guest house and hotel where I used to live. As I could not pay the rents, I was sent back to my original place of work. I had to stay at home again for another 3 months. I did not have any money left and could not even contact my family members in Bangladesh. I was facing hardship and used to cry every day. Then I decided to search for work once again, but this time I was arrested by the police and kept in jail for 10 days. I was not even allowed to take a shower or have proper food. I was not allowed to call my family members from the jail either. There was not even a single member of my family who could help me financially, as I am the only earning member. I had to pass each day in extreme pain. Later, I was sent to Bangladesh and put in isolation for 15 days. After spending a total of 20 days in my country, I started pulling rental rickshaw. I'm still going through tough times these days. Thank you.
Thank you, Insam, and thank you, Bansha, for sharing your story. And I don't know if it's something to comfort you, but definitely your story is not the only one. Many migrant workers are suffering the same fate, particularly in the time of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we will hear first the second migrant worker to share the story, Mr. Dasarathi Bank from India, who worked in Saudi Arabia. Yes, please. Unmute.
गुड इवनिंग मैडम। मैं एनएसएस में 10 साल से काम कर रहा हूँ। मैं मुंबई मल्टीलिंग ऑफिस से गया था सऊदी अरबिया, एनएसएस कंपनी। 10 साल से हम काम कर रहा है। हमारा सैलरी महीना महीना देता था। अभी जो लॉकडाउन का वजह से हम लोग को कंपनी टर्मिनेट किया। 3 महीना बैठने के बाद में जाके हमको टर्मिनेट किया कंपनी। और उसी कंपनी में फिलिपीन को पूरा हिसाब देता है, और जो अनदर वीजा जो सामस को और ये जो वो लोग को पूरा पैसा देता है। लेकिन हमारा जो बेनिफिट है वो हमको नहीं मिला। और सादा पेपर में 10-15 साइन भी कराया। और उसके बाद में हम लोग मेल किया, कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है, ना हमारा कोई बेनिफिट है, कुछ भी नहीं है। और ये जो कुछ आदमी आया था छुट्टी में भी, उसको भी रिसीव नहीं कर रहा है। कोई मेल भेजेगा तो भी रिप्लाई नहीं है। 3 महीना बैठाया, वो भी पैसा नहीं दिया। 10 साल से हमारा कोई बेनिफिट नहीं मिला। हम लोग क्या कर सकता है, इसलिए आपका साथ में हम लोग को शामिल हुआ।
Finish? Mr. Parbati?
Yes, I'm here.
Miss Parbati, sorry.
Okay, yes. So I will be, shall I go straight to the translation?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So it was Mr. Dasharathi Barik who just spoke, and those people along with him are his colleagues who are from the state of Odisha in India. So this particular case which he is talking about, we have received almost 600 complaints from this single company called the Nasser Al Hajri from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Mr. Barik got recruited through a recruitment agency in Mumbai after paying around rupees 50,000 Indian rupees as recruitment fee. After then, he was working in the company as a laborer, civil laborer for 10 years. Those around him, his friends, they have been working in the company for around 10 to 6 years. And every one of them have been denied of their benefits. They had to sit without work for 3 months in Saudi Arabia without any salary. And then while returning, the company asked these people to sign on blank white papers, and some of them were forced to sign. Some people tried to take pictures of the Arabic paper which was given to them, but then they refused permission. These people were the company collected their account details and told these people that you should go home, and the company would pay them in 1 or 2 months. The company paid for their tickets and sent them back, and this repatriation was done in a very quick way, and none of them were able to file a complaint there in Saudi Arabia before returning. So they contacted us. The Center for Indian Migrant Studies has published a helpline number among our stakeholders in order to find victims who have been exposed, who have experienced wage theft. So Mr. Barik called us, and he connected us to all of his friends there in Odisha. So they have been waiting for almost 4 months now without any payment of their benefits. And majority of them are unable to work now because of the pandemic situation at home. And they are worried if they will be able to go back also. And there are also in cases where people were sent on unpaid leave back to India from the same company along with termination. So those people were also denied of their benefits after coming back to India. The company refused to renew their visas. Hence, all of them are terminated right now. we have made contacts with the company, but then they are refusing to pay all victims, saying that it's a company policy not to pay any victims who were terminated during this pandemic time. Okay, so they are in the ending. He was also making an appeal to everybody present here in order to amplify this voice and help them to claim their money. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Parvati, and thank you, Dasharati, for sharing your story. And immediately you can tell that the impact of COVID is not only for those who are on their first contract or those who have been working only for a short period of time, a few days or a few months, but in the case of Mr. Dasharati and his colleagues, they've been working for the company for 10 years in his case, and for the others also like 8 years and 5 years. And because of this COVID, they've been denied their earned benefits, the gratuity that they should have been they should have received. So thank you. And so from India going to Saudi Arabia, we go to the Philippines, who she went to Qatar to work in Qatar. So Lorena, may I invite you?
Yes.
Ate Lorena, you may unmute yourself. Ate Lorena.
Yes,
Okay.
nandito na ako.
Okay, you may start now.
Nagagalak po akong ibahagi sa inyo lahat ng aking istorya bilang isang OFW dito sa Doha, Qatar, ng 2 taon at mga pagsubok na dinanas ng katulad kong isang OFW. Isang OFW sa gitna ng pandemya. Ang huling pinagtrabahuan ko ay ang Rimas Hospitality sa Doha, Qatar at direct hire ako. 2 taon ang haba ng kontrata mula noong November 2018 hanggang November 2020 bilang isang on-call cleaner ng Rimas Hospitality ay merong 33 manggagawa at may may-ari ng isang general.
Yes?
Okay, let me translate that. She said that I'm glad to take this opportunity to share my story to all of you as a women migrant worker in Doha, Qatar for 2 years. I would like to tell my story filled with challenges, just like most of the migrant workers or OFWs, especially in the time of COVID-19. I'm Lorena B. Perez, a single parent who is supporting 5 children, my parents and siblings. My most recent employer was Rimas Hospitality located in Doha, Qatar. I was directly hired. My contract duration was for 2 years from November 2018 to November 2020 as an on-call cleaner. Rimas Hospitality has 33 workers and owned by a general.
Ang akala namin ay on-call cleaner lang kami, ngunit madalas kami ay nagiging domestic worker. Mas mababa ang sahod. Ang nakalagay sa kontrata ay 1,900 riyal. Pero ang natatanggap namin ay 1,200 riyal lamang. At yung ibang sangko ay walang health insurance kahit ito ay nakasahad sa kontrata na pinirmahan nila.
I thought I will do the job of an on-call cleaner, but when we got deployed, most of the time we had to do the work of a domestic worker instead. Our pay was reduced. According to the contract, we must receive 1,900 riyals, but in reality, we had been receiving 1,200 riyals only. Some of my co-workers don't have a health insurance as promised in the signed employment contract.
Mas lumala ang hindi pagtrato sa amin. Tamang pagtrato sa amin ng employer noong nag-umpisa ang lockdown dulot ng COVID-19. Nag-announce ang aming amo na mag-i-stop operation sila noong April pero bumalik din ang operation kahit pinatigil ng gobyerno ng Qatar. Ang ilang mga kumpanya namin ay puwersahan na ginawang stay-in, domestic worker at pinagtrabaho na halos walang pahinga. Ayaw naming mag-stay in kasi kasagsagan ng pagkalat ng coronavirus. Kinuha din nila ang passport namin na bawal sa batas ng Qatar dahil may fine po iyon. May mga ilang buwan na kulang ang sahod o walang sahod katulad nung June na wala kaming natanggap na food allowance o tulad noong April na food allowance lang na 200 riyal ang natanggap namin.
The harsh treatment of our employer became even more severe when the lockdown began due to COVID-19. He announced that last April that they will stop the operation. However, the company ignored the announcement of the government of Qatar and resumed work right away. We continued to work as domestic workers who had to live with our assigned employers' houses. We were overworked and in constant fear to be infected by the COVID-19 virus. They confiscated our passports, which is against the law because they could be penalized. There were months that we were underpaid, and there were months that they did not give our wage at all. Just like last June, we did not receive any food allowance, while last April we only received food allowance of 200 reals.
May isang pangyayari noon na nag-withdraw kami ng 500 real na allowance namin, binawasan agad ng aming amo ng 300 reals. Nang nagtanong kami bakit niya binawasan, nagalit siya at huwag na raw magtanong. Dumating ang punto na pinag-initan ako ng amo namin dahil inuimpluwensyahan ko raw ang mga kasamaan ko na ipaglaban ang aming mga karapatan bilang manggagawa. Minsan nasampal ako ng isa sa mga madam ko dahil humihingi ako ng day off. Ang huling pagtrabahuhan ko ay mga Rimas Hospitality bilang sa Doha, Qatar. Direct ako ng 2 taon. Kontrata. Mali na pala ma'am. 29 kaming tao, pero 15 lang kaming lumalaban at nag-file ng case sa Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs noong August.
There was one incident when I withdrew 500 reals from an ATM. Then my employer demanded me to give the 300 reals. When I asked why, he got angry and said that I should not question it. It even came to a point when he often got mad at me because I encouraged my coworkers to fight for their rights. And one time, one of my employers slapped me in the face because I was asking for a day off. There were 29 of us, but only 15 pursued the complaint in the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs last August.
Nalulungkot ako dahil ilang buwan na lamang nilaban namin, iyon ay natalo. Ang kaso namin kasi, nagbayad na daw ng sahod ang employer namin. Nagbayad niya ng sahod ang amo namin, pero nung malapit na matapos ang kontrata nang malaman nila na lumipat kami sa Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs.
It is so disheartening to realize that we have fought for our rights for many years, that he gives our wages. But the truth was, he only paid finally what was rightful for us only one time, which was in the last month of our service. And when he learned that he has a pending case in the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, we said to ourselves that justice system favors the employers.
Ang mensahe ko sa gobyerno na ito, natin ay sa embassy na natin sa Qatar, salamat. Pero sa oras ng kagipitan, sana naman sumagot sila sa mga tawag at text namin at hindi sila nagbabayad sa mga employers. Dahil sila lang ang inaasahan na magiging kakampi namin sa ibang bansa. Sa mga employers o recruitment agency, sila ang mga nag-hire sa amin pero nagtuturoan sila ng mga employers. Kumita silang lahat, napakinabangan nila kami. Pero kapag oras na ng kagipitan, wala kaming maaasahan sa kanila. At sa mga kapwa ko OFW na ipaglaban ninyo ang mga karapatan ninyo, ang mga benepisyo na nararapat sa inyo. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig.
My message to the Philippine government, especially to our embassy in Qatar. Thank you, but during the time when we needed you the most, you seldom responded to our text messages and calls. You should have refused accepting bribes from employers because we depend on you. We expected that you will take our side. To employers and recruitment agencies, you were the ones who hired us, but when things get complicated, you point fingers at each other. You profited from us, but when the situation gets tougher, we can depend to all of you. And lastly, my message to my fellow migrant workers, you should keep on fighting for your rights. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Lorena, for not losing heart in what you experienced in Qatar. And thank you for the words of encouragement that you convey to migrant workers, and of course, the message to remind government of their obligation to look after the welfare of migrant workers, both addressed to the Philippines and countries of destination. So thank you. So for our last worker to share her story on wage theft, I would like to invite Lisette Marquez Pacheco from Mexico, a migrant worker in the United States. Lisette, is she around? Is Lisette here? Ayesa, can you help me locate Lisette?
She will be joining through a pre-recorded video.
Okay, thank you.
അങ്ങോട്ടും ഓടുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും
Hola, mi nombre es Lisette Márquez, soy de la Ciudad de México y trabajé en Estados Unidos, en el estado de California, con una visa C1D. Esta visa es una visa de tripulante. Trabajé en una línea de cruceros turísticos y bueno, trabajé ahí porque estudié administración de empresas turísticas, soy administradora de empresas y siempre fue mi sueño trabajar en una empresa donde pudiera crecer, donde pudiera desempeñarme en mi carrera, ¿no? Aprender todos esos procesos de la organización, de la organización de una empresa, ¿no? Una empresa tan grande como es una línea de cruceros, ¿no? Y poder viajar y es el hecho de estar trabajando y también visitando algunas ciudades del mundo era pues maravilloso para mí, ¿no? Y bueno, pues al llegar ahí mis expectativas eran altas porque por lo que había firmado, por lo que había visto en el contrato, ¿no? No se cumplieron exactamente todo lo que dijeron en el contrato y pues principalmente fue el salario, ¿no? El robo de salario. Ganaba de 3 a 4 dólares la hora y pues también las horas que trabajaba muchísimas horas y pues eso también no estaba en el contrato, ¿no? No se cumplió. Trabajaba de 11 a 13 horas diarias, a veces me quedaba más tiempo y no teníamos descansos, o sea, los descansos solo eran para comer, o sea, media hora para comer, para desayunar, media hora para comer y algunos descansos, si eran cada 4 días más o menos, nos dejaban descansar, salir, ¿no? Salir a tierra y estar más o menos 4 horas, de 3 a 4 horas afuera y regresábamos para regresábamos para trabajar. Entonces, sí era muchísimo el trabajo y pues el salario era mínimo, ¿no? Sufrimos ese robo de salario. Bueno, yo renuncié y al llegar a mi país, pues me di cuenta que tenía que hablar de lo que pasó. Me di cuenta que había mucha gente ahí dentro en el crucero que estaba sufriendo, que estaba sufriendo esos malos tratos, el robo de salario, pues todo eso, ¿no? O sea, malos tratos, y realmente pues era pues trata de personas, ¿no? Trata laboral, y pues fue lo que me llevó a hablar, me llevó a buscar ayuda, a buscar abogados, a buscar el Centro de Derechos de Migrante, y pues ellos me ayudaron muchísimo pues a contar mi historia también, ¿no? Y eso es lo que me ha ayudado eso es lo que me ha llevado a hablar y a contar mi historia, ¿no? El ver que todavía sigue habiendo injusticia y que todavía esas empresas, esas líneas de cruceros siguen pagando el mínimo o mucho menos del mínimo, siguen robando, ¿no? Siguen robando el salario, y pues eso sí afectó mucho en mi vida personal, porque pues tuve gastos al principio que no pude pagarlos, esos préstamos o esos gastos que yo hice antes de embarcarme. No los pude pagar porque realmente el salario pues era muy mínimo, ¿no? Eso fue, yo creo que físicamente, de tanto trabajo, pues se me cayó el cabello, se me empezó a caer el cabello, todos mis manos estaban como hinchadas, la cara. Yo creo que por el estrés, por tanto trabajo, por no dormir bien, realmente dormía pues a veces 2, 3 horas diarias, entonces, y pues también sin descansar era muy difícil estar concentrada en tu trabajo y poder aprender y también poder hacer bien las cosas, ¿no? Poder ser productiva, ¿no? Eso fue algo que me afectó muchísimo, el sentirme no ser productiva en algo que yo sabía hacerlo, en algo que yo quería también aprender más y todo. No, eso yo creo que me bajó la autoestima en ese momento, ¿no? Y cuando salí también, entonces, el no sentir esa seguridad en mí misma, en lo que había estudiado, en lo que yo sabía, creo que eso también me afectó muchísimo. Y pues también ahora que salí y veo las otras historias de las demás personas que también les ha pasado esto, veo que tienen la misma historia y que es digna de ser contada también, esas historias.
Thank you, Lisette, for sharing your story. And thank you to our 4 brave migrant workers who came forward to tell the story of how their wages and other benefits were stolen from them. In the Asian context, we don't normally use the term wage theft. What we have in the Philippines is, we call them unpaid wages, reduced wages, underpayment, and all that. And we even would think twice calling this as wage theft. But I think what COVID-19 pandemic has shown us is that this wage theft that has been happening systemically to migrant workers has been magnified many times over because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think this is the time that we need to say it as it is, that it is a wage theft issue. So our 4 migrant workers, they came from different countries. They joined the hundreds of thousands of their compatriots. They had to pay exorbitant fees, not only to middle men and recruitment agencies, but in preparation for their going overseas or going on board the vessels to countries and the vessels where they filled in the job vacancies, where wages are already low as they are, where there is minimum or almost no additional social benefits, poor accommodation, restricted mobility, and social life, be it in the Gulf states like in Saudi Arabia or Qatar, or in resort like Maldives. I always have this image of Maldives as, a place for vacation, for tourism, and also in the case of Lisette, in the land of, as we call it in the Philippines, the USA is the land of milk and honey. But she didn't think twice eventually and quit and went home to Mexico. They agreed to go and cross the borders and work as migrant workers because they needed a job. And these minimum conditions that they face with, they can live with it for as long as they get proper treatment and are paid their wages. That they can send to their families back home. But even this very basic right of a worker to a wage, their employers failed to comply with faithfully. Their wages were not paid or were reduced or not paid. They had to work long hours. They had to work other jobs, like in the case of Lorena and, of course, in the case of Lisette as well. They had to endure months of, in the times of the COVID-19 pandemic, had to endure months of no work and no pay and had to fend for themselves, cut off from their families and other support system. Working overseas is definitely no joke, where unlike local workers, you can actually go home at the end of a day's work, but not for them. And especially in these COVID times when you need to have at least a decent place for accommodation where you can observe physical distancing, that again is not happening in the case of migrant workers. And while non-payment of wages can happen even to local workers, the situation is many times worse for migrant workers. Why? Because of the border divide. As migrant workers in low-wage occupations and precarious work situations, their employers can threaten them with deportation, pre-termination of contracts, and even detention in countries not of their own. And this spells a lot of difference in terms of migrant workers' access to justice and support network. Once out and back in the countries of origin, there goes as well their chances of claiming their wages and earned benefits. Wages are stolen, justice is lost, unless we act on these massive cases of wage theft committed against migrant workers amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. That is why Migrant Forum in Asia, along with Solidarity Center, Tartuk, Lawyers Beyond Borders, and the CCRM, and other networks of migrants and trade unions and relevant stakeholders and partners have launched the global campaign for justice for wage theft to put out a clear message to the world that one, it is not okay and never will it be okay that wages and other earned benefits of migrants are not paid or underpaid or are reduced or are delayed. Number two, that there is a need for governments of origin and destination countries and other relevant stakeholders, both at the national and international level, to come together ASAP to work out a feasible arrangements so justice is served to the victims of wage theft. Number three, that migrant workers, just like many local workers, are essential workers. They are frontline workers, if only to guarantee access of local population to food, medicines, health and transportation services, and other essential services. Ergo, their rights at work must be respected and fulfilled, just like those of local workers. So with that, I'm not sure if we have the time to for some comments from our participants in this gathering. May I have some advice from our main organizers how
Thank
this
you, Ellen.
should go?
Yeah, well, we've just gone past the 45-minute mark for the session. So I think we do not have time for comments for beyond this. I hope that is all right. And maybe in a minute or two, if you could just conclude the session, that would be great.
Yeah, so basically, I think the closing message for us, you started, Amish, with the sharing that we have launched this global campaign for justice. And I think what we just wanted to reiterate to all of us, but then also not just confining this call and the campaign to all of us who are present here today, but please, please spread the word, because this is one that really needs concerted effort, not only within Asia, because as you've heard from our speakers, these wage theft issues happening around the globe, in Asia, in America, in Europe, and in other parts of the world. So this would need concerted effort, not only from civil society, we already initiated it, but we need governments and international governmental agencies also to support this campaign. This is the time when we have to walk the talk to say that migrants definitely are essential workers, just like other workers. We cannot, some countries cannot do away with that, with migrant workers, and they are the ones that can also help assist keep the economy afloat, the global economy afloat. So please do sign the petition and say yes to justice now. And please visit the website dedicated for this campaign worldwide. So log into www.justice for wage theft for more information and what advice and ideas we can propose for you to help out in this campaign. Thank you. Again, warm greetings of solidarity on International Migrants Day.
Thank you so much, Ellen. Of course, thank you to all the migrant workers and the interpreters for your assistance. I thought that session was so strong, particularly to hear the issues and challenges from the migrants themselves. Hashtag migrants voice matters. And again, Ellen, thank you for weaving up the stories together so well and to highlight some of the key issues and framing them around human rights and justice framework. I think that was so important and so well done. Thank you, Ellen. And as Ellen reminded, please visit the site justiceforwagetheft.org. You'll get more information there, and as well as you can sign the petition. That connects us very well to this next session, where we will witness the launch of Migrant Workers' Rights Navigator tool. Now, this tool helps you connect the different issues to the international human rights laws. So without any further delay, I would like to invite the Diplomacy Training Program, Migrant Forum in Asia, and the students at the University of New South Wales who made this tool possible. And we'll share more about the tool and how it can be useful for your work. And for this session, I would like to invite Aisa Nilong from Migrant Forum in Asia to moderate. Aisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Amish. Hello, everyone. Good evening from the Philippines. My name is Aisa Nilong from Migrant Forum in Asia. We're very excited to be launching a new tool that will aid in the advocacy for migrants' rights in today's age. So we are launching, as you can see on your screen, the Migrant Workers' Rights Navigator tool, which links various migrants' rights issues with relevant international human rights instruments, as well as to the relevant objectives within the Global Compact for Migration. So this is particularly important and useful for a wide set of stakeholders, especially as technology and online platforms now play a key role in our work and advocacy amidst the COVID-19 situation or the pandemic. The development of this tool was a collaboration between Migrant Forum in Asia, and diplomacy training program, together with a group of students, wonderful students from the University of South Wales in Australia, who have joined us today. On that note, I would like to hand it over to Patrick Earl from the Diplomacy Training Program to speak more on the collaboration that led to the creation of the Migrant Workers' Rights Navigator tool. Over to you, Patrick.
Thank you very much, Ayesa. Thank you, Amish, and thank you very much also to friends in MFA, Migrant Forum in Asia. And greetings to everybody and happy International Migrant Workers' Rights Day. I join you from Australia, from Sydney, a country that's been very much built by migrants, like many countries, but perhaps more here than anywhere. So we feel the issues around migrant workers' rights very keenly. We've been working together with Migrant Forum in Asia for the last 15, 16 years to try and build the knowledge, skills, networks, capacities of migrant worker advocates and their organizations to enable them to use their human rights as tools for justice, to be able to navigate their way through the different systems that might be able to bring some justice, including at the United Nations level. And that work has been very largely based around bringing people together for intense and very deeply rooted capacity building programs. And it's lovely to see amongst the participants in this program so many of our former participants. This tool, this Navigator application, grows out of that collaboration and is intended to help advocates, those working with migrant workers, to find justice, to sort of find their way through, to connect their issues that they're concerned about, whether it's wage theft, whether it's retention of passports, a very wide range of abuses or harms affecting migrant workers, to connect those issues with specific human rights and the obligations of governments to those human rights, and to the accountability mechanisms that exist. And we hope it's going to be a very practical tool. We're really very delighted with the collaboration with the University of New South Wales and with students there. We're an NGO, we're affiliated with the Faculty of Law at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, and this application has had a number of iterations, including with law clerks at a big law firm. But I think that the current students who work in a law and technology class really have taken on this job of refining the application, linking human rights, international standards with the objectives of the Global Compact. They've done that in a really fantastic way, and it's really appropriate. And we're very delighted that it can be launched today with Migrant Forum Asia on International Migrant Workers' Rights Day. It seems to us that today, at the end of this year, where we have seen migrant workers particularly affected by COVID, which has in some ways really amplified and shown the patterns of discrimination and marginalization that exist in our world, it's really appropriate that we try and launch a new tool that will enable effective action for migrant workers' rights, will encourage solidarity and enable solidarity to be built, and to try and help us work together to make sure that human rights provide a foundation for building back better, for building a different world than the one we have left before COVID, which is a very flawed world that is not working for people in the way that it needs to. And I think we do have to go back to the vision of those very wise people who put together both the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but also the Migrant Workers Convention. And we have to make those agreements live for people. And I think this tool is a way of doing it. So thank you very much. We really value the collaboration, the partnership with Migrant Forum Asia, and we look forward to it continuing and to working together. And we stand with you at this time, and we hope that next year will be a better year for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Patrick. I just want to hand it over now. As you mentioned, we collaborated with a group of students from the University of South Wales who did such a wonderful job. If you all have clicked on the link which my colleague shared in the chat box with developing the tool, I want to hand it over to Glenda Fu from the University of South Wales in Australia to tell us more about how they came about the idea of developing this tool further.
Thank you, Aisa. Hi, everyone. My name is Glenda, and I was a member of the team that developed the Migrant Worker Rights Navigator tool. I personally chose to work with MFA and DTP on migrant worker rights, as I'm very passionate about social justice issues. Moving from Singapore to Sydney, Australia for university have really opened my eyes to the inequalities and injustices faced by migrant workers. Hence, I was really excited to play a part in developing a tool that will empower migrant workers, advocates, and organizations to engage with issues specific to migrant workers. Just to give you a brief overview of the tool, the Migrant Worker Rights Navigator tool provides users with a comprehensive understanding of migrant worker rights in international law. Users will be able to select from around 75 different issues specific to migrant workers, or select GCM objectives that they are researching on. The report generated will then provide articles from around 25 international law instruments that are relevant to the user's selected issues or GCM objectives. Users will also have the option to obtain the full text of the relevant articles in the report itself, be able to download the report in PDF, or have it sent to their emails. Over the 10 weeks spent developing the tool, we have worked closely with MFA and DTP to improve on the existing functions of previous applications. As the tool is intended to be used by a wide range of users, ranging from migrant workers, advocates, civil society organizations, and academics, we spent a lot of time thinking about the end users and brainstorming ways to improve the user experience. Some of the functions in the tool include a Google Translate function that allows users to translate the questions and report into 106 different languages. We also simplified the wordings in the questions and report to ensure that they can be easily understood. In the questions, we also provided definitions for international law terms, such as treaties and special procedures. Lastly, on the first page of the tool, you'll find instruction manuals that will provide users with an overview of the tool, as well as the type of report the tool will generate. However, our journey in developing the tool was not entirely smooth sailing. The main challenge we faced was in the building phase of the project, where we were attempting to implement our ideas into the software to build our application. After discussing with MFA, we wanted the user to be able to research on multiple issues or GCM objectives concurrently, to avoid the need to rerun the tool multiple times. We also wanted the final report to allow the user to compare between international law relevant to different issues or GCM objectives. After long discussions and stressful nights, we were able to overcome these difficulties and build a tool that we are very proud of. Admittedly, the Migrant Worker Rights Navigator tool is only but a small step towards spreading awareness of migrant worker rights, empowering migrant workers, and ultimately eradicating inequalities and injustices faced by them, both in their countries of origin and destination. The tool can also be further developed to expand the list of countries to encapsulate a global perspective and provide more country-specific information to users. Nonetheless, we strongly believe that the Migrant Worker Rights Navigator tool is beneficial to all user groups and hope to see the tool being used widely on the ground in research and in training programs and policy reviews. We hope that the tool is as useful to you as it was meaningful for us in developing it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Glenda. It's likewise been a pleasure working with you guys, and we're very proud of the outcomes of the tool. And thank you for the long sleepless nights, as you have said. As you may now see on your screen, there is a bit of a preview of the Migrant Workers' Rights Navigator tool, which you can access online. My colleague has already shared the link in the chat box, and you can see what features and options you can expect, regardless of whether you are a migrant worker, a migrant rights advocate, a member of the international organizations, or even the academe. So please feel free to explore it yourselves and of course share it among your network to be utilized. And with that, we hope that this tool will be beneficial to not only ourselves and other individuals who are working in the field of migration and advocating for migrants' rights, but also of course to migrant workers themselves. Once again, happy International Migrants Day to all. I will hand it over to Amish to introduce us to the next session. Thank you everyone for joining us for this brief lunch.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, Patrick. And thank you, Glenda, for your contribution on that app. The link to the app, as Aisha said, is on the chat box. So please use it. And if you have any questions or feedback, of course, please share with MFA or DTP. Moving on to the next session, for those who have just joined us, we have now concluded 2 substantial sessions on our agenda and also concluded the launch of Migrant Worker Rights Navigator tool. And we are traveling very well for time, and that is great. Thank you again to all of you. We have a global audience today for joining us to celebrate the International Migrants Day and to celebrate rights and struggle for justice. Before we move to the next agenda item, I would again like to remind everyone to please mute yourself if you're not speaking. Please use the chat box to raise any questions or if you want to comment. There's also facility for interpretation for this next session. Languages available are French, Arabic, and Spanish. There should be an icon on the bottom of your screen on the Zoom app on which looks like a globe and which says interpretation. So if you click on that, it'll give you options to choose the languages. So it will be available for this session. And without any further delay, now let me introduce to this next session. As the title suggests, today we are also marking the second anniversary of the adoption of the Global Compact for Migration. Grounded in the values of state sovereignty, responsibility sharing, non-discrimination, and human rights, the GCM recognizes that a cooperative approach is needed to optimize the overall benefits of migration. In this session, we'll focus on some of the issues and concerns that played a key role in defining the negotiations of the compact, as well as aim to assess where we are now, 2 years post-adoption. We have a stellar lineup of speakers who will be gracing us today, and I would like to welcome them all on behalf of the organizers.
Go down and tell them.
Thank you for joining us today. I would like to now invite William Goyce from Migrant Forum in Asia, moderator for this session. William, the screen is yours.
Hello, Amish. Thank you very much for introducing the session. I'll go straight into it because we've got like you said, a very full program today, and I'll go straight into this session just to say we are looking at the 2-year anniversary of the Global Compact, and it is important even as we look forward, as we celebrate, we look back to see where we came from, what brought us to, and what has brought us to this point, and how we move forward. And at a time like this, the Global Compact on Migration stands as a framework, both as a gift and as an opportunity for us as we move forward. As states talk about building back better, the Compact has a lot in it, a lot of potential to give us the direction, to lay down the foundations of a whole different or a much more solid international migration governance framework. And that is why I think it's so important that we try to recall that history that brought us there and how we can ground ourselves in that history and move forward. For ourselves as MFA and the 4 organizers of this webinar, one of the realizations that we have had we've been running now for some weeks now, 23 series, the GCM's 23 objective series webinars. We just finished the last one last Tuesday. We've taken a break for the winter, and we'll start again next year in January, on the 5th of January. But in the 15 webinars that we have done so far, one of the biggest realizations is the echo chamber that some of us kind of live in. Because in the webinar, in which we had an average of 250 plus to 400, those following on YouTube, kind of people who participated in these webinars, one of the things we realized is how much of a secret it continues to be. Academics, civil society, social movements, embassy officials, local governments that have attended this last series of webinars that we have held, it was surprising how few of them actually, or rather how many of them actually knew very little about the objective. And so our own intention of popularizing the global compact, of socializing it and building strengthening a whole social movement around it, we thought that objective itself has been achieved in so many different ways, with so much of the language of the of the compact also being broken down, deconstructed to the language of people who live and work on issues on migrants day in and day out, every day of their lives, kind of thing. So it's really good that we take this moment then therefore to look at and look back and look forward. And when we look back really how far we have come. And today on International Migrants Day, we recognize the Migrant Workers Convention that was adopted and then ratified, the 1990 Migrant Workers Convention. But a discussion which began in the Subcommission of the Human Rights Council in 1972. In 1972, a report was commissioned, and that led to what we now call the Migrant Workers Convention. 18 years it took from 72 to 1990 for us to get that convention, and then another 15 years almost to have it ratified as international law. It took something like 30 years for the international community at the UN level to recognize migrant rights from that perspective. And now we have the Global Compact recognizing in 2015 the critical situation of people crossing borders and along dangerous seas, taking dangerous sea journeys, which led to this discussion of the Global Compact. Within 2 years, the international community deliberated and gave us this fantastic framework, which is now for us to garner the political will to make it happen. And for that, we are today have on the panel people who were involved in it, people who know what that struggle meant, what was achieved, and people who are determined to make that make that struggle a realization in the lives of millions of migrants today. So I'm very proud to be moderating this panel, and I'll introduce the panel and then I'll go to them straight away. And I'm introducing them in the order that I will call upon them. The first is Fernando Salcedo, and Fernando is coordinator for economic and social affairs at the Permanent Mission of Mexico at the United Nations. He was one of the people involved in the facilitation team, and it was fantastic to see him work in front and also behind the scenes. And he'll share with us a lot about that. And I'm so glad he is with us today. We have Jonathan Prentice, who is current head of the Secretariat of the UN Network on Migration, and on whose shoulders lies the enormous task of making this happen. And it's not an easy task, I know. Getting the whole UN system to come together on something like this is a big challenge. They tried once, it didn't work. This is the second time around that the UN is coming around like this, and I'm impressed at the strides that have been made so far. So it's good to have Jonathan here to share with us as well some of that story. Our third speaker, our third panelist will be Shabri Nair, who flew all the way, who packed his bags, flew all the way from Geneva to come to settle in New York during the days of the negotiations. Shabri was then with the ILO, continues to be with the ILO, and has been very passionate about and continues to be very passionate in advocating for the rights of migrant workers. And Shabri was, during the negotiations, on the floor, in the rooms, outside the rooms, doing anything we could to get little bits into that compact, which today, when you put together, they are major achievements. So it's good to have Shabri as well. Then I'm very privileged to also recognize Ambassador Foreign Secretary Shahidul Haq, who is with us today, who many of us who know the history of the compact would attribute this notion of the compact to him, because it was in 2015, rumor has it, story has it, that Shahidul Haq was the man who said at the UN, let's have a compact. And then that story kind of unfolded, and today we have two compacts, and it was Shahidul Haq who was largely a big driving force, and Bangladesh at that time, Bangladesh's foreign minister, who was a big driving force behind what we have today. So it's so great to have him and to be able to hear from him. And then of course we have Sophia Van Hassen, who was at that time, today of course she is the working with the GFMD Mayors Mechanisms Coordinator. But during the days of the negotiations of the compact and a little prior to that, she was the coordinator of the Civil Society Action Committee, which was the largest organized civil society force that came together around the compact, and it was not an easy task, as Sophie tried to keep the balance, because within civil society we had the full spectrum approach, and there were many of us who had so much more expectations of the compact. There were some of us who were happy with what we've got in the compact, and some who said just too little. And so it's good to hear from Sophie how she managed to keep that balance, how she kept that boat sailing kind of thing together with other stakeholders and making sure we get what we got today. And then of course, last but not least, we have Pandai Bloom, who as an academic has been following this very closely, following this the whole compact in its negotiations period, in its consultation period, and now that it is there to see how it is being implemented. It's a fantastic panel, and I'm very glad to be moderating it. So I'll go straight to the panelists. And please, the chat box is open as well. Pose any questions you have. I will call on people from the floor. So when I do call you on, please be ready to also unmute your mic so that we can maximize the time that we have here together. Let me start then with you, Fernando. As somebody who was so involved, you were a member of the co-facilitators team, and I saw you and your team always sitting in that backbench, writing, scribbling, passing notes and stuff like that. Amazing. And to see how member states, that whole debate of member states, all some wanting more, some wanting little, and that debate going on, and how many times that draft came out and went back, and people are wondering, is it going to come out now? And you all had to be so smart and so strategic, and how you all manage that. And that is so fantastic to see what we have today, a comprehensive framework that has a 360 vision, and that is now there as a gift to the world, as an opportunity. I really think in this time of the pandemic, when the Secretary General says build back better, we have a framework already to put the foundations of a new compact. My question to you then is, today, sitting 2 years from the compact, not knowing the pandemic would happen, what are you feeling today as you think about the compact and the spirit of the compact? Are we on the right track of achieving what we had set out then to achieve? Are you happy with the spirit of the compact coming alive, or is it all too early to call at the moment? Fernando, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, William, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. Thanks to Migrant Forum in Asia for organizing, and happy Migrants Day. I think that in multilateral issues, success isn't how far you get, but the distance you've traveled from where you started. And if we go back, we have to remember that all of the antibodies that existed to even discuss migration at the United Nations, the fact that we have a framework, I think, and the fact that we negotiated it all with civil society, with the participation of all member states within 2 years, I think gives us great cause for hope. And as you mentioned, there has been some political fallout. I think it's natural for a document that is meant to change the situation on the ground and to challenge the inertias of in any area of public life to create some political fallout and some resistance. But the GCM was never meant to be an end, but also a beginning whereby we establish a 360 vision, change the paradigm of how we understand migration, and do it all on the basis of evidence and facts. What we have today that we didn't have when we started the negotiations of the Global Compact is a genuine consensus that no country can effectively manage migration on its own. Cooperation is needed. And as a result, you need a 360 vision that you've mentioned. I'm very hopeful for the future because we have three very powerful words that underpin the GCM that are also in the 2030 agenda. You mentioned a roadmap for rebuilding and reconstruction, and the GCM provides that, as does the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, where we have three very powerful words: that migration should be safe, orderly, and regular. That's in the 2030 agenda, but the GCM tells us how. And so another reason why I'm hopeful is because we now see the GCM up and running with countries establishing implementation plans with a secretariat that's fully equipped to support them. We now have a Secretary General's report, the first ever Secretary General's report on the implementation of the GCM, where we were able to identify good practices, but also see those areas where we need to work more. What we're going to see over the next 2 years is the consolidation of nothing less than an ecosystem surrounding migration at the United Nations, with the regional reviews of the GCM and the International Migration Review Forum, which is really going to be the center of gravity for all discussions surrounding migration. So this was built on the backs of decades and decades and decades of international efforts by Mexico and many others, and with civil society always playing, of course, a very important role. And just like when we had accomplishments like the declaration of the high-level dialogue on migration and development, which also had political fallout and resistance because we weren't supposed to have a declaration. I think that we'll move forward and be able to see the GCM as a reference point that everyone can use. And I think you're on mute, dear William. The phrase of the year.
Sorry. Yeah, no, thanks for that, and thanks for setting the tone and for putting it out there. Yes, that it connects with the SDGs as well. And so within the SDGs, I mean, I think among all the issues that we have, it's fantastic to see that within the SDG framework you have this roadmap on migration, and I really and I know it hope that it's going to be taken up along those lines. I'm going to ask you this as a follow-up question. Mexico has been one of the key countries that was behind and continues to be behind, I hope, and I think, the Migrant Workers Convention. Every year in the Human Rights Council, you have this resolution that you all lead in trying to get further on the convention itself. When you look at it, when you look at the Migrant Workers Convention and you look at what we have moved away from legally binding frameworks to a compact that has commitment, do you see somewhere the how do you see mustering more political will or harnessing more the commitment to hopefully someday come closer to a rights-based, legally binding document kind of thing? Is that something to aspire for? Because the current document, yes, it has no timeline, and I'm glad you said that. It's an evolving document because situations of migrant evolve as well. But how do we get that political will more harnessed kind of thing in order to move towards what we had aspired for in the Migrant Workers Convention? Fernando.
Thanks, and it's really to a great extent a million-dollar question, right? Let me share with you that we faced a lot of criticism as member states when it became evident that the Global Compact for migration would be a non-legally binding instrument, and I say non-legally binding because I believe it is politically binding. Had we set out to negotiate a legally binding instrument at the United Nations, when we did, today we would still be unable to start the drafting of that document. These processes take years and years and years, as we saw with the Migrant Workers Convention. And the Migrant Workers Convention is one of the important referents that those state parties, like Mexico, that are parties to the Migrant Workers Convention, are in a way at an advantage than those member states that aren't, because they may have stronger legal protections in place. That said, the fact that the GCM isn't legally binding doesn't mean that migrants don't have rights. In a way, the issues that we tried to put together in the GCM is to say, listen, migrants have rights, but it's difficult to implement them because they are spread out throughout so many different instruments and documents. There's regional conventions, there's these consultative processes, there's of course national law, there's the human rights framework, the committee on the Convention on Migrant Workers, but also customary international law and good practices. We tried to consolidate what that means in practice into a comprehensive document. This is a different approach than a convention, because what happens with any convention? You get the convention, once it goes into force, the first conversation that we all have is about the gap between what's written in the convention and the implementation. And so really we end up with a very similar situation on the ground. Whereas with a framework, and let's not forget, the Global Compact for Migration is also the first global compact ever, with many of my fellow co-conspirators that I see here on the webinar. We were building the plane as we flew it, a phrase coined by my colleague Ana Tovar. And it means that the Global Compact and its review process will not be a legislative review of what safeguards do countries have in place, but a far more practical review of how safe, orderly, and regular is your migration, and how are your policies conducive to that? In order for those policies to be effective, more than fulfilling an article or another, they need to be aligned with the 10 guiding principles of the GCM. That's why the trust fund, the Migration Multi-Partner Trust Fund, is so critical, because it is able to provide funding to governments and partners that are able to bring forward projects already with a results framework that comply with those 10 guiding principles.
Well, thank you thank you for that, and I'll come back to you later because I'm glad because that has always been the challenge about let's not have legally binding instruments kind of thing, or against that kind of. But we also do have a challenge in the compact in the sense of, yes, while that framework is there, there is a danger kind of thing in governments doing cherry picking around the objectives kind of thing, and then they might be doing something good on something and hoping we are blind to the rest of what they are doing around the other objectives. So we might want to, and I'd like your thoughts on that, how to get away from cherry picking on the objectives and stay with the 360-degree vision. But as you think of that, I'll go to Jonathan. Jonathan, in mythology, Atlas is the god who's carrying the world on his shoulders. You are in many ways like that with the UN network. We had the story of the GMG, and now we have the UN network. And I must say it's commendable how much has come together in terms of the network now. And one of the things, and I'm not sure how when you logged on today, but the session before this was this big campaign that many collective of civil society and trade unions have raised on wage theft kind of thing, which has exposed in many ways the vulnerabilities of migrant workers, the lack of protections for migrant workers. How far do you think the compact has come, or the potential of that compact in ensuring protections and vulnerabilities? Jonathan?
Thank you very much, William. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect.
I see you frozen. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this discussion, and kudos to you and your colleagues for the amount of training and dissemination and discussion that you've been leading on the Global Compact. I think these types of platforms are extremely important. It's also very nice to see a large number of old friends on this panel, and to meet some new ones, though I'm very disappointed that I have to come after Fernando because many of his excellent points have already been made. One thing I would like to say is, as we mark International Migrants Day, is that I think we need to frame this as a commemoration, not simply as a celebration. Obviously, there is a celebratory aspect of recognizing the achievements of migrants the world over, but I think there also needs to be a slightly more somber element to the day of recognizing the really grievous challenges and threats that many continue to face. So let's celebrate it, yes, but let's also remember really the fundamental protective urgency behind much of our work. Just a couple of points that I would like to make by way of an attempt at a response to your question, William, some of which does, I'm afraid, inevitably follow on, echo and reinforce what Fernando says. I think there is significant protective elements in the GCM. Personally, I believe, really, for the reasons that have already been discussed, that the discourse over whether or not the document should have been legally binding is a bit of a red herring. It's a bit of an arid discussion. What the GCM does is it provides the first common and the first comprehensive framework for discussing all aspects of migration. It provides us with a shared lexicon. It provides us with a shared point of focus. Indeed, today's event that you're hosting is evidence of that. And it is heavily grounded in human rights. The 10 guiding principles, whether it's on rule of law or the focus on gender or children, or indeed on human rights or the whole of society aspects, really have at their core these notions of rights. And these we have very much tried to bring to life in myriad ways, including, if I could just point out, on the Multi-Partner Trust Fund, which is the first UN pooled fund, as far as I'm aware, that has a human rights marker to assist the steering committee in assessing the caliber or otherwise of potential joint programs. This is something we take very seriously. So my point here is that what I think is one of the GCM's many successful achievements is it doesn't view migrants simply on transactional terms, what they are bringing to societies, what they can give, nor does it simply, and here I may differ in emphasis from Fernando, simply focus on migration as part of the development agenda. What it does is it views migrants as individuals and as rights bearers in that context, no different from anyone else. And I think that is something that is really quite a significant achievement. My second point is, obviously, the pandemic has highlighted many of the reasons why we needed a global compact. If it wasn't clear before the start of this year, it's certainly pretty deafening in its clarity now. This year has shone a spotlight like no other on the vulnerabilities of many migrants, but it has also provided an impetus in many quarters to accelerate ways to reduce those vulnerabilities, whether it's as regards access to services or alternatives to detention, or the stabilization of pathways, protections for agricultural workers, or systems to allow for visa overstays. I think it has provided an opportunity amidst this ghastliness to explore practical ways forward. And then finally, just when it comes to the UN system, I mean, I don't know quite how to take your Atlas reference, William. Though suffice to say, you know, one of the great joys of being in a secretariat in any position is we can take credit for all the successes, and then any of the failures we can blame on the constituent parts of the system. But I think what we have slowly achieved is an ability to speak more powerfully with one voice. That's not easy. I think no one would believe me if I said it was. Different bits of the system come to these issues with different perspectives, different expertise. And in some ways, that's as it should be. But where we can speak with one voice, I think there is a particular authority and power to that. And we've done this in a number of ways. I think the network facilitated by the Global Compact has really made great strides in injecting substance into the rhetoric of engaging with partners, whether that's through participation and leading in working groups, whether that's through helping to set priorities for our work agenda, whether that's through their participation as equals on the governance body of the fund, and in a number of other ways. I think we are trying to breathe life into this whole of society commitment that underpins the Global Compact. And secondly, in a number of other substantive ways, whether it's our work on forced returns in the context of COVID, whether it's bringing together partners for peer-to-peer exchanges on issues such as alternatives to migration detention, or at the country level through the development of country networks and some of the advocacy endeavors they're engaging in. I think we're slowly beginning to see this process take shape, but there's certainly a long way to go. Thank you very much for indulging me, William, and back to you.
No, thanks a lot for giving all those insights, which I think are very important for us to also understand how the compact can be rooted. And that leads me to my follow-up question to you, is the notion of global. The notion of global. And I'm saying the notion of global largely because, and you're right, the pandemic has exposed the vulnerable and precarious situation that migrants find themselves in, and migrant workers. And I'm wondering, what is the formula that we will put in place to make sure that this is a global compact? Because the struggle that we have had in this region, and like I'm saying, one campaign is this wage theft campaign. Our program of celebration today was introduced by the International Domestic Workers Federation, and we know the challenges that migrant domestic workers have had at this time. We've seen detentions, huge now. Crackdowns are happening even now, kind of thing, and huge videos went viral of detention centers and camps and things like that. So it was as if there was no compact. It was as if the compact was not even heard of in this part of the, and for advocates like us to make a strong statement, to get the global community behind this, to say, you can't do this. You can't do this today. You can't do this anymore. How do we get to that point? How do we get to that point?
Thank you, William. It's a very, very good question. And indeed, that's why I began my comments as I did, because as much as we can reflect on the progress made, it's more important to reflect on the challenges that remain. And those challenges are considerable and they're distressing. A couple of points that I'd like to make out is multilateral frameworks tend not to arise when there's no problem. The international covenants on human rights didn't come about because people thought that the human rights situation was perfect. The Paris climate change accords didn't come out because there was overwhelming happiness with how the global community was addressing the issue of climate. The Agenda 2030 that was referenced hasn't come about because we think everything is fine with regards to development and addressing inequities. And it's no different for the Global Compact. The Global Compact was born out of a sense that something very real, very problematic was happening. Whether we call it perceived or otherwise, there was a sense of crisis in some quarters that provided an impetus towards this. So that these challenges are still existing, I am not dismissing, but is a recognition of why we need the compact in the first place. And one of the things that I think is why I think there is such promise in it, in addition to the reasons that I gave in my initial intervention, and which Fernando gave in his, is because of its truly global nature. Yes, there was political pushback against it, but I think we have a tendency to overstate that pushback. This was overwhelmingly supported by the General Assembly, the states in the General Assembly. Unlike many other documents focusing on migrants, for example, the Migrant Workers Convention, this has the support and the endorsement of the Global North and the Global South. Obviously, there are pockets of dissent. I would hope and anticipate that there'll be a further softening of some of this febrile politics around the Global Compact during the course of the next year for obvious reasons. A second point I would highlight is we have launched recently, or during the course of this year, a champions initiative. You know, one of the elements that was missing, and Fernando may wish to comment on whether he agrees with this assessment during the negotiations, is we had overwhelming support for the process and ultimately the document, but we had very few, if any, states who are willing to stand up and say, rah, rah, this is absolutely the right way to go, and be champions of that process. So their silence was matched by the non-silence of those relatively few states for whom the Global Compact was an agitation. And in launching this Champions Initiative, we have now 15 states, and that number will be growing, from all regions in the world. Again, I think highlighting what we are slowly seeing to emerge is this recognition that migration and the Global Compact is a universal issue and a universal framework. And then my final observation would be on the fund, which is in some ways a fiscal manifestation of this global aspect. Much more needs to be built on it, but during the incredible oxygen suck, understandably, that has been presented by COVID, the fact that we were nearly able to meet the initial year target for the fund, I think is a pretty impressive achievement on the part of the donors and others. Thank you.
Thanks. And I'll give you a question to think of as I move on to the next panelist. But I was wondering, I know you're head of the network and it's based in Geneva. I'm wondering if there is a plan to stand the network on its head. What do I mean by stand it on its head? I mean, for people like us involved in the region at the national level, at the regional level, for us to be, well, now we are stuck in this age of COVID, but to go on Zoom calls and things like that at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, midnight and things like that will not make sense for much longer. How can we have the UN network operating on the ground in a way that it is more real and more close to home for us to engage with and to push for implementation, rather than always having to look up to Geneva kind of thing or look to Geneva kind of thing? How does it come home to us? How does it get a local color? How does it get a regional color? Understanding that it has to be like the Secretary General's report, different states will take different things from the compact. So how can, and maybe I'll come back to you if you can give that question a thought. I'll move on to Shabri. And Shabri, you were so, let me see you, where are you? There you are. Shabri, you were so fired up that you left Geneva to come to New York to be engaged in the negotiations. And that was a smart move of the ILO kind of thing. And you were involved in so much of the groundwork in the negotiations as well. I'm wondering today, and now you are in India, the regional specialist on migrant labor in South Asia. I'm wondering, as you moved away from that international level, and now as you have come down on the ground kind of thing, and you are now looking at the challenges of implementation, from your perspective, how does all this fall into place?
Thanks, William. It was, I just to perhaps go back to a point that Fernando made and one that Jonathan made. Fernando said that this was politically binding and not just about legally binding. I remember the conversation also when I came here was about it being morally binding. I heard people say that a lot. Huh? This is morally binding. Jonathan spoke about how successes are credited to the Secretariat and how failures are credited, or not credited, but blamed on the constituent parts. Thanks, Jonathan. I'm from that constituent part of the network. Much appreciated. William, I remember going into New York in February 2018 with a lot of hope, right? I mean, we were going to be a part of this big process, this massive negotiation. We had witnessed a year of consultations, stock taking, and we were going into these negotiations thinking, my gosh, it's finally happening. And it's going to be 6 months of negotiation. There's going to be so much of interest. We've just come out of the SDGs. I remember the conversation at the time saying there's not going to be any migration in the SDGs because it's too toxic, right? This was in 2014. And then in 2015, when the SDGs was unanimously adopted, there was migration across the board. It was no more a taboo topic. We had built trust between the North and the South, the developed and the developing, through all the GFMDs, the different regional processes. There was just so much of enthusiasm going into this. Fernando mentioned that this was not the first declaration that was negotiated. You know, the high-level dialogue declaration of the second high-level dialogue in 2013 had a UN declaration, negotiated declaration. So really, what a fantastic moment this was. And then, and then, you know, sitting in the negotiations, seeing that for the first time, at least in my experience, seeing that the EU delegation was not speaking for the European member states. The fact that, you know, it was going to be Austria speaking on behalf of 27 member states. I remember at one point, Fernando, correct me if I'm wrong, Ambassador Gomez Camacho said, "Thank you very much to the distinguished delegate of Austria. Please don't repeat the name of every member state in your, you know, who you're representing and on whose behalf you're speaking." So we could see those tensions now slowly simmering. We could see the breakaway groups. We could see the fact that the African group, despite the difficulties within the African group, they were coming together. I remember the discussions in the corridor at the time, William, when between the African group and the European Union, because the African group introduced Objective 23 on international cooperation. And perhaps one of those points said that, oh, well, is this about the African group asking for more aid, right? And the European Union said, you know, or the Africans said, no, this is about international cooperation. We don't need aid. So there was all of that happening. Bangladesh, I mean, let's give it to Foreign Secretary Shahidul Haq for introducing the possibility of this becoming a legally binding document, right? Bangladesh was really at the forefront of that, even proposing some innovative ideas about the possibility of clustering these different objectives, 23 objectives across the board. How did it link to labor migration? How did it link to mixed migration flows? All of that. The issues themselves, regular versus irregular, non-refoulement, returns, forced returns, issues along the lines of firewalls, the sponsorship system, which is so the kafala system and its different forms in the Gulf states that we constantly from the South Asian side talk about, detentions and alternatives to detention, labor standards, conventions, and absolutely right, Jonathan, spot on when he says that this is now really deep rooted in human rights. But you know, this said, we also had the different pressure points that we were seeing from civil society organization. William, you were there. There were a lot of employers organizations, trade union representatives, all really pushing for some very strong inputs. The UN dynamics, I remember at the time, we did not yet have an idea as to who was going to be the Director General of IOM. And I remember at the time a government delegate actually calling out to the chair saying, how do you expect IOM to lead the UN network or to be the coordinator and the secretariat of the UN network on migration if the nominated candidate could be from a member state that boycotted the GCM? So there was all of that, and I think those are the realities. It's public. It's important for us to recognize that's where we were. I come into South Asia then with, you know, all this trepidation. Gosh, I mean, what am I coming into now? You know, from New York, from Geneva, come into South Asia now for implementation of the GCM. My very first mission in South Asia, landed in Delhi, went to a member state close by in the region. I walked into the office of one of the senior government officials in that country. And he said to me, he said, Shabri, we have a bilateral labor migration conversation with one of the destination countries. We noticed that they have also adopted the GCM, which is going to be very good for us. Because now when we go into that conversation, we're going to tell them, well, now that you've adopted the GCM and we've adopted the GCM, now let's base our entire bilateral cooperation on the principles of the GCM. And it gives you hope. And you start thinking, this is it. This is exactly how, you know, all of us saw the discussions evolving as far as the GCM was concerned. And then it became about political will. It became, the question became, well, are we going to ensure that that the political will from government side was at the highest level, right? But again, we also knew coming into the region where implementation happens at the national and the regional levels, that this was not happening in a vacuum, that the GCM did not necessarily put new ideas out there for everybody to see. No, the GCM brought things together. This is what the Fernando and team and company did. They connected the dots. They built a strand for all of us to work on. And that was very, very important. That was very helpful because we could immediately start saying governments here were working on fair recruitment. So if they were working on fair recruitment, that's objective 6 of the GCM, we could make the link to skills development, which is objective 18. We could make the link between skills development and reintegration of migrant workers. That said, all this said, and just coming back to some of the difficulties perhaps, and recognizing these difficulties. I remember sitting in a regional meeting where a government representative said, there are 10 guiding principles in the GCM. For us, the most important is national sovereignty. It was along the lines of what you mentioned now, William, about being able to cherry pick what is important and what is not important. How do you say that national sovereignty is more important than rule of law or a human rights-based approach? At the same time, the whole of government approach, which is one of the guiding principles, was much more difficult to be implemented because that was not necessarily the traditional way of thinking, a whole of government approach. It came across as being imposed, right? At the same time, a whole of society approach is important, but how much is good? Where do we bring in the trade unions, if at all? Are trade unions important for a discussion on migration? And who decides that, right? So those were the questions that started coming up in these conversations, along in the context of, let's say, international cooperation as an objective. You know, going into these regional meetings, and I'll stop here, William, going into these regional meetings, we could clearly see that the focus was not on regional cooperation, but the fact that you focused on bilateral cooperation. That was more important. That trumped regional cooperation. So how do you weigh those balances and how do you weigh it out, right? So those were the difficulties that we started seeing the moment we came into the conversation. William.
Thanks, Shabri, for that. And I guess that would be, I guess that is, one can say that is how the system works. There was a global discussion, there's a hype around this. There was an emergency in 2015, brought the international community together, a framework was put in place. The revolution is over, everybody's gone home, life turns back to normal, and you bring up the old issues again. You know, the old ways of working, the old habits come back kind of thing. But isn't the formula then therefore of having a national plan that talks about implementation, now the regional reviews and things like that, are all these one way of, you know, guiding states, molding states, moving states to kind of start taking on implementation and, well, getting real about what they had committed to? Because in the hype and the excitement of a collective, one might forget one's individual kind of commitment. And now is the time, and that formula is there for them to do it. Don't you think so?
Absolutely. So for instance, one of the first things that we started doing in the region with the member states that we're working with as UN, as a one UN network at national and regional levels, was having these discussions in establishing national action plans. The national action plans that were being discussed in 2019 suddenly became very difficult to implement or strategize on this year because of COVID. People had to go back to the drawing board to understand how these national action plans now fit given COVID, when at the time that was not necessarily forecasted. There was no conversation of a pandemic hitting us, and therefore, you know, people were trying to look at it as business as usual, but with a few changes in between, seeing how much can they push the system within the given parameters. Now, Jonathan mentioned, for instance, about the 15 champion countries. 5 of those champion countries come from Asia. I think that itself tells you how much of a development there has been and an appreciation there is for labor migration. Two of those countries in specific, now Bangladesh and Nepal as an example, are constantly talking about GCM in every fora, in every platform. They bring up the GCM as an example for them to discuss how exactly they want to take the national action plan that they have developed forward, even in the context of COVID. Apart from this, we have to also keep in mind that a lot of the non-governmental stakeholders now also started seeing eye to eye in a way with governments. And we did this most probably in a way, I think the reason why that changed was because government started taking into consideration the GCM's guidelines and decided to invite non-governmental stakeholders to different conversations, to different meetings. This really helped take things forward as well. But that's just two examples, William, in terms of how some of these things progressed as well. William, you are on.
Thanks, Shabri, yes, and thank you for that. And I'll ask you to ponder on this question. And I'm glad you raised that point. Bangladesh and Nepal are looking to the compact kind of thing. One of the realizations that many governments have had in this time of the COVID was that the compact did not necessarily take into consideration. The compact was not built to deliver in a crisis situation. You know, the crisis, the global crisis that we have now is so big and people are going to the compact to look for answers within that. And there are some answers and there are some not. So is this part of an unfinished discussion for the global compact? And as Jonathan and others have said, it's evolving. Would this be one of the things that we need to go back to the drawing board for, or like the working group mechanism or something like that, to start looking at how to put together a manual for within the compact for dealing with crisis, and particularly crisis in terms of labor? Because I don't see, and I might be wrong on this, I don't see where the ILO or the UN network is coming in on this issue of migrant labor, you know, and what has happened. I know, I'm not saying there needs to be some kind of specificity, but definitely how do you look at the issue of what's happened to migrant labor in this time of the crisis, and how does that go beyond just making statements that migrants should be treated as nationals and things like that? There has to be another kind of formula for this, or another package that is more responsive to that situation. I'll come back to you on that. Let me go on to Shahidul Haq, Foreign Secretary, a former Foreign Secretary. Sir, you have been a champion of multilateralism. You know, from the first day we met, and when Bangladesh hosted the GFMD, you were the first one that opened up the doors for all stakeholders as well to come in, kind of thing, challenge the framework of the stakeholders by saying, come together, kind of thing. You've always talked about multilateralism. The first response of member states of the UN in this pandemic was to look inside. Borders were closed. Migrants were stranded, no collaboration, no discussion. Regional processes broke down, multilateral processes broke down, and states became very inward looking and protectionist. There is talk that this might happen, this might continue for some time as the world economy comes back to what it was, kind of thing. At a time like this, then, to talk about a multilateral framework, what should be our strategy, or what hope is there of this picking up, that immediately this is the document that we pick up, multilateralism?
Thank you very much, William, for putting together such a distinguished panel. And also thank you very much for a very distinguished cultural show. I think I really enjoyed the music. I think that was quite a bit of break. I didn't expect that to be in this discussion. It shows your innovation. Thank you very much. I think my other colleagues in the panel have spoken, especially Sabri, but let me sort of put one thing on the record that, we should recall with deep respect the contribution of Secretary General Guterres in putting the whole compact for migration in place, even before he became Secretary General. So that actor is extremely important. I'll tell you why. In fact, when in April 2016, Bangladesh as a chair wrote a paper to the then Under Secretary General or Deputy Secretary General of UN, we were kind of made a delegation of laugh. People used to laugh that, what is this compact these guys are talking about? Here goes the compact. Because some of our younger colleagues are selling it. So they were coming back to me as a foreign secretary. They said, I said, look, okay, guys, let's put together a concept note, which we did, 5-pager, and let's circulate it. Let's bring everybody, and you remember, around the table and tell them what that we need to do. So that's the beginning of it. And I should also tell you, and I'm writing a book actually, that when we were doing it, even within UN, there's a lot of actors who possibly did not like Bangladesh, along with some of the other countries, to push the whole issue of a migrant compact. So that I want to put it in the background. I hope they have been converted now, but that I want to flag it. Now, coming back to the GCM, I think we need to do a reality check. Now, when the GCM was adopted, at the time we were facing not only a crisis, so GCM actually came out of a crisis, 2015-16, the European crisis, not the Asian crisis. And so it was a child born out of crisis. Had there been no massive movement of population in Europe, possibly wouldn't have a compact for refugees or for migrants, to be very frank. So there's always a possibility within a crisis. That I will that's the thread I'm leaving for my concluding remarks. Now, in terms of a reality check, when he started negotiating, I, being foreign secretary, could not attend all, but I was keeping a close tab on the whole thing. We see a rise of ultra-rightist movement in Europe, in America, which was actually manifestation of anti-migrant sentiment. They said, what the hell? What are these people? If you don't look like me, you have no right to stay in my country. So that sentiment, after a long spell, came back very strongly. So it went against the whole debate of having a compact for a governance of migration. So that's one. Rights continue to remain a marginal issue in the UN system, except Human Rights Council. And since I'm an independent member of the council, second term, so I see, there's always a lip service, but when it really comes to challenging states in terms of their violation of rights for migrants, there are not too many takers. So that's the reality check. Now, here comes the elephant, the COVID. And what it did, actually, it swept through all aspects of our life. All kinds of an activity movement was forced to halt. And a new concept came in, which is called immobility. It was there in other sector, but not in the migration, because migration crisis was never linked with immobility in the past. So immobility became a disruptor of migration. And the instrument that most of the countries used, including my own one, was actually migration instrument. So, you stop border, no movement, nothing, and you stop spreading of corona, which did not happen. But then you have done a big disservice to migrants and the migration. We have now stranded people all over the world. We thought the trapped population is only in the case of climate change. Now we see trapped populations are everywhere. Bangladesh, I'm told the 2 million trapped population abroad, and we are struggling how to bring them back in safety and security. Now, these kinds of a crisis, we did not consider when we were negotiating MIKIC. MIKIC, we thought a country which is in conflict or in climate change at best, how you save your migrants. So we never thought that pandemic would come and health will be a big factor to create the crisis. So that's something, a pointer for us. And the other thing which also happened, the fundamentals based on which we created compact, that migration is good for society, it is good for individual, it's good for the world, and it's good for globalization. It's good for multilateralism, also collapsed. You know, there's a huge backlash on the globalization. So if you have a sort of a declining new classical model of economy and globalization, then how you see migration thriving? Because migration thrived because of the model. William, you remember then 2015 when we were in Bangkok trying to make a point in ESCAP, two very important countries who are not democratic countries did not allow us to speak, even did not allow the head of the delegation of Bangladesh to speak. They literally blocked every statement that we tried to make in the question of compact or in the migration. And at the end, I decided to walk out of the room. You remember, you were with us. So one good thing that we have moved from there to the current situation. That's a positive thing. I think I need to quickly wrap up now. Now what next that we are looking at? Now, what was compact? And somebody has said compact was a hope that one day, not right now, one day migration would be good for migrant. Rights of migrant will feature out prominently. That was the hope. Migration will no longer be seen as anti-development. Migration will not be seen only as a commodity. That was the hope built on which the governance and these. And in the process, you know, we agreed that there are migration which needs to be curbed. So there was no dispute on that bad migration and a good migration issue. Now, that was it. Also, I think we need to put in record that Bangladesh proposed that could we have a compact in the light of the climate change compact, the climate agreement of Paris, where partly it is mandatory, partly it is not. Or even migrant worker convention, which is partly mandatory for everyone and partly for or the coming from the rights concept. Some of the rights you get despite whatever your position, and some of the rights you possibly wouldn't get, like elections and the rest of it, right to vote. So we are saying that can we do it? And we failed to convince. In fact, there was a time when the Secretariat Drafting Committee was not very willing to meet Bangladesh delegation because they thought we were making too much of a noise on the floor. And at that stage, I'll reveal today that Bangladesh was also thinking of walking out in protest. And that was after the America walked out. Not following America, but out of our frustration. I expressed that to some of the very senior colleagues of UN and said that, you know, I think it's not going in the right direction. And I think that helped. It gave them a sense that there is not only disruptor in terms of no sayers, but also disruptor those who actually proposed a yes sayer. So that's something we need to also keep in mind. It is not as plain as we see today. Now everybody is running around with that, but there was not a lot of thinker in those days. Now, in the context of today, we are now. Question is raised, and I'm asking to myself, and I had a word with you on this, William, that is compact still relevant in post-COVID situation or not? And if the answer is yes, then we have to really revisit within the context of countries, number one. If it is no, then what we do with the compact? So that's that continue to remain a question. I'll tell you why I am asking it. Most of the countries have signed it, adopted it, but didn't own it. And one example I give, in September this year, European Union came out with a document called New Pact for Migration and Asylum. There's not a single mention of either of the compact in the document. I may have missed something, but that's what I see. Because they are, because of their own dynamics, putting together a pact to manage migration and asylum the way which is not to be referred to GCM, because in that case, some of the countries will not go along with the pact. So that is the compromise that they have made. So are we going back in terms of a GCM, at least in the European Union? So when we go and try and negotiate within the context of a compact with the European Union, they said, yes, we have to mention 10 names. For them, I can speak, but the rest I cannot speak. So this is what it is. And so that's one challenge. The other challenge is, I think we have to also be careful. We shouldn't make compact a bureaucratic venture, a bureaucratic project. And I hope I'm clear on that. Let it be migrants project. Let it be country project. Let it be people's project. But I see a tendency that UN agencies are making it a bureaucratic project, like any other 10 projects that they have. And if you do that, you actually lose the ownership. You may be able to push it because of the UN dynamism vis-a-vis countries, but it will not help migrants. It will not help migrants. So that's where is the problem. How do you keep this continue to be a democratic process, a non-bureaucratic process, a right-centric process? William, it's not long time back when I used to be in IOM headquarters, I often got a slap on my hand for saying human rights of migrant workers. There's nothing called rights of migrant workers. I have to say human rights of migrant workers. And I still fail to understand what is the difference between a human rights of migrant worker and rights of migrant worker. But I was not allowed as an organization to talk about it. So these things continue to haunt some of this. I think the compact should continue to remain a property of people, of migrants, and of a state. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You have been very, very provocative, and I think that's good for this debate. And I look forward to the book, which will capture a lot of this what you have just said. So when you are there, please, when it is done, please do let us know. But you have raised up some very important things, and I do remember when you were talking about the hybrid model in terms of commitment and in terms of a binding document and things like that. I recognize also what you have said, and this was some of our own struggle in civil society of rights being marginalized, and it is not sufficient. It is not sufficient to just enumerate these instruments within a document. It's about how do you garner the political will to make that happen, and we saw that missing during this pandemic. And that's why I see Manfred has made a comment as well, how the UN system itself, on a day like this, when the convention is front and center for so many years within this ecosystem of the UN kind of world, for some reason, the Migrant Workers Convention doesn't figure so prominently anymore. So these are hard-hitting facts kind of thing, and it's insufficient to just say, make statements about, okay, keep the rights. It's about how do we push states to get that, and how do we get political will from the states to ensure that. But let me then therefore go to our next speaker, and I will come back to you, sir, to say with regard when I'm in my next round, looking forward then, as you are saying, how do we get states to own that compact? And I know in particularly your state, Bangladesh, because you all have two compacts. Both the compacts have such deep-rooted meaning, or at least the issue is so deeply rooted. You'll have the Rohingya issue, you have the migrant issue. So how do you deal with that? And that would be an example of ownership. I'll come back to you, sir, on that. But let me just go to Sophie Van Hassen. And Sophie, you had to keep that balance between what Sir Shahid al-Haq has just said about rights being marginalized. You know, within civil society, there was almost a split. And following the adoption of the compact in Marrakesh, you know that there was that split within civil society became even all the more visible. There were some within civil society that thought that we were selling the compact, and there were some within civil society that felt no, we had to be very accept the compact, not make too much of a noise because we wanted as many states to adopt as possible, kind of thing. But you kept that balance of this big coalition together, you know, and so now, when that we kind of looking back and looking forward now 2 years hence from that moment when you juggled it, where is civil society today? Have the fissures in civil society become broader, bigger? Do you have the echo chamber of the civil society kind of thing that is that says yes, this is something that we must continue to work on? And do you have civil society that is beginning to question the whole process? Sophie, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, William. And it feels a bit scary to go after Mr. Haq. I mean, thank you for being so provocative. It's been really great to be on this panel. It's great to see it's great to see so many friends also in the audience. So thanks for having me. Yeah, maybe just picking up on what you said, William, about that December 2018. I think it's reflective also of the hope that civil society had collectively put into this process. And it does feel good to reflect a little bit back on where we come from as well as civil society in this process. We heard it from Fernando, and also you, William, you said it, and Chabri, everyone, that this is a process that took such a long time to come where we were. And also for civil society, I think it's so important to recognize how strongly we've been preparing for this process, both in the People's Global Action, in the GFMD Civil Society Day. So really building collectively towards that process, which was really, I think, helpful to arrive at the negotiation table as well in New York. And it was really important that we could build onto the consultation phase where we had such an incredible engagement with the regional networks as well. So there was really like a big movement of organizations involved. So just looking back a little bit at the negotiations, and it was really good to hear from Chabri, just that reflection on the sense of just entering in there with a lot of hope, seeing that first zero draft reach was actually incredibly high. I don't think a lot of civil society actors would have expected the first zero draft to be this high in quality, especially when we saw also the GCR, so the twin compact, having a completely different approach at the time. So there was a lot of hope. Of course, the process then emerged. It was a negotiation where, as Chabri described, we had a lot of political kind of tensions that became clearer and clearer, and then later played out to be actual tensions as well towards 2018. But I think just, and if we want to compare how civil society has owned and moved in the negotiation process, and if we want to compare it to today, I think the negotiations was a very, in a way, almost a very clear-cut process with a new draft every month. We could very quickly mobilize on the issues that were at stake. We were with member states in the room. We had a lot of consultation with the two co-facilitators. So there was a lot of quick action from our sense. And I think if we look at civil society action and collective mobilizing now in a process that is 360, that is multi-sector and multi-governance level, it's much harder to look at, okay, how do we build and move collectively? I would say, you asked William in the beginning how I kept how the action committee and then the organizations involved in this process kept the boat sailing. There was a lot of back and forth, a lot of consultation, a lot of talking amongst civil society as well. And of course, that didn't resolve all of the key questions, but I think that was a very important piece of the work of a secretariat such as the Action Committee that had to be done during those negotiations. So going a little bit back at where we are now, and I think all of you have said it. It's really, how do we look at this global compact and how do we use it to build political willingness? And how do we as stakeholders not tire ourselves endlessly in the entire process? Because there's so much, it's at so many levels. The UN network is doing incredible work, but also a lot. So how do we as stakeholders very strategically engage and really sense that political willingness? And I think,
comment allons-nous nous engager et ressentir
I
cela?
hear the French interpretation. Okay. So I think just a few, I think, key opportunities to build that political willingness and to move, as Fernando said, to move in this ecosystem that is building as we speak. I think the regional reviews are really important to understand where states are. I mean, we are just in the second year after the adoption, with the first year countries trying to understand what do we do with this process, and then COVID hitting us. So it's relatively soon as well. So I think the regional reviews are really important for us to listen and to see also how countries are addressing COVID-19 response and recovery with a migration lens. It's going to be really important in these regional reviews to listen to national action plans, national actions that governments are taking. And then the IMRF, I think it will be a landmark moment for civil society to collectively organize around, to reflect on what has happened the 4 years and what do we see going forward, what do we need to do? And then partnering, I think cooperation, and it's been said before, partnerships are really important to keep this global compact alive, and civil society has so much to bring to that conversation and is doing that already. There's so many partnerships, and there's one that I find really incredible, is the one on the platform on child immigration detention, for example, which is a partnership with civil society, the UN and national government. So I think platforms like that, partnerships like that, are really powerful, I think, to move the agenda forward as we prepare also for the IMRF. It's been mentioned before, the GCM Champion Countries Initiative, I think, is really a key group of states now for stakeholders, including civil society, but also talking now on my new head as the mayors and trying to bring in local governments. I think this group of countries will be really important to look at for concrete ideas of how we can work together. The MTPF, I would agree. I think the MTPF is really an interesting tool to watch for civil society as well. It's challenging the way the UN system works, and the UN system works with stakeholders in a funding scheme. So I think it's really innovative and important to watch. And then working with other stakeholders, and I'm again talking now in my new role as the Mayor's Mechanism Coordinator, but there's so many areas of joint priorities with local governments and cities. So I think there's a lot of terrain that we can still kind of research as we go forward. And then one last point I want to make, it's also about that ecosystem. And I think, William, you mentioned it. It's the need to broaden this ecosystem. I think we have been talking a little bit in our own echo chambers, as you said, and that was also one of when I was reflecting on 2018 and the political backlash. I think for civil society also, what we maybe missed there is a big push as well to almost be ahead of that extreme right wave that struck us really, really quickly, actually. So how do we take that lesson also now, and how can we engage? How can we socialize the global compact with our fellow civil society organizations, but also how do we engage with the general public and translate what is in the compact to respond to their concerns? So I'll end.
Thanks. Thanks, Sophie. And I'm glad you've talked about some of the spaces that are available, kind of thing. And I'm glad also that you mentioned the review process and this whole notion of we need to do a lot more. And I think it connects also with something like what Foreign Secretary Shahid ul Haq had said, that the process should not should not be something that is so contained and so held in a way that it becomes a kind of bureaucratic process and it's not being owned by the ground kind of thing, you know. And I think this is the impetus of civil society. And throughout the negotiation period, we knew that there was a lot at stake, you know. But now, and seeing some of the regional review processes that have already happened and getting some feedback and things like that, I'm wondering if how has the review process gone so far, and have you had any thoughts on some of this in terms of have the review processes, now that it's come to the regional level, have they been able to really do that mobilizing kind of thing, or has it been more a thing like it's an open party, everybody comes and then nobody knows why we are here kind of thing for the party kind of thing? Is that
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, we've only had one, of course, and it was a virtual one. So there's always that dynamic as well. But I was really surprised by the level of government participation and governments wanting to speak about how they're implementing the GCM. And maybe that's partly recycling what they're already doing, but there's still a lot of political value in there. I mean, also at the European level, there's quite a bit of European and European Union member states that have submitted really important reports, and we also have a champion country from that region. So from the European context, I was really pleased. Of course, it's like I said, I think it's relatively early, and I think also there's COVID-19 that's happening, but I think this process is really important as we understand how states are preparing for the IMRF.
No, thank you for that. And I'm glad you pointed out. And I think these are things that we will have to look out for. If we are going to make the compact, like Sir Huck said, really owned by the states and by the ground kind of thing, we will have to watch out for this kind of rehashing of things already being done and presented kind of thing. You know, it gives you the impression of things moving, which actually are then not really moving kind of thing. And we can come back to that. I'll come back to you on that. But let me just go to our last panelist first, and then Bloom, and who is been following the Global Compact, who was involved in the negotiations, listening to some of those discussions there. And you have heard Sir Huck say that rights are at the margin. And I know that you've done some work of your own in looking at what are some of the issues that were not taken up sufficiently kind of thing. And so while we do see a 360-degree approach and all that kind of thing, that there are gaps, but nothing is perfect. You know, it's a good framework. But what are some of the gaps? What are some of the things we should be looking out for as we prepare regional reviews and we go towards the international review?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really interesting question. And I just want to also start by saying this has been a fantastic panel, very interesting learning experience. So I'm going to keep my comments short so I can hear the follow-up from the other speakers. And everyone has mentioned that is a process of firsts and also a document of firsts, but also of a lot of complexity. And when looking in on the complexity, you can miss, I think, some kind of big missing questions. And so as an academic, I have that privilege to kind of look over at what's going on. So I want to mention what I see as kind of one elephant in the room and one elephant not in the room. So the elephant in the room, I think, throughout this process and ongoing has been the question of what is a migrant, and whether when we're talking about migration management and the policies that are justified on the basis of the logic of migration management, whether they are actually about migration at all. And I guess the kind of test case for this is that we know that there are large populations in the world who are affected by migration policies without whether or not they have ever crossed a border. So for example, the organization United Stateless, which is an organization created by and for people without citizenship anywhere, say that when you're stateless, you are effectively a foreigner in every country. And as a result of migration policies, such individuals may be unable to access regular labor markets, educational opportunities, healthcare, may even be at risk of immigration detention, irrespective of whether they've ever crossed a border. And this, coupled with the fact that a lot of people who do cross international borders all the time may never encounter the complications of migration governance that we're discussing, these two factors raise questions across the board for how we talk about migration governance and how we're talking now about micro aspects of that. So one question that I'd love to put out there is, how are we defining migrant, and are we talking about migration and migration management, or are we talking about other things such as perhaps selection, whether that's selection of who gets to participate in international mobility or selection of who gets to be part of a national community. And that leads to kind of a second element of that elephant in the room, which is there's lots of great stuff in the compact which could be clarified better by addressing that. And one element of that, for example, is the question of proof of legal identity. And I mention that because it's a really obvious case where it looks fab, but then we have things like the grey passport for non-citizens of Estonia, or the identity card for the Badoon of Kuwait. And these are proofs of legal identity that cement people's foreignness in a place where they were born. And so I think one task that maybe needs to be undertaken as we move forward is interrogating the meaning of migrant and auditing these processes that have been promoted around the compact, such as providing proof of legal identity, to see whether or not they are contributing to a situation where people can be excluded even from their home communities. And that leads me to my elephant not in the room, which is the people that could tell us most about these issues often have not been part of the conversation. And if I can just say, we've had some nice anecdotes. I just mentioned a quick anecdote. So I've been, as part of my research into this, chatting with a lot of people involved in the compact, but also people who haven't been. And one guy I had a very interesting conversation with had been a migrant worker in one of the key countries where GCM discussions took place. Because of something that happened with his employer, he ended up being removed from the country and returned to his country of citizenship, which is where I met him. And I had in fact entered his country of citizenship without any pre-entry visa very easily, whereas he would struggle now to leave to some of the places he wanted to go to. And I asked him after what you think of all of this, all this conversation. And he had some fascinating insights into how nuances in how migration governance is discussed and formulated can dramatically affect both individuals and their possibility to contribute to international development, which is how he framed it. And I said, gosh, so you must be part of this, these organizations who are trying to engage in the compact. And he laughed at me. He said, it's great that people are trying to engage, like good for them, but I'm not wasting my time because no one wants to know my insight. And he, not using this language, and we weren't using English, so I'm paraphrasing, we basically said, I've been screwed over. I'm going to focus on my own life here. I can't ever travel to those meetings anyway. And so I guess the elephant not in the room are the people that are affected by migration governance, whose brains we need in formulating the best possible way to move forward, both those who are affected by migration policy, irrespective of whether they have moved, and those who may be in the category of returnees or irregular migrants who really understand the system in a way that others can't. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Tendai, for that. And that brings me to the point that, you know, in the initial discussion, at least in 2015, there was a notion of, before the notion of two compacts even, there was a notion of looking at what's happening in the world of mobility. And that was also our hope that, wow, this is, the UN is going to look at that whole spectrum approach kind of thing. And then we got the downer that there are going to be two compacts. And then very early we said, oh, the compacts are complementary. And there was a lot of talk about complementary kind of thing. But today you see them in their own constellations kind of thing. So would that have been would that be the approach, that maybe the two compacts need to be more acting and talking together in a real sense? Would that answer some of the questions that you have raised?
Really interesting point, and something, so as an academic you get to reflect on things without having to worry about the politics. And yeah, I mean, that would have been fabulous if you could start from the start again and talk about a singular compact talking about mobility. That would be great, but I'm not sure now bringing them together would necessarily address the concerns I've just raised, but also I'm not sure having them together at the start would address the concerns I've just raised. Because what I find is that the discussion is about those who have migrated, and for very important reasons we're focusing on the rights of people who have moved and the people who are in the process of moving and how that whole system functions. But you often miss in this conversation, in both of those processes, people who don't move, whether that's families left behind who do make it into some of the discussions, or whether that's people who are unable to move because they're defined as illegal immigrants already before they even left home. So they're never going to be able to enter the system of regular migration. Or whether, so I'm not sure that without really digging into what we're talking about, merely marrying these discussions would be helpful, though it would allow us to bring in shared understandings that unfortunately sometimes can be lost when the two systems are kept separate, and indeed different actors are participating in the two separate processes. Yeah.
I'll come back to you. Objective 5, which talks about more regular pathways and things like that, and then you do see visa regimes and things like that, and yeah, this all comes within a kind of governance framework, but it still doesn't get to what you are saying, I think. And I think what you are saying requires a much more deeper insight, like you said, in defining first who is a migrant. And we know this particularly in terms of visa regimes, and the different kinds of visa categories and things like that. For some people, the world is their village kind of thing, and for others, it will take generations to even start aspiring for that to happen for them. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. But let me very quickly now, before I come back again to Fernando and Jonathan, and let me do a quick 1 minute round. I see people in the room. I'm going to call on you 1 minute, just 1 minute or less, your thoughts on what you've been hearing so far, and very quickly, just so that the panelists can absorb some of that thinking into when they come in the second round as well. So very quickly, I'm going to call on people. I want you, Rakesh, make sure you're ready to unmute mics. Let me see. I see Patrick Earl in the room. Patrick, you want to come in here? 1 minute. Patrick Earl. All right, Binod Khadaria, sir. Rakesh. Hello, Rakesh. Rakesh, Sada, the technical people. Hello.
Sir, Binod Khadre is there. Professor Binod Khadre is there.
Hello, yes, sir. Can Rakesh unmute
Professor
people?
Binod Khadre is there already.
Yes, I need him to unmute. Sada,
yes.
The technical people. Hello.
Yes, I'm doing.
Sir, Binod Khadre is there. Professor Binod Khadre is there. Can you unmute the mic so I can bring in the 1 minute round, please?
Okay.
Yeah, are you there?
Yes, I'm just doing. I think better you can ask somebody else because I think.
No, I think he's not there. I'm also
Okay,
trying
let me
to
see.
reach.
Okay, let me try one more and see if this is a technical thing or this is a problem. I see. I see Dr. Raj there. Dr. Raj, you want to come in here? Hello. I see Hildegard. Hildegard, do you want to come in here?
Thank you very much. Oh, that's nice. Yeah,
Oh,
thank you very much.
perfect.
Unfortunately, I had not a very good line, but still I could catch the most important things, I hope. And I would like to mention three things. Actually, I find it very, very interesting looking back into the history of the compacts. And so I heard that you mentioned that nowadays the two compacts are more or less not talking to each other anymore. So there is a stall, so to say, and that I find a very interesting phenomenon and something to talk about more. Secondly, the last intervention was very interesting on the definition of who is a migrant, and I would say that that might have been an issue, not thinking in two compacts or so, because then the issue of defining migrants would have been wider, I suppose. So it was very fast into the migration, the labor migration, and into the issue of political conflicts, and etc., and being forced to migrate. And last but not least, the COVID issue, the pandemic, and so on, because it was mentioned, discussed, that people are getting back to the compact to find a solution on that. And here I think we should talk about more about really the issues which are missing in the compact to address resilience and a better protection of migrants in crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Lakshman. Lakshman, you want to come in? Lakshman.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All I wish that during this pandemic era, the UN and other multilateral agencies could have done something to test 23 objectives of the countries. And they say it is, I'm wondering that what the employers did to save the workers and what the trade unions and the civil society really did to save the workers. They were in such a great trouble. And my request to your forum, MFA, and well, I'm also there with the, on wage theft. It's not the wage theft alone. They were in such a distress for 9 months and crying for help. And the multilateral agencies like United Nations and so many others were sort of a silent partner, to look, and they could not even tell the countries that, okay, test the GCM in this, where could you have such a big, massive blow to the humanity, and there is a medicine that 23 objective. Some of the objectives under pressure or under emergency could have used to save the humanity, especially in South Asia. Thank you very much, William.
Thank you. And the Secretary General's report actually does shows that it could have been used. Unfortunately, not used as much as it could have, but definitely there is scope for that. Stefan Rother, you want to come in?
Hello, good afternoon, William. Yeah, I've been thinking a bit about it.
I think I'm slightly more optimistic today than I was 1 year ago, or maybe half a year ago, because 1 year ago the compact seemed not dead, but it smelled a bit funny already, actually. In a way that it seemed to be something, I'm hearing echoes now, it seemed to be something that is only for the countries of origin. So it seemed to be a bit the mood in Germany, but now I feel the German government has engaged increasingly and more vocal and explicitly on the compact, and in COVID-19, I think, has increased the visibility or the relevance of the compact. Nobody cared about it in the beginning. There was no reference made to the compact, but in the aftermath of the start of the pandemic, I've seen more reference. And I think it's more from an institutional perspective, but I see a potentially positive dynamic in the institutional environment, meaning IOM getting more involved, having more open discussions with the UN Migration Network. I really enjoyed Monami's listening sessions organized. And what I really enjoyed, the topics that were considered to be taboo for a long time, like regularization, access to all services, are at least debated. And of course, the caveat is always in the end is, what about implementation, right? As a researcher, you tend to get sucked up also in the UN system and think this paragraph is important and this person can sit at this table. But yeah, the reality check has always to be what is happening on the ground.
Exactly, and I think that's a good point you have said. The question is after so much of listening, how much has been heard, how much has been being implemented. Manfred? Manfred?
Yes, William.
Go ahead.
Yes, I think that actually in this regard, in Europe, we adopted the strategy of the Würstel. So we took the Würstel and we made it into slices. The whole issue of migration has been made into different slices. One is the Compact on Asylum that has been by international agencies thought and prepared and finished. And then there is now the Global Compact on Migration, the second slice, very severely separated from the first one. And at that point, we divide it into documented, undocumented, borders, integration. So at the end of the process, the human rights have been sliced like a würstel, ready to be eaten and digested.
Thank you, Manfred. Let me come back to the panel now. But coming back to you, Fernando, listening, you've heard some of your fellow panelists. You've heard them raise some very critical perspective. You've heard the perspective also of former Foreign Secretary Shahidul Haq, and it's been a very good, candid, open kind of discussion. Let me come back to you then on the question that I put to you, and gaps kind of thing which would still be there, and how do we get that political will and not cherry picking, not a bureaucratic process, but an ownership process. How do we get to that point? Fernando.
Thanks, William, and really thanks to all of the panelists for what's been a very rich discussion that takes me back to many good memories, and just listening to Shabri, I get excited all over again. But to your point on cherry picking, the Global Compact is designed in such a way that governments can prioritize in accordance with their needs, but it's not cherry picking for two reasons. One, let's think back to Puerto Vallarta at the stock taking meeting. For the first time ever, governments were asked. We had gone through the thematic discussions, right? So governments had already discussed trafficking in persons, labor rights, sustainable development. All of the thematics were done. But we asked governments for the first time, now tell me your perspective from a global, regional, national, subnational, country, and individual level. Governments had never been asked to take on these perspectives before on migration. This is where the 360-degree vision of migration really meets the road. We did other very innovative things. This was the first ever international conference where everyone, member states and civil society, literally had a plastic box with recommendation slips, and everyone could anonymously or with their name put into the box, what do you want to see in the Global Compact? I can share with you that those were extremely useful to us when drafting the zero draft. And so the way that we get around this discussion of whether it's bureaucratic or whether it is not, I think that there has to be, of course, a healthy dose of bureaucracy for it to work. But I definitely take the point and agree that the ownership belongs to migrants and their communities. And this goes to the point of, who is a migrant? If you look at the GCM, every action and every objective is thought about in terms of providing greater certainty for the member state, the migrants, and their communities. And when we say "and their communities," this means the communities in countries of origin, transit, and destination, which is another discussion that we should no longer speak of countries of origin, transit, and destination, because that discussion is I think, past, and we've realized that we are everything. I think the 10 guiding principles of the GCM need to be the compass that is applied for all of the actions going forward. Is it gender sensitive? Is it based on national sovereignty? Does it respect human rights? Is it child sensitive? Whole of government approach, whole of society approach. The 10 guiding principles really provide a good checklist for policies going forward. And finally, just to say, based on some of the comments in the chat, indeed, data and evidence shaped the discussions that when we were negotiating the GCM, and that was fundamental. The fact that migration policies today are being formed by feelings and prejudice and ideas is a manifestation of the fact that that dialogue based on evidence and data that we had during the GCM is no longer there. And so that is, I think, everyone's collective homework to bring it back to reality and to find new ways and innovate ways in which we collectively influence and inform policies for the benefits of migrants, their communities, and member states.
Thank you for that. And a quick question. Have you already made? I remember in Puerto Vallarta when the damper when the US pulled out, and everybody thought, oh, this is the end of the compact kind of thing. Have you already started reaching out to the Biden administration? Are they going to come in? Is that point of hope?
Well, my dear William, we're no longer co-facilitators. The Global Compact already exists, so it's not within my purview. What I will share with you is that in Puerto Vallarta, within hours of receiving the notification that that particular delegation was not attending, we received a letter signed by dozens of mayors saying that they wanted fully to participate in the process. And I think the fact that Sophie is here and that the Mayor's Migration Council is moving forward with all of this also speaks to the importance of local government as an important implementing partner.
That's a fantastic point you make there, and that's true. In the end, the compact is something that will be implemented on the ground at the local level, at the national level, and that is where it will have a life of its own kind of thing. So that's a very, very good point, which then therefore brings me back to you, Jonathan. And then you said, I asked you rather to think about, can you stand the UN network on its head? Is there You got any response to that, and to some of the other things you might want to add to?
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you very much, William. I will certainly get to that. It's a very good question, and the answer is yes, but I will unpack that a little. But I would like to make a few comments on some of the other really interesting interventions, with a special commendation for Tendai's backdrop. That's the best backdrop I've seen in a year of Zoom meetings. So it was lovely to also to listen to you, and I actually agree with a lot of what you said. We've heard a lot about the challenges that we still need to deal with, whether it's through the Global Compact or through other mechanisms. And that's a point I want to stress, is that sometimes I feel like the GCM is being invested with all hopes of humanity on every issue, and in fact it should also be seen as an interlocking piece in a larger structure. And that should be an advantage, not a strength. So as Tendai will know as better than me, I mean, given she's an expert in this, statelessness, you're right in your observation. It's also the case there is a convention on that dating back nearly 70 years, which I think highlights, much like the GCM, much like my point in my first intervention, in that, you know, typically these frameworks materialize when there is a problem, and often these problems are, to an extent, permanent. We should aspire to them not being permanent, but does anyone reasonably expect that we will reach a moment where the GCM can be declared achieved and we can put it away? I think other points that were raised with extreme validity around mixed flows, whether the GCM is a tool for emergency response, perfectly valid. There are other tools for emergency response. Again, coming back to my point that the GCM should not be seen as the be-all and end-all, as vital as it is. Do we need to do more on the relationship between climate and migration? I think absolutely, and that came out loud and clear in the annual meeting we just had. Issues around complementarity between the two compacts, I think, are extremely valid. For reasons that Fernando and others have said, I think I've said, the guiding principles, I would say less a compass, more like the DNA of the GCM, really coursing through its very structure. I didn't fully understand the comment in the comment box about there being a trend away from human rights when it comes to migration. It's not one I agree with, and I think there's plenty of evidence to suggest that. Where I disagree with you, William, is the notion that somehow rehashing practices and putting them under a GCM framework is a bad thing. If they're good practices, I don't see why we should care. We need to always, in addition, be testing and checking and monitoring the trajectory. If that's all we're doing, relabeling practices, then I would agree with you. But the more that we can put these practices within our collective framework, then to my mind, it's important. And just as there was a red herring about whether the compact should be legally binding or not, I think we are in danger of engaging in a new misplaced conversation about whether it matters whether a practice is referred back explicitly to the GCM or not. Some states will, some states won't, just as some states will implement human rights commitments not by reference to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, but because of other explanations, and we shouldn't get too hung up on that. And then there's, I think, the normal discourse about the UN, in which sometimes it's like a vessel for all our hopes and frustrations. And believe you me, having been in and around it for this long, the frustrations are those that I often share. But to describe or criticize the UN for being overly bureaucratic or overly member state driven is a little like criticizing a fish for being wet. That is what it is. Now, it doesn't mean it's perfect or we can't improve, and it doesn't mean it's the only vehicle. But one of its advantages is its member state inclusivity. And I just want to put that out there. Maybe it's well understood, but I felt it needed emphasizing. And then I want to come back to Tendai's very important point on selection. Are we selecting? What does that mean in terms of the legal identity and other issues? And she is very right, and we have every right, every cause to be concerned about this. But again, I would put this in a broader context than the GCM. It's not to absolve the GCM's responsibility, but I do want to contextualize it. We're not just talking about migration, we're talking about issues around inequalities within and between states that are a major challenge globally. And we still need to find better ways to tackle these. The GCM is one tool, but it is by no means the only tool. She also mentioned, which I very much agree, that we need to do more to listen to migrants and understand the challenges as experienced by them, because that's actually a better way of developing solutions. And I was very pleased that Stefan mentioned Mon Ami. Mon Ami is known to many of you. Long career in grassroots mobilizing, was very brave in taking the decision to jump over to the UN. I am extremely pleased she did, because she's been able to bring that experience and those networks into, I think, creating a sea shift in how the UN deals and engages with its partners. That's not to suggest we're perfect, but it is to suggest there has been a sea change, and a shout out from me to Mon Ami. Yes, we are standing the network on its head. The Director General of IOM was very clear in, I think, his first meeting in January last year, that the network was not to be, his words, a headquarters toy. And we are doing that in a number of ways. I think now over 70 states are either engaged with the Multi-Partner Trust Fund, are establishing country mechanisms, or have established country mechanisms, or are champions. So we're not, when you're looking for actually ground level progress, you can go beyond the 154 who adopted the GCM in New York. 70 of those are now actually moving in concrete in concrete ways, and again building the guiding principles in throughout there. So I think one of the things we're trying to do is encourage a little controlled chaos. The GCM is a messy document dealing with a messy issue, and I think we should, while we want to try and have some patterns imposed on it, we should resist our human urge to overly straitjacket it. I've probably gone on too long, but
no, thanks.
So much to say. It was very interesting.
No, thanks for that. And yes, I think that's why it's important to look at some of the other systems within the UN. And like you said, the instruments that are there, the processes that are there, that could also be avenues for furthering the conversation on the protection and rights of migrants. And yes, we should not expect too much of it, and at the same time see how we can own it in its implementation. So that's good. What I did want to say about states just not repackaging is because there was an attitude when we ourselves went to some states to say the regional reviews are coming up. How are you preparing for this? There was basically, they said, oh, we'll just put together what we've been doing kind of thing, repackage it and send it off. And we wanted to hold states accountable to say, you committed to this, let us know how you are thinking of this. Even if you repackage it, how are you repackaging it in a way that it links up with as moving towards a roadmap kind of thing. And I think we'll have to just keep a lookout for that in future. Let me come very quickly. We are running out of time. Actually, we've gone really over time, and there's another session to follow as well. But very quickly, Shabri.
Thanks, William. William, I am going to take 2 minutes, so forgive me
please,
for this, because I think it is important. I think it is important to also recognize some of the points that Ambassador Shahidul Haq made. Your specific question to me William, we were not prepared. Nobody was prepared. The UN was not prepared. Governments were not prepared. We in the region certainly had things to reflect on. But what the UN does well, and this is fully agreed with how Jonathan was putting it, what the UN does well is we can adapt. And that was the first thing we did. We adapted, and we adapted well. Some take longer than others, but we tried, right? So it is important to recognize that when you talk about whether the GCM was built for crisis and whether we need to go to the drawing board on it. But revisiting the GCM means, for me, then I question, is there a need to revisit the SDGs? Is there a need to revisit many other, the Sendai framework perhaps? Do we need to revisit each and every one of these documents? Or do we need to now try and tweak our systems based on the recommendations that have come out of the GCM? Today, for International Migrants Day, the Secretary General has said that, and I quote one line from what he said, he says, we must ensure that migrants, irrespective of their legal status, are included in every country's pandemic response. This is what the SG says in his statement for the day. Well, if that is the case, you don't need to look far. You can go into the GCM, and in Objective 2, there is that entire recommendation under drivers of migration lists MICIC, something that, if I'm not mistaken, Ambassador Huck referred to. There are clauses within the GCM that takes into consideration, without knowing, that a pandemic was, out to hit us. So I think it is important to recognize I am not one for renegotiating it. The last thing I want is to go back to a perspective that Fernando was saying about the possibility of still, then never having a GCM. Huh? I mean, just reflecting on some of the points that Ambassador Huck made, provocative, yes, indeed. But I think it is important for us to look at it. Governments adopting the GCM, but not owning it. I had a conversation with a government representative recently in an official meeting where he said to me, he said, Shabri, where are you from? I said, India. He said, you're from a country which has really gained from migration. Your country receives the largest amount of remittances. You know what? It's our turn now. We want our people to be able to migrate so that our country benefits the way your country did. Now, in that kind of a situation, and mind you, this is a country that adopted the GCM and certainly owns it in its voices, in putting these things forward. But that does not necessarily take out the responsibility that it has for it. So there is an imbalance in terms of how the machinery looks at it and the people within that machinery then work on it. So we need to recognize that. I am not sure that I would prefer to be working in countries that did not adopt the GCM in the first place. Well, would that have been better then? Similarly, if I were to look at the UN bureaucracy, absolutely right. Let us reflect inward and let's look at it. Do we have bureaucratic procedures? Yes, but we cater to our constituents. Our constituents are our governments. I remember the first governing body of the ILO, when I was here, I was told, I received a message from headquarters that the main donor governments or development partner governments had mentioned in the ILO governing body that their money that they had put forward on migration should not be used for the implementation of the GCM by the agencies in our work on migration. Where does that leave us, and how do we take these things forward? So all that said and done, I don't want to necessarily end on a sad note, but just to say this. Today, one of your first sessions this morning, this afternoon, was with, I heard Marian speak. And I loved the way she ended it, right, William? I mean, it really pulled on my heartstrings. So Marian, if you're hearing this, here's my shout out for you, where she concluded by saying, we worked so hard on it and now we have it and we are 2 years into it. That's the hope that I think we need to carry forward into our conversations, because otherwise it's only doom and gloom and political realities and economic perspectives and COVID and so on. Sorry, I'm much more idealistic than that, but thanks so much, William.
No, thank you, Shabri, for that. And yes, I think at the end of the day, it will be the ground, it will be member states. It will be the realities that member states have to deal with that is going to guide how we implement. And that's where the different stakeholders and the UN system working together in partnership could actually make that happen. And this is where the mechanisms that are there, I think, are sufficient to make that happen. So thank you for that. And like Lakshman says, I think at the end of the day, there is an urgency now in which what Lakshman said and how migrant workers have been affected, that we will have to look at how the compact, or at least how migrant rights, whether we are using the compact or other instruments, how that can deliver for them in the now. And I think that urgency cannot be taken away from this discussion. Foreign Secretary Shahid Haq, you want to come in now?
Thank you.
Very quickly.
Thank you. A very interesting discussion. Since you left me with a question about compact and both the compact, because Bangladesh as a country endorsed both the compact. And when we endorsed the refugee compact, we had a big discussion because we are not a member of the 1951 convention. We have over 1 million Rohingyas here, so it had some of the implications. And at that end, we decided that we will endorse both. Now, you have rightly pointed out these two compacts do not talk to each other, and I'll tell you how I see this from outside, not as a government member anymore. Now, remember 2015 when you had the New York Declaration. I think that is the most idle, most practical way of addressing the mixed migration issue, which I don't know why the UN system dropped. I don't know, I no longer have the inside stories of UN. So these two compact, but in the migration compact, there are 7 UN agencies are 6+1, the executive members. So UNHCR sits in the migration compact, not the vice versa. At least in Bangladesh, I don't know about the global practices. So that continue to remain a question. So when you asked Bangladesh that, look, whatever you're doing to address the compact and the COVID, you please bring in the Rohingya issue. And the government says that, look, on the Rohingya, we have a separate way of dealing with it. So don't bring these two into the migration framework. So it has been very nicely separated. So I think that's possibly one of the ways. I don't know how other countries are doing it. So that's my take on this. Now, also, one thing I want to point out on, now I sit outside, both from the UN and from the government, and I see things because I teach at the North-South University, and people still come to me for various reasons. I see each agency still goes to the government with their own mandated areas and with their partner, rightly so. I'm not criticizing that. That's how UN bodies work. Now, how do we that within a very short span, 1 year is nothing, all 7 agencies at least will go to the government as one voice. They have tried it. It's a very difficult undertaking. Now, what happens if somebody gets funding for a reintegration project? That agency straightway goes to the government and says, look, guys, those who are coming back, we will help them. Not as a UN, but as a individual agency. That continue to remain a basic problem in implementation. Currently, we are, and Sahabudin knows about it, I'm trying to sort of facilitate creating a strategy paper, looking at compact and seeing what fits and what doesn't fit, or what are the priorities, let me put it in this way. Not revisiting, but priorities. That what is that currently extremely important for government of Bangladesh, like protection and the return. Labor migration is kind of a third priority because there is no movement on migration right now. It will happen in the long run. So, and I'm finding it very difficult. I'm finding it is so difficult that if if a particular agency's instrument is not mentioned there, I'm not going to listen to it. Now, I have read these kinds of a document for 7 years sitting as a foreign secretary. I exactly know what the government reads. Government is not actually bothered that which agency does what. It only says who can deliver, who cannot deliver. So if you can deliver, you come through network or you come individually. It's much easier for the government to deal and individual agencies rather than this. In just one concluding remarks. One thing everybody has to understand, that governments face a huge dilemma. On one hand, you have national interest and national voice interest, and on the other hand, you have international obligations. So how do you balance that? And it is a tricky matter when you talk about migration and Rohingyas. Bangladesh government is currently struggling on the Rohingya issue just because of that. We are keeping a very tricky balance. We don't know what will happen in next year on this. Is the people going to shout and say that enough is enough, get them out? Then what government will do? How then it will carry forward its international obligations? That's how the migration is sensitive. So that is why I'm saying the network has to really play a very sensitive role outside the bureaucratic norm. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being very candid about it as well. A new practice is evolving. It will take time, but there is hope in that, and there is already signs of that happening. So let's hope that this gathers a momentum over time. Sophie, very quickly, we have really exceeded time, and we've got another session.
Sorry, I'll be super quick. I just want to connect to that hope question, and I think I would very much be on the same line as a delegate from UNGCY this morning, and just I think we should be proud still of this document, and it really provides a perfect framework for building coalitions around certain topics. And I think as civil society, this is something we should really acknowledge, and it can happen brokered by the UN network, but also recognizing that it's very much the member states at the driver's seat there. And I just want to pick up on what was said on mixed migration. This was very much a key issue for civil society also during the negotiations. It was very tricky and challenging to connect both the GCR and the GCM consultations and negotiations in 2018. And I don't think the questions have been resolved. Even more so with COVID-19, there's even that bigger question of this migrants falling through the cracks. So I think there's actually a momentum also for civil society to be highlighting what those cracks are, and to be having the conversation with governments as well, almost in such a type of coalition and thinking group about that. And then just to react to Fernando on the cities, it's true. They have in 2017 very much said, look, we're a part of this, and then when the US dropped out, we are still in it. And we have over 150 cities that have said, look, we're actually ourselves going to implement the GCM and GCR in unison. So it's a very strong group of cities that we have. And what is interesting is that cities such as Milan and Sao Paulo, so cities from countries that haven't endorsed the GCM, are actually front runners in this. So I just want to end with that note of, look, we have some really incredible big cities ready to take this on. And I think there's really a very concrete way for all of us to work together to making this work.
Really, and thanks for that, and again, yes, for pointing out the whole question of mixed migration and how we have to make sure that some of these issues don't fall in the cracks, kind of thing. So there's a lot of work to be done, but like you said, there's a lot of hope as well in terms of how cities are beginning to take this up. So we can see that is happening, and I'm sure that is going to pick up. Tendai?
Yeah, that will be extremely brief. I'll just quickly respond to everyone by a slight reframing. I think Jonathan is right that we have some really entrenched problems, and one of the key things is not to further entrench them. So we live in a world where there are two international communities in effect. We have the international community made up of all people in virtue of being human. And it's on that basis that we justify a lot of the principles we find in the Charter in all kinds of documents that are really aspirational about how the world should function. But there is another international community that is a subset of that. And that is made up of all of us who, because of their status and because of other aspects of their life, are able to benefit from those structures that were put in place because of this wider international community. And my concern is to make sure that migration governance doesn't reinforce the problematic between these two international communities. And one place where we see it happen, I mean, William mentioned the issue of visas, where we could go for days on that, but the issue of the fact that there are people who have no citizenship at all, and as a result are defined as foreigners and as migrants at home, and so are put subject to migration controls at home, challenges the whole structure of the way in which we're talking about migration governance. And just to follow up on that, I wanted to reinforce what was said about the work of Mon Ami, but also of many people in this call, incredible work in trying to bridge between these two international communities. But the trouble is that they are doing that within the structures of these communities. So against the backdrop of visa problems, language problems, material resource, all of those challenges being put in the lap of those who are trying to do that bridging. And I'm wondering whether there's a way to move towards a situation where those who are left out of those structures don't have to bang on the door, but their doors are the ones that are knocked on to ask for help in improving this system, because they're the only ones who can really answer it. And it shouldn't necessarily be only the very impressive leaders of civil society movements who are trying to bring those voices to the fortress. I'm wondering whether there's a way to support that work and others to find out how to improve this much more broadly.
And that might be something to look at. And I like to play between the words that you are using, governance, and then the other word, management. As long as we are trying to manage migration, I think we will always have this problem, what Sir Huck has called the bureaucratic process and things like that, or the projectized approach towards things. We have the framework, we have the fund, we have states going into the asking for the fund, and it all becomes on project, multiplication of project. But I think we've got to go beyond that, and governance is much bigger than that. And I hope, and I'm glad that we started by saying that it's linked to the SDGs. And if there's anything in the SDGs, what I love most, it's about leaving no one behind. And if we constantly keep our eyes on the compact and leave no one behind kind of thing, and social inclusion and things like that, those fantastic words that the UN has a fantastic way of bringing into documents. If we can start making that real, that will be the way to go. We've run over time. I'm so grateful to the panelists. It's a fantastic conversation we have had. Jonathan, Fernando, Shabri, Shahidul Haq, Tendai, Sophie, fantastic having your thoughts on this. There's a lot to be done. There's a lot to move forward on as well. But thank you so much. And we continue to see how we can work together to make this happen. Like I said, this is hope. In a time like this, when the world has shut down, the Global Compact is an instrument of hope. Let us look at it like that. It's a blueprint that's been given to us. The question is getting that political will, turning things around along the way, that some of the conversations we have had in this conversation today. Thank you to all the listeners for the work that you've put in the chat box, for those who were in the sessions before this, for those who are in the sessions after this, which are going to take on some of the tough questions, role of civil society, where we are. We are having a conversation on going beyond the discussions on alternatives to detention. We're talking about regular pathways, and we are talking about making a contribution to development. All those sessions follow. We've got another 6 to 8 hours of work going into this celebration of ours of International Migrants Day. But thank you so much. You are the people that make it. We are the people that stand together. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you so much, William, for that. And thanks to all the speakers once again. That was such an insightful conversation. It was really constructive and, of course, provocative at times as well. But I think there's a lot to take away from this session, especially in terms of what next. But as highlighted in the session, there's also need for more deliberations around how GCM implementation can be more effective. Having said that, I would like to thank the panel once again for your time and for a very rich conversation. Thank you so much. Because we have just gone 20 minutes past our session time, what we'll do is we'll go straight into the next session. Sorry, we are not able to take breaks here because our speakers have already joined for the next session. Those who have just joined us, we have now concluded 3 sessions on our agenda, as well as launch of Migrant Workers' Rights Navigator tool. I also would like to remind you for the next session, we also have the translation interpretation services, and it's available for French, Arabic, and Spanish. There should be an icon on the bottom of your screen on the Zoom app. Moving straight into the next session, it's on civil society and the migrants' rights agenda. This session, we are hoping to take stock of the global state of affairs on migration, to see where civil society movement is at with the migration agenda, and where do we see opportunities and challenges going ahead. Our moderator for this session is Mr. Colin Raja from the Civil Society Action Committee. Welcome, Colin. Thank you for joining us. We again have an excellent lineup of speakers for this session as well, joining us from across the regions. I would like to welcome you all on behalf of the organizers. And having said this, I end my role as a host for the event today. Thank you to the organizers for the opportunity. And once again, kudos to you for imagining and delivering this marathon event to celebrate the rights and struggle for justice. Happy International Migrants Day again. And Colin, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Amish. Thank you so much. It's very late over there. I know it's probably, what, 1 o'clock over there for you, 1 a.m., but thank you so much for all of that, and we'll and for handing it over to us. We want to jump in right away. We have a great slate of speakers with us. We have 8, I love the number 8, but we have 8 speakers with us. 8 speakers who represent a really interesting cross-cutting of civil society, global civil society, not just from different regions, but representing different constituencies, different communities, and different movements as part of the broader civil society movement. And all of these are leaders of their own networks, and these networks are very large networks, whether it's regional, whether it's international, whether it's sectoral based, whether it's ethnicity based. They're leaders of different movements who have been engaged in global civil society related to migration for a long time. And we wanted to get that perspective from a sort of cross-cutting perspective to take stock, like Amish said, of where we've come from and where we're at, but also kind of look beyond and where we're going to. But I wanted to turn, before we jump to the speakers, I wanted to just frame where we are today. Today is International Migrants Day, of course, but how did that day come about? If you're looking through the journals in the UN and the official frameworks and the websites and all of that, you'll see that, of course, 30 years ago, we've been talking about the adoption of the Global Compact 2 years ago, but 30 years ago on today, the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of Migrant Workers and their Families, that convention was adopted at the UN, and then took a few more years before it was ratified by enough countries to come into force, but at least on that date was adopted. But it wasn't declared as International Migrants Day at that point. And that's something I think we all sort of take for granted. Oh, yeah, it's 30 years ago and then International Migrants Day was declared. Not at all. It was really about 4, 5, 6 years after that, that a group of Filipino migrant workers, recognizing how important the convention was and how significant this day was in history, began to celebrate this and began to popularize it across with other civil society groups around the world. And it was a number of our own organizations, international organizations, and organizations that William and Michelle and myself and others were part of, Migrants' Rights International, December18.net, and particularly the steering committee for the ratification of the convention, which brought together a number of civil society groups and actors and advocates that then took up this, being inspired by the migrant workers themselves who were celebrating this, took this up, and around the late 1990s, began to advocate and began to start a campaign that we should recognize this day as International Migrants Day. And it was only until 1999, almost 10 years later after the convention was adopted, when this day was really recognized by the UN. So, and since then, it was only in the last 20 years, even though the convention was adopted 30 years ago, it's only in the last 20 years that this day has been recognized. And I think this is really important for our conversation today, because to me, so many times we've just been hearing some speakers talk about this, where we are now, where we need to go, and who is the one that's leading and who is the one that's pushing. And I feel, and I'm biased, I know, But I really feel many times it's civil society that's leading the way, that's making the road by walking, carving the path, and pulling member states and other stakeholders along, sometimes kicking and screaming, or sometimes we're pushing them. So, but it really takes a lot of effort by civil society to do this. But in that time frame, there are times when we stumble, we fall, we struggle to pick ourselves up, we get lost in the jungle, whatever that analogy goes. I find that we've gone through this ebb and flow over this time. And if we see, we can certainly mark certain benchmarks that are really important for us. I look to the 2 UN high-level dialogues, the GFMD in between them, and then certainly the high-level summit in the very recent years, the high-level summit, and then the consultation and the negotiations around the Global Compact, and of course the international conference for the Compact in Marrakesh. I see this as important moments for us where we have come together, built our strength, stood together, and really advocated for something that we felt was really important. We heard Sophie talk about this earlier, and William mentioned this earlier in the previous session, about how even during the negotiations of the Global Compact, it was really a struggle to get everybody together. But we understood, even we are so diverse in where we come from, and many different perspectives and tactics as we approach and strategies, we felt the need to come together at the very, in unity, to find that we need to advocate for something that we felt was really important, a new framework, which I think is really something that we're just getting traction of and we're pushing along. But since then, it's been 2 years since then. Where are we now? How do we feel we are now? So I'll go out on a limb and kickstart this conversation going. And we've asked the speakers, the great speakers today, not to come with prepared presentations, because we hope we can have a real good conversation and dialogue and maybe even debate each other about this. But I sort of feel, and just kick things off, that we've gone into a slump again. We've gone into a slump after the adoption of the compact, because I think maybe we were tired, we were exhausted from the negotiations and advocating around that. Maybe we felt a sense of relief that it was passed and was adopted, even if some countries were recalcitrant in that process, but it was overwhelmingly adopted. And maybe we went back to our own projects and our own sort of organizations and felt that we need to go back to this. And I heard this a number of times from a number of really key organizers in civil society and saying, Colin, it's great that you all are doing the global work, but we need to go back into our local work because there's really important things happening. So the separation between global and regional and local, that tends to happen also. And I feel we're in this slump now because we're not able to come together to push for anything anymore. We find it hard to find unity in certain things. And we find that we're actually starting to compete with each other in civil society. Maybe I'm just seeing a very small segment of this. So I want to get a sense from all of you about this. But also, we're in a political period where it's been very, very sensitive, to put it mildly. I'm trying to find the right diplomatic words here, but really a period where politics plays an important role. And we find that when we talk to member states, we have to be particularly careful in what we're pushing for. And we're often being told that don't push for something too hard because we might lose it all. Is that true? Is that what we've always done in civil society? So these are the questions that have been playing in our minds when we talk about this day and when we talked about this session in particular. Ambet Yuson, the General Secretary of Building Woodworkers International, and the leader, the chair of the Council of Global Union's Migration Working Group, a very important working group. You have been with us for a long time. I remember when you were still in the region in Asia in 2008 and 2007, when we were working around the GFMD and building our movement and coming together on that. I remember taking to the streets in Manila, 10, 15,000 of us, that you and us, we mobilized together to challenge the GFMD and push it to gain recognition and some of our calling cries at that point. Where do you see things have come since then? And especially, I always look at the trade union movement as really we mirroring what happens in the trade union movement. Do you see this, especially coming out of COVID, do you see this as a moment where we can rebuild our strength? Do you see this as something that we are really in a good place of? Or do you think we are also in a bit of crisis and need to take stock and reorganize ourselves? Ambet, to you.
Oh, you made the mistake of asking me first, you know. I'm a bearer of bad news. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everyone. Uh, you know, in the last 10 years, I would really say we have done a lot of work together. And I would say that, you know, we have come a long way on a positive, no? I mean, we have worked together on developing a global approach in the protection of the migrant workers. We engaged, we lobby, we protested, and I believe we have done a lot. And the GCM is a milestone of these efforts. I think the Global Compact is one of the milestones that we should recognize. Well, however, COVID-19 has exposed that what we have done is not good enough. This is my frustration, because I thought we have developed not only civil society with the governments, with the international institutions, despite the difficulties in negotiation, lobbying, but we are able to come up with some instrument. But COVID-19 have shown that the global mechanisms, there is no global mechanism that are able to address the violation of migrants right now. So I think, of course, we can always count our blessing. We can always say we have moved, you know, we can always say we have new standard. But unless it's able to address the current issues now, it's not good enough. I know, you know, the Williams have been really campaigning on creating a global mechanism on, you know, on developing, you know, on addressing the issue of wage theft, job and contract protection. So these are good initiatives. But I think we have to be bolder, because I think the COVID-19 has really shown us that we have to do more. We have to be bolder, and the reform, the changes we want should impact the affected workers, the migrant workers. So to be honest with you, you know, it's not enough. I think, of course, we can always say it's a long process, you know, but be honest, do we need another COVID-19 to expose this, you know? So are we ready for the next COVID-19? So I think that's how we should answer it. Are we ready to address the issue of migrant workers when another COVID-19 comes? But Colin, you know, I don't want to spoil the day. I want to really say also today, you know, BWI and the IOE, the International Organization of Employers, issued today a joint statement recognizing the role of migrants during the time of the pandemic as frontliners. I think we should put that in record. They have done a lot of things, you know, they are in the front line. Vaccines come from the migrant. Scientists made it from the migrant families. So when you get your COVID vaccine, please remember to thank a migrant, because migrants will essentially be bringing the vaccine to all of us. I would like to end a note with that.
Thanks, Sam. But yeah, that's a really good, important point, and I don't take it as a, you know, as a downside the way you phrased it, because I think there are also flip sides to that in terms of what you have achieved. And I'm going to come back to you on the question about not so much about the compact, but in terms of global frameworks, as opposed to some of your global campaigns that you have run, which seems to have been extremely successful. So I want to get your take on how you see that balance and where you invest your limited times and energies and resources, and what does that lesson teach us about that? So I'll come back to you about that, and Amber, because that brought me, what you mentioned kind of reminded me about that. But I want to switch over to Stella. Stella, if you're there, thank you for joining us. I know it's a busy period for you also. But Stella, you know, we've had this conversation before. You're part of an incredible dynamic diaspora, African diaspora network in the UK and in Europe as well. You've played leading roles in terms of organizing major convenings such as your Diaspora for Development dialogues, and you're now undertaking campaigns. I know they're looking at how can we create regular pathways for workers, and how does that happen, particularly with a Europe that has just come out with a European Pact on migration. But Stella, I think, you know, what I wanted to ask you is to kind of look back in terms of a diaspora perspective, because I think, you know, diaspora straddle so many different areas. For you in particular, for diaspora, for the African diaspora in Europe, this period recently must have seemed like an incredibly challenging period. How do you see that? And is that true? And do you see that as reflective of the broader struggles that challenges that we're facing as a movement and civil society? Or do you think that's a very specific thing because of the pandemic or other issues that have come up during this period? How do you see that, and where do you see that going?
Thanks very much, Colin, and good afternoon, everyone. Good question. Where is everything headed now? To be honest, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, this year has been incredibly challenging in relation to COVID-19. The impact it's had on diaspora communities in different ways, you know, from job losses to impacts on remittances to those who are in you know, the frontline sort of care, if you like, in the West in particular, who have lost their lives. And it has been challenging on that front in particular. And we actually saw this in practice with one of our programs earlier on this year, working with Beninois diaspora across Europe, where the initial stages of engaging them was literally when the pandemic had started. And you could see the impact even in terms of the response of engagement. I think in terms of the impact, and as much as there have been all of these challenges, we also see the other side of it, the flip side of it, which is the resilience, regardless of how people are actually not just coping, but going beyond coping, I would say. So the use of digital platforms for sharing skills. You know, this is a time when we know that often in times of crisis, that diaspora remittances actually go up. And what you've seen at this time is that what people have done is to use platforms. In times of crisis, they will also support within, you know, they'll also support in relation to humanitarian work and going out to support. And what we've seen is an increase in the use of digital platforms, not just for remittances, but also for skills sharing and supporting communities and carrying out whatever training that they can provide to different communities on the ground to support them. So we've seen quite a lot of this going on, and quite a lot of people trying to come together to support in that way. So I think in as much as there has been all of these challenges, and I think just going back to an earlier point that you made as well, I mean, I think just the involvement of diaspora civil society within the wider civil society in the SDGs, influencing that. In particular, if we talk about SDG target 10C, which is looking at remittances and reducing the cost of remittances, and the influence that we were able to make there, and then also bringing it to the GCM which, you know, we did quite a lot of work in relation to Objective 19 in particular. And if I recall, I remember that was actually one of the least contentious objectives as well. So I think we could see the sort of dialogue or the inclusiveness, if you like, of civil society and of diaspora civil society as well in a lot of these processes increasingly. And of course, now with the challenge that we've had, I think as Amber Tucson was saying, it's really highlighted some key issues, I would say, and also raising the fact that there is a lot more to be done. But I think what it does raise is the fundamental principle of the GCM, which is about partnership working. And of course, what COVID-19 has shown us is that everyone is now very much inward looking. And what we need to do is to really talk a lot more about that partnership side of the GCM, which is essentially what it's supposed to be, in a sense, in terms of bringing, you know, a whole of society approach. And I think that is particularly key in terms of looking at where we're going and how we take things forward. And even if you look at the area of work that I'm involved in and looking at, you know, the impact on remittances, having said that, we can see that in some countries, in Kenya, in Zimbabwe, in Bangladesh and other places, remittances have actually gone up. And, you know, it will be good to obviously understand that, but I think it also shows quite a lot about the resilience that we're talking about as well, but also does provide us with a platform to really begin to look at the things that COVID-19 has highlighted for us, in the sense that we can start to look at, or we do need to push even more for looking at how we reduce the cost of remittances. We need to look a lot more at how we develop those collective structures on the basis of remittances, you know, that kind of add leverage to it, because globally, there is a challenge financially, and even more so now. And there is a huge opportunity to leverage remittances, which at the moment isn't being done. And I think this gives us an opportunity to really be able to push even more. I think it is much more urgent now, and this gives us an opportunity to push even more for some of those things. And I'll stop there for now.
Yeah, thanks, Stella. And this is a couple of really important points, I think both you and Amber have just made, that, you know, COVID-19 has been a terrible time for migrants because of the vulnerabilities, the really exposed vulnerabilities. But really, the migrants have played a central role in that, you know, as frontline workers, as people, as scientists who have been helping to create the vaccines, but also in terms of building back better, or building forward better, some of us are starting to call it, the economy. Migrant communities play an essential part of you know, the economic base of many countries. In so many ways, and this is going to be an important point to incorporate in terms of plans of building back, and we hope that that's going to be undertaken. So that's a really good, important point. We're going to come back to that in a second. But I'll turn now to Marta Berani from the UN Major Group on Children and Youth, MGCY. Marta, I know, you know, youth usually get called on last, so I'm going to call on you right here, if that's okay. And how's your internet, first of all? Working okay? You're there?
We'll find out when I start to speak. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Thanks, Marta. But Marta, you know, I'll say it in kind of tongue in cheek, because I know sometimes youth get tokenized. Sometimes it's like the flavor of the day, and we will like get excited. Oh, great to have youth in the room. We want stories from youth. But it's only just, you know, is it really just optics, or is it really substantial contributions? I think that's sometimes the question in many kinds of spaces. But what I wanted to ask you is that in the last, MGCY in particular, and the youth movement within migration, as a collective, we've certainly had many strong, powerful youth involved in our movement for decades. But as a collective, together as an organized group, MGCY has really come about in the last 2, maybe 3 years. I remember really in 2018, when you first held your consultation on the Global Compact in January, a freezing January in New York. And when we first met, and I know since then you took on the international conference and then in the GFMD last year, and really grown tremendously and become a really critical voice in a lot of dialogues in migration, even at the intergovernmental level. And that's really remarkable. Do you share the same sort of pessimism that I have right now, that things are just a drag, that it's not going so well? We're finding that we have so many challenges, we're not coming together as well. Because it seems like, at least for you and for MGCY and the youth movement, you're experiencing a surge, a sort of resurgence, and really coming to the forefront and claiming the rightful leadership spaces that you should have. Do you reflect the same kind of thoughts, or if not, why, and what do you see?
Thank you, Colin, and also thank you for touching on tokenism, which is such a struggle for us to try to go against that and try to build like a different way of doing youth participation, which involves like more voices and give people give people that are not like the usual suspect a space, and trying to change that, and like trying to be able to like utilize that space in that way is a little bit of a challenge, but I think it's something that we're really trying to focus on. And this year we were able, and I think this is kind of helping me to answer your question as well. This year we were able to talk with 145 youth-led and youth-focused organizations from around the world, so like 79 countries, and trying to hear their perspectives on specifically what is the themes of the GFMD, but also like GCM implementation, and like where do they see the state of migration affairs right now. And these organizations represent more than 80,000 youth. So like the idea was like, can we hear from more people than just like the 5 people that are part of, or like the 70 people that are part of our like leadership team. And so I think that was like a key thing for us. And I think a lot of the things that are coming out from these consultations is a lot about urgency. The fact that like and I think this is something that Ambed and Stella also touched on, but we're not where we should be. I think the COVID crisis has really broken down some of the really what we now know was very fragile progress, both towards the SDGs and also towards the inclusion of migrants. And so I think one thing that we see as youth is this urgency to make sure that migrants are like on the front line of advancements towards the vaccines, or working in some of the most key places within our workforce and society. But we are at the point of a global pandemic, and we really should, I think, as civil society, we have the power to shape the perspective of people around us, and we should really step up that and talk to people that are not from our bubble, they're not from people that think like us, and trying to share those perspectives and trying to see people to see in a different way, so that we can actually put even more pressure on the governments, on the decision makers, and on everyone else. So I guess there's a lot of, and again, I'm not talking about myself only, but like, there's frustration in the sense that, well, of course, we would like things to move faster. I think especially youth, we're used to like, quick results. But I think it's also about seeing the progress that has been made so far and trying to build on that rather than, get discouraged, because I mean, COVID-19 was not something that we were building towards. And so I think it's something that we can recognize, and also see the hope that maybe some of these disruption moments can give us, and some of the frameworks that such as the GCM that we have now and we didn't have before. So I guess, yeah, it's a bit of a mix. I think there's both hope and the drag and everything, but I hope that made some sort of sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks, Martha. I think you're absolutely spot on, because it is really a mixed bag, and I think I personally probably tend to focus too much on the negative, but I think it's really good to see that hope that there is. We're in a really unique and strange period. Coming through this pandemic for almost a year now, and still quite a ways to go before we get out of it. It seems so. It is a very, very unique period, and maybe that's we need to put that into context. But also there is hope, and talking about what Stella mentioned earlier in terms of resilience and how we come back. that is really remarkable, and it's good to hear that hope as well. With that, I think we've been talking quite a bit about the Global Compact for migration. In the previous session, we also heard that the need and the desire, especially in civil society during the consultation phase of the Global Compacts, to find coherence with both global compacts, also with the Global Compact for refugees. And I think there was the understanding that there was some sort of resistance, particularly from certain member states and particularly from certain agencies to want to protect mandates. Hopefully that has changed since then, but maybe not. So I wanted to turn over to Ignacio Paco, who's with the ICVA, the International Council for Voluntary Agencies, who has been really following closely both developments of both compacts, but especially on the Global Compact for Refugees and in the recent Global Refugee Forum last year. Ignacio, what's the experience like on that side of the room, or on that side of the Geneva streets? Are you seeing also this sort of similar malaise or sort of slump, as we call it here in the US, where we're not really getting traction in civil society? We're just kind of fulfilling, basic roles that we need to fulfill as stakeholders, but not really being able to push and come together solidly? Or do you see something more positive? Do you see that we're actually able to kind of cover a little bit more? And are you hopeful about that for the Global Compact for Refugees? Ignacio.
Yeah, thanks, Colin, and so good to see so many friends on the call. So yes, I'm an optimist, but we're asked to do more to meet skyrocketing needs with less in terms of funding, less in terms of our rights, less in terms of access. And we really have to say we have to keep united and together. And I liked how Marta gave that sense of urgency. This is really the moment now, more than ever, where we have to go to the essential and really be very focused on where there is leverage. On the Global Compact on refugees, as you would remember, in just a year ago, so in December 2019, there was the Global Refugee Forum, which came out with 1,400 pledges, which really interesting tool. And there has been the overview of this just a couple of weeks ago, where despite the difficult situation, a number of things have been moving, have been making progress. But where I want to frame the things, and I know I have little time, so I just drop in some elements, and I know, Colin, we would have a second round. We are in a situation where we're going to be most probably the generation which is going to see a massive shortage of food in some regions. So back to famine. So that's the kind of discussions in which humanitarians are in, of course, looking at how regressive we are going to find ourselves in the targets of the SDGs. So what does that mean for the objectives that we have on the Global Compact? The humanitarian consequences are just huge, but the problem is not the COVID. And that is where we have to be careful that too much attention is not put on the COVID. The question is much more on how we are organized as societies, as our global society, how us as civil society organizations, we do work together. And you mentioned elements of competition and so on. Certainly I'll be happy to come back to that, but also to highlight how also organizations are really sticking together with less resources, organizations and individuals to obtain a lot. The 5 key elements that I really put here and that perhaps have time to develop further is the importance of linking the challenges, the movements of populations, and in there we have, of course, the Global Compact on refugees, the Global Compact for migration, but we talked earlier on statelessness. We also have the high-level panel for IDPs, but that's the movements of populations, and then the climate change, and then the public health challenges. We have to link these challenges in the way we think, in the way we are organized. The second one is, and that's why I say COVID-19 is unfortunately perhaps just the appetizer. Our focus has to be on the growing climate crisis, and for us, how it is going to impact hugely on mobility. As a humanitarian, now that I'm more in that context, it's so more obvious to me now than it was a few years ago. The third element is around the resilience of our protection system, how it rests on organizations, on the diversity of civil society organizations. The element of the diversity, we need refugee-led organizations, we need the small organizations, the larger organizations, and in a mechanism to coordinate or to amplify the and get collective voices. There are a number of organizations that are dropping off the table because of funding issues, because of issues around access, and it is not acceptable. It's the diversity of our civil society fabric which is important, not the fact that the larger organizations can struggle through this crisis. And then the last point, and I was really happy it came out also, and I thought really well articulated in the previous discussion, is around the element of complementarity. That certainly for many of us 3 years ago was a key element between the two global compacts. This is the moment now, without asking a review, but around the tools and the approaches COVID-19 is offering us and showing us that we were right in pointing into how important it is to overlap. And if I have a little bit of time later, I could perhaps develop a little bit more around the nexus, around the humanitarian and development, and how it can also apply in the tools and the approaches that we have in both global compacts.
That's very good, Ignacio, and I think, and thank you for always being the optimist. I knew you would do that, but thank you so much. That reminds us, how we kind of take stock of, not just doing more with less, but then going beyond that, and how we've come together in many different occasions as well. And that's a really good reminder. We'll come back to you on some of the tools that you mentioned and how to move that forward, particularly in the humanitarian area. But I want to switch now to our, what we call our regional focal points, our regional leaders, who have been taking tremendous leadership in the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years, through the high-level summit, through the consultations of the Global Compact, and then since then, in terms of implementation, I know you've also faced many different challenges on many different levels, regionally speaking. So I wanted to get a sense from you where you are with that, but also where you see the opportunities coming up. And maybe on this, I'll sort of go down the alphabetical way and start with Mamadou. Brother Mamadou, the chair of the Pan-African Network in Defense of Migrant Rights. I've mentioned before, at the start of this, I mentioned how, in different moments we have come together, and this seems to be the best moments for us in civil society. It gives birth to new things, it brings us together. And I remember particularly the meeting that you convened in Manila during the second Global Forum on Migration and Development for all the African civil society leaders who were there, bringing them together. And then soon after that, a few months after that, launching the Pan-African Network. So you've got quite a long journey in this, and stuck with it throughout, even when times seem extremely, extremely hard. I know it's been really critical for you to ensure that the African civil society organizations working on migration were coming together, and when we're discussing together, we'll be able to, at many points, consult together on different points, including for the Global Compact. But since then, Mamadou, how have you seen it? With just last week, I believe there was a stakeholder consultation for the Economic Community of Africa, ECA, Regional Migration Review Forum. That's coming up next year. But there was a stakeholder consultation last week. What's your take on that, and how do you feel African civil society is at the moment? Do you feel that it continues to move in the right direction and trajectory? Do you feel that the resources are not there? I know that's one of the things that you mentioned a number of times. Where do you see things now, Brother Mamadou?
Thank you very much, Colin. I'm sorry that I have problem with my video, so you want to see my ugly face today because of that technical problem, and then I hope that we'll sort it out. Having said that, I'm so happy to see all the friends on the screens and the names that are posted, that will ensure that we are all alive, and then we'll still continue to hope that we'll meet very soon in a world free of COVID-19. Having said that, if we look at the state of debate since we started working on this 10 years ago as a global Pan-African network, the situation has become really worse this year, particularly. It started becoming worse a few years ago in the continent, knowing that Africa is a very challenging continent in the respect of migrant rights globally, that some of the additional events came and then completely contribute to deteriorate the situation that we are having. You can just notice that for these last years, with some of the situations that we are facing in the continent, I'm talking about Guinea Equatorial, I'm talking about South Africa with what happened with Zimbabweans and different Nigerians, also what happened in Libya, particularly for these last years, and the different things that we have. So our membership are working on different issues related to migrant rights. Where are we? The first thing is that there is a restriction on the legal pathway that is pushing many young people to use dangerous routes by sea, by the Sahara. Some people were saying even before the COVID-19 that the flow of migrants is dying because there was some measure that were taken. No, it was not drying. It was just because many of them, those who are going to the sea, are not getting there. They are killed in the Sahara. Some are kidnapped with different terrorist groups, and included young people in the troops and so on and so forth. So this is first thing, that the restrictions on legal pathways are contributed just to lead to that thing. All the militarization of migrations, just came to criminalize migrants in different ways. Just an example, in Niger, there are 4 military bases actually that have been settled. 2 of them have the argument of fighting against terrorism, but the 2 others, I'm talking about Germany and Italy. So the military bases that are in Niger actually are for migration, just to prevent young people. So destabilizing the integration process that we are in. And beside that, so you have a US drone base, and you have a French military base too that are there, saying that they are fighting against terrorism. And if you look at the instrument that we have in the continent, that we have been also working a lot as CSOs to make it happen. This is the protocol of free movement of people. It's not really alive, actually. It's not implemented in the sense that there are a lot of challenges behind. So having said that, CSOs are working very closely on different thematic issues. But, we classified, this issue of protection of migrant rights in 4 main areas, key areas. The first one is the economic right related to labor. There are so many abuses from employers, transfer of resources in the countries and the like, that are mainly also, I'm not talking about the relationship between Africa and the rest of the other continent, but within our own continent, because as you know, about 82% of immigration of Africa is in the continent. So we are facing a lot of abuses on the labor sector, with abuses from employers, the difficulty that people have to send the money back home, and then supporting the families and the like. There are also the second layer that we are working on as a global Pan-African platform, but also our membership in some individual countries. This is the social protection against stereotypes that are victims of migrants at different levels. So we can see it in the continent, we see it out of the continent, that this is it's preventing many of them to access to social services, abusing for the right. It's difficult to access to decent housing. It's also just that the guarantee to access to different legal documents is not respected at all. So these are some of the situations that we have, and there is less hope, but we have some. I will talk about them in some of the countries in North Africa. And the health issue is becoming a more critical thing that we need to address actually. And some of the membership in the continent are trying to address this health issue, access to information related to health. And actually, you cannot go across any border without having the certificate of negative testing of COVID-19. And many young people are blocked both different side of the borders, so preventing them just to access to their own country. They cannot go back, they cannot go ahead, and then these are situations that difficult to assess actually because it is difficult to travel, and then there is worsening the situation. And the last thing about the legal protection. So these are all related to the knowledge of the right and then how people can organize themselves. The difficulty that we have putting all the segment of CSOs all together. Beside the training session, everything that people are doing, it has been very, very complicated just to come with some of these points. So actually in the continent, there is a range debate, a big debate on these different points. How to see the move that we have with the instrument that we are in the continent, and also the kind of relationship that we are developing with our continent. Look at Europe, what is going on actually related to the global compact. So it was an opportunity for us because Africa was speaking in one voice, except South Africa and Mauritius. And then, but it happened that to have this common voice and how we are translating this common voice to a global process within CSOs, but also in the state is a big challenge. So if you look at the global meeting that we are organizing, states are really missing really in this debate. So we request for platforms, multi-stakeholder platform just to debate all these issues, but it's not easy. But there are many progress I will talk about coming on the debate that are done also in some countries that can give hope, but we are really in big trouble in the continent related to the protection of migrant rights.
Yeah, and I think that's thanks, Mamadou, very much. Because, but I think that's really important. At the end of the day, it's not the success of our organizations and infrastructures. It's really, are we making a difference to the lives of our communities? Are we better protecting our rights and advocating for that? You know, the title, when we were choosing the title for today, we of course focus on it being a celebration of the recognition of migrants on this particular day. But we also talked about it as a struggle for justice. So the day says, you know, a global celebration of our rights and our struggle for justice, because there was this deep understanding that there are things that haven't gone right for our rights. And we continue to struggle to seek justice for that. And how do we do that? So there's this two sides of the coin on celebrating, but also, you know, the struggle that goes along with that. So thank you for reminding us of that. Just to mention, you talked about pathways for regular migration, the struggle for African youth in particular. And I think it was Ignacio who also mentioned climate. Those two sessions, just a quick advert and commercial plug. Those two sessions are going to come up also. One session, an important session on climate much later today, and then an important session on regular pathways coming up 2 sessions after this. So stay tuned for more discussion about that. But that's a really good point, Mamadou, to talk about, you know, what is this, how do we encounter, how do we engage around creating better pathways? Because I think this is a really, you know, what was referred to as the keystone objective in the Global Compact, and it doesn't seem that we have had enough traction yet. So we'll come back to that in a second. But I'll keep going down the alphabetical list of our regional focal points. And Michelle, I want to turn to you. Michelle Lavoie from the Platform for International Cooperation of Undocumented Migrants, one of the leaders of the European region for civil society. And Michelle, you recently, of course, was the rapporteur for the stakeholder consultation in the European Regional Review, or the ECE Regional Review, because it did include North America and some parts of Central Asia. But you know, in that light, I know you mentioned a couple of times, and as many others mentioned, because that came right after the European Pact on Migration was announced. And I believe it was Ambassador Shahidul Haq in the previous session that talked about you have this global compact, which we all really, really appreciate. But then you have something where a group of countries, an important group of countries like the EU, come up with a European Pact on Migration that almost probably had no reference. I didn't even know this, but he said it had no reference to the global compact. How do you assess that? And do you think, where are we as a movement and in migration overall, where are we in that state, particularly from a European perspective and a European context? Are we getting any better, or at the end of the day, is the lives of migrant communities as challenging as ever, or even more challenging? What do you think?
Thanks, Khan, for the very thoughtful questions and moderation. And as Ignacio said, it's very nice to see all of you and to see the names of the others. I think that from our perspective, as PICUM working on undocumented migrants' human rights, very specifically, we've always seen the global level in a sense as kind of the standard setting. In terms of really what is the highest level that we can really seek to achieve in terms of protections. And we've seen that in our work in terms of also, I think you also had mentioned in your preparation for us, and I don't know with the timing if we'll get to this, but I wanted to mention it briefly, just, in recognition, you mentioned this at the beginning of the recognition of the 30-year anniversary of the Migrant Workers Convention. I was also reflecting not only on the Global Compact on Migration, but where have we come actually since that time, since 30 years. The Global Compact is part of that, but where also do we see this in the region? And how do we see that in the prism of undocumented migrants' human rights? So I think that there have been a lot of developments in the past 30 years on the global level, and the Global Compact is one of them. That indicates that undocumented migrants actually do have human rights. It's not because they have a regular status that they don't have them. And we've seen this prior to the Global Compact. We've seen this with numerous committees and special procedures and special rapporteurs. Basically, most of the committees concerning most of the human rights conventions and treaties have issued something in the past 20 years at least, saying that undocumented migrants have specific human rights. They have the right to the highest attainable level of physical and mental health, for example. That's been a committee recommendation. Other things concerning non-discrimination. So for us, the Global Compact then was unique in the sense that it reiterated what a lot of those special procedures and committees had been already saying for years, that undocumented migrants do have these rights. And that was in a sense quite unique, I think, for the Global Compact to recognize that, because what we see, at least on the EU level, is a certain taboo. Basically, the pact that you had mentioned that was released in September reiterates the EU's focus on migration, which is in a sense looking at it through security. And it's basically suggesting that people who come to Europe better have a good reason for coming. So you better be an asylum seeker and you better be recognized, or you better be coming regularly. If you're not, you better be returned. I mean, sorry to put it bluntly, but that's kind of what the whole pact actually reaffirms. So in a sense, it's also then seeing undocumented migrants as a certain taboo. They shouldn't be there because they should either be an asylum seeker, so be recognized, or they should be returned. So what is that? How do we deal with then up to the couple of millions of undocumented that are most likely here in the EU, even though we don't have regular data? So I think what the global level offers us is a framework and a recognition that, yes, they do have these inherent rights. And then what we see in the EU level is attempts to negate them. So the Global Compact, the EU Pact, a lot of pacts around. So the EU Pact on Migration, for example, suggests that children will increasingly be detained, whereas the Global Compact suggests that states should work to end detention of children. There's 18 of the 27 EU member states who have adopted the Global Compact on Migration. So the proposal, which is the Commission proposal on the EU Pact, in a sense negates what those 18 member states have already committed to do, which is to end detention. So there's around 10 legislative pieces that the EU Pact on Migration and Asylum has proposed. There's almost 1,000 pages of very intricate, detailed legislation that now both the Council, which are the member states in the EU, and the European Parliament are discussing. And the European Parliament is also discussing many different amendments to a lot of these legislative pieces. But these are just examples. For example, the detention of children. There's also a reference to children who are between 12 and 18 and who are with their families will not be exempt from the border procedures. And the border procedures would require a lot of investigation if people actually should have a status or not. And this could lead up to 10 months of potential detention of children. So not only is it worrying on detention, but it's also saying that children should be children only if they're below the age of 12. So it's also kind of jeopardizing this whole situation of when is a child a child. So I mean, it's just one example, but I think what we've seen is that the global level is really important for all of us, but especially at this level in Europe. The EU level tends to negate the presence of undocumented, but at the same time tries to cautiously recognize them through other strategies. So just as an example, last month in November, the EU, the same DG that produced the Migration Pact, also produced the integration strategy. And the integration strategy is really seeking to see how we can integrate people within European societies, and it runs over a 4 to 5 year period. The last one that was in 2016 referred to the strategy as being applicable to legally residing third country nationals. So basically migrants who are legally residing in the EU. The strategy that was released last month doesn't make the same reference. It keeps it open. It just says it's open to migrants. So this is actually a recognition that undocumented are there. It's not as specific about who the strategy should focus on, but it's a tentative approach to trying to see, okay, the reality on the ground is that they also need to be having access to healthcare. So there's also been a victims of crime strategy released in June this year by DG Justice of the European Commission that recognizes that when you're undocumented and you're a victim of crime, it's very hard to exercise your rights to justice, to services. And so that strategy seeks to look at EU member states exchanging practices in the next years about that. But it's just a couple of examples of how there are different approaches by the EU level to try to either deny undocumented migrants' existence or to recognize them, and to do so in a way that they think might be more acceptable to kind of the EU member states in general. I could go on some other points, but I could maybe save those for after when you come back for a second round.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. Thanks, and I think that it reminds me that when you're talking about how they've shifted in terms of how they've categorized it as well, but also how the EU pact has negated everything that the same EU member states have just committed to in the global compact. It reminds me of how schizophrenic they can be, and how we need to kind of keep track on what is really important and keep pushing that, and not just be complacent when we have a framework that says that maybe leads towards something that we want, but it's never an end game. It's really what happens at on the ground, and how it becomes realized, because you can always have other compacts that negate that. So that's a really, really good point. Thanks, Michelle. And Oscar, turning to you and towards the Americas now. Oscar Chacon with Alianza Americas, and who's also part of the ROCOM, the regional network in Central and North America. Oscar, you've seen this for a long time, and you've just come through a period, 4 years in the US, where surely you've seen some incredible challenges in terms of how the government has approached it. Do you feel that this was a unique time because of that administration? Do you feel that things are going to get better with the new Biden administration? And particularly for the region, there's this, the administration started at a time where we were seeing an incredible crisis from Venezuela and the movement of people, fleeing Venezuela. How is that going to all be resolved and be undertaken in this next period? Do you see any hope in that? Oscar, to you.
Well, thank you. First of all, it's a pleasure to be with you all. Indeed, as others said, I mean, it's nice to see so many familiar names and faces. Let me begin by reminding people that the current administration in the US, the Trump administration, formally withdrew from anything related to the global compact. I mean, and that's important to keep in mind because, as a network, we operate in what has been one of the most dynamic, intense, migratory circuits in the world, involving basically Central American, Caribbean, Mexico, and US dynamics. And in that context, it is important to know that the United States of America exercises the most decisive influence in terms of migration, to the point that over the past, not just the past 4 years, but the past 8 years, I would argue, actually were driven very strongly by a US foreign policy that set stopping irregular flows as a top priority in terms of their foreign policy. And again, this goes back, to the very last few years of the Obama administration, and surely into the new Trump administration as of 2017. And I think that what has been and continues to be a common denominator over all these years is the still predominant toxic narrative surrounding who migrants are and what do they represent for the countries that they transit or the countries where they settle, and also the treatment, that they get. Because the narrative essentially paints immigrants still today as a threat, as carriers of illness, as some sort of menace for the economic well-being of the countries involved. And in this respect, what we have seen, ironically, during 2020 is essentially a halt in almost all forms of migration in this particular corridor. Not because of the effectiveness of the Trump-driven policies in this region, but because of COVID. And COVID has indeed done people from leaving, their home countries. So that's one thing that I just want to make sure we remember about, that we understand. Second of all, I think that 2020 in particular has been extremely difficult because in many ways it represents a perfect storm for the peoples involved in this region where we work. Not only have deep economic and social inequalities come to the surface, in the context of COVID-19, but we have also seen a sharpening turn towards a more authoritarian populist regimes in the region. And I'm talking about elected governments. I'm not talking about dictatorships, but that is just a reality that we've seen in the past, year in particular, more clearly than before. And I think it is also important to highlight the fact that the year 2020 will go in our history, regionally speaking, as a year where we were so heavily impacted by weather-related events, ending with two very powerful storms that actually hit most of the Central American countries, Eta and Iota. And so all of this presents a reality where, yes, we need to evaluate, to what degree the Trump administration has driven essentially an anti-migration, anti-migrants agenda. But it also makes it very relevant to ask ourselves the question, is it true that because of the electoral results that we had just a few weeks ago in the US, only recently certified by the Electoral College, going into a new day, into a much better reality? And I believe that the answer is partly yes. I think that there is a ton of expectations by a lot of people, including, of course, migrant communities, that because of the new administration, we may be able to actually see some changes happening rather quickly, changes that have basically to do with presidential authority in the US. But we are still far away from where we need to be in terms of reversing, the toxic narrative that I mentioned that unfortunately conditions public opinion to be blind and deaf to the violations of rights of people who happen to be foreigners, especially if they are outright undocumented, without papers. And two, I think that the chance to see changes in the law remain still not very enthusiastic from my point of view, or something optimistic, simply because that requires action by the US Congress. And that is, again, uncertain at this point in time, especially because there is still an election to happen in January that will determine the control of the Senate in the US, for example. And the last thing I want to say, is that I believe that the question of narrative, in my view, will continue to be crucial, not only in terms of how we speak about the truth about what migrants are, which by and large is a positive impact in countries, but also in terms of how we link the role of migration and migrants in realities that are far more broad, such as the reality of economic inequality in the US, and how can we best speak of migrant rights and migration in the context of so many people feeling insecure, feeling full of anxiety about the future. So that's where I would leave it for now, to be respectful of time limits, and I can come back and say more later.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that, Oscar, and I appreciate the reminder that it is really the Biden administration continues the previous administration, and it really was the policy of stopping flows that kind of came out from there, but certainly intensified in this last period. So it is something that's troubling and concerning, and but definitely kudos for the work that you are trying to do to raise, the points about this, and to be able to bring, a presence, a movement of civil society, particularly migrant-led civil society, from the US in particular through the global level. I think that's an important leadership that sometimes is not is sort of absent in other places as well. So we appreciate that. And last but certainly not least, we'll turn to William. William, you've just been moderating a session looking at the Global Compact, looking at the second anniversary. One of the comments, I believe, was Jonathan who made this in the end, talked about a sea change in terms of how stakeholders engage with the UN system, and that is a good thing. That it's a positive kind of trajectory and positive kind of development in where both the compact is going, but also in terms of how civil society is engaging with that. In your perspective, and I know you raised the issues on a regional level, how can there be a direct connection with what is happening in Geneva, with what's happening on the ground, and for civil society engage at the grassroots level to be more directly in relation with that. In your perspective then, particularly from Asia and particularly from the regional level, do you see that sea change happening, and do you see that as relevant to so much of what you are working on in terms of your campaigns that are with the wage theft campaign that Ambit mentioned earlier, as well as other things that you're working on the ground? How do you see that, William?
I'll come back to start with what Ambit started. Say we have to be bold.
William, you sound really distant. Maybe closer to the mic.
I'll start with what Ambit started by saying that we have to be bolder. And I think this is where we are missing out on. Today is, for example, and we have to ask ourselves, have we moved away from advocating for pushing for rights and gone to this transactional approach, this projectized approach, which can be what in the previous panel Shahidul Haq referred to as a bureaucratic approach kind of thing. Have we gone towards that? And I think we have. And I think civil society is at the losing end of this. And when I'm saying civil society, I'm saying migrants organizations, civil society, trade unions, that whole kind of social movement dynamic is at the losing end of this. Because you look at the UN network statement on International Migrants Day. It was pointed out to me by a friend also that there is no mention of the Migrant Workers Convention. let's call out for what it is. Have we moved away from calling for ratification of legally binding instruments, the normative framework and things like that? Is there space for something like that anymore, or we have gone to what might be this kind of transactional space, project driven kind of thing, for the sake of legitimacy? And that is something we'll have to deliberate on. I know that at least, and we've got to be smart about this, because in the process of inclusivity, diversity, bringing in many voices and things like that, these kind of approaches are good novel approaches. They're good novel approaches, but the problem with these kind of approaches is there is no organized voice anymore. There is no space for organized voice. It's like, and I've seen and this has happened in this regional review, for example, to give one practical example, the regional reviews that have happened of stakeholders here. Basically, yes, many civil society were involved in that, but nobody in civil society knew who was doing what. We didn't have that opportunity even. Because it was being managed by the UN. So sometimes when you have something that you begin to think as so precious, so sacred, so holy, you don't want anybody to touch it. You want to hold it yourself, and this is what is happening. This is where I think this is what Shahidul Haq was talking about. If the UN does not allow states the ground to own the compact, to move it away from an transactional approach, which the UN network will negotiate with stakeholders, and does not allow that kind of ownership approach to happen, what's going to happen is you're going to have everybody come to the party, but nobody knows why we are here kind of thing. We've been to so many of those parties, and sometimes you just gate crash them. Sometimes you just gate crash them because you're afraid of being left out. And that is what is happening in civil society today. Suddenly, the UN thinks, this is a good group over there, bring them on the stage, give them a chance to speak. Yes, but how does the UN accompany that group before and after? For that group, yes, it is a fantastic opportunity to share its experience on a global stage to the UN of what they are doing. They look for a moment like that. But how do you accompany after? How do you accompany after? It is good in the online world to say, we had so many people in our webinar. Yeah, but how do you accompany? How do you build that power on the ground? How do you build transformation? That is the question I think that I'm struggling with. How do we go about doing that? But I think, and that's the sad thing is that, on a day like this, I remember for years, so many grassroots organizations on a day like this for years in our region called for the ratification of the Migrant Workers Convention. Today, who's calling for it? Even the UN is not calling for it. In the UN network statement, there is no mention of the convention. So how are we, we are moving away from something, and civil society needs to take reconnaissance of that. What is at risk here? What is at risk here? I'll pause.
Yeah, thanks, William. Thanks for being provocative and being quite candid about that, because I kind of got the sense on where you were heading in that direction, because a few years ago I was saying something very similar to a member state representative. I won't say which state, I won't say who he was, but I was talking about this. And I said, you need to give civil society the agency to kind of name our own speakers and organize ourselves in terms of who represents us on different panels and all that, and not sort of pick who you think will say the right things at the right moment. And his response to me was that, well, you only have yourself to blame. And I wonder, just listening to what you're saying, I wonder if it is really, we have ourselves to blame. Are we not responsible for, claiming that agency and claiming our space in a more organized fashion? And we all believe in the value of being organized, the value of collective bargaining. And yet, when it comes to this, we sort of forget that sort of organizing hat. We take that off and we put on our organizational hats, and we say, oh, we got to make sure we accomplish X, Y, and Z for our organizations without thinking of the bigger role of civil society movement. So I wonder where we are in that. So it's something I think we need to have a longer conversation about. But I want to use that as a segue going back to you, Ambit. But you know, I said at the end when we were having our first round of conversation, you know, we are now at a period where we're looking at we're about less than 2 years away from the IMRF, the International Migration Review Forum, which I really believe is going to be the next big moment. Whether we're ready or not for it, it is going to be the next big moment. So how do we mobilize towards that? Now, I want to get the sense from you quite candidly is that, you know, we've just come through a period of, you know, a decade or so of the GFMDs, annual GFMDs. We've just come through about 2-3 intense years around the Global Compact, and before that, the High Level Summit. Is that where we should be investing our time and energies into? Or in your case, I've really admired the incredible success you've had with BWI and in terms of some of your global campaigns, particularly around major sports events and stadiums and things like that, and workers in stadiums. Incredible success in that. You know, given a time when we're all doing more with less, is that maybe more, you know, a better way to invest our time and energy, focusing on specific campaigns that are achievable? Maybe, for example, in MFA's wage theft campaign, something of that kind, we should be investing ourselves collectively more? Or should we continue to engage in this kinds of framework spaces that has a payout maybe a lot further down the line, and maybe it's not as tangible what the concrete outcomes are in terms of, you know, migrants' lifestyle and communities? But what do you think about that?
Yeah, first I think I'd like to support you know, William. After William, I think I'm done, you know. That's the line, you know. So that's true. So that's why if you ask me, aren't we tired of reviews, consultation, participation? Aren't we all tired of that? Is it time to work together and do something concrete on the ground? It's not just what I mean, it's not only us, but, you know, bringing all the players, the, you know, the UN agencies, the national government, and some try to fix something together that worked. I think the best review, if it works, if we deliver something, you know, if we are able to address issues. No, like what William was saying, how are we going to address the issue of wage theft? How are we going to work on repatriation? Let's put all our energies into that. So, you know me, Colin, I'm biased. You know, I really want to make things happen on the ground. And you're right, we have successes on the ground. We have shown it's possible. But why are we, you know, but why not use it? Why not upscale it? Why not government adapts it? Why not UN agencies adapt it? Upscale it, you know, and address that. And I think that let's should be talking of concrete things. You know, I think we have done a lot of consultation, review. It's a political will. And again, in all of this, we need more multilateralism than bilateralism. So I mean, we need more global concerted action rather than bilateral or leaving it at the national level. So we have to make the global compact really a global one, not of a compact of transactions, as William is saying, no? And we have to make that a global. And I believe, you know, so I support the agencies, but the UN agencies, but I agree with William. It has to be rights-based approach. It has to address the real issues on the ground. We are not supposed to talk about how do we coordinate? How do we coordinate UN agencies? How do we coordinate governments? We might be lost in all this maze of coordination. Maybe we should be answering the question, how do we help the migrant workers? How do we address wage theft? How do we address illegal recruitment? I think these are questions in the review or consultation, not about how do we coordinate effectively? How do we, So, if you ask me, the challenge now, any review is no meaning at all for me. That review, we can always say it's effective if we are able to show concrete results on the ground. And that concrete results can be used as a mechanism to upscale, as a mechanism to be adopted by others, but not a showcase for the sake of trying to tell everyone, oh, see, they have done a good work. Enough of that. I think it's time that we solve problems on the ground.
Yeah, good point. Good point. And I think, Stella, this kind of goes to what you were pointing out also earlier. And I know you've been very active in the chat box, talking about specific things that impact people on the ground and being very hopeful about where that could go. Stella, if you want to just mention really quickly in 1 minute or so, what you think about that, whether it's in terms of remittances, whether it's in terms of actually creating regular pathways. What do you think about that, Stella?
Thank you, Colin. I think it's a number of these different things. Of course, it's about, if you're talking about remittances, it's about leveraging that, but that's being very practical around how some of the things that we've spoken about is how you can use or how you can leverage or use development aid to leverage diaspora remittances. So very practical examples of sort of like match fund schemes, etc. And I think sort of moving forward, these are the areas that within the sector people are going to be looking at really and trying to drive this area of work forward. If you talk about the areas around in the chat box, we've just been talking in relation to regular pathways, but also we've been talking about agency and should sending governments be more involved in showing agency around developing some of these pathways or having the visas that are tied to employers, etc. And I've just been saying, absolutely, it's something that we've talked about quite a lot, that this is important in terms of if you're talking about how you harness the diaspora's resources to build better forward, I think that's the expression we're using now, then we've also got to be looking at how we're actually doing the whole migration thing from a sending side as well. How are we actually doing it? How are our governments doing it? Is it organized in such a way that they can actually tap into this resource as well? So on the one hand, you're supporting your migrants outside, but you're also tapping into the resource that is also coming back. But I think going back to that language of agency, which I think has come up again a few times as well when William was speaking, when Ambet was speaking as well, it is absolutely true. It really is about how we build agency in terms of, the points we've just been making, that the reviews, the consultations and all of that, it's almost overkill in a sense. It really is about scaling up. We always talk about the fact that there is a lot of this work going on and they still remain at a level where they're not scaled up, they are not being incentivized. And so we keep talking about them. And to some extent, I actually feel that the GCM was really about civil society saying a lot of these areas of work, we're already doing them. Some of them are also about our vision. This is where we want to go. So there are small scale programs out there that are working well, and we want to take this to the next level. And so what is needed, again, going back to that agency, is really this equal partnership. I feel like there needs to be a different word for partnership because again, you can have partnership where someone else is a junior partner, and you find that a lot in the field that we work in. And so it really is about ensuring that we are building agency, that the partnership is definitely equal, and that there is less of the reviews and the consultations, and we're actually learning from the doing, which is something that we always advocate for. Even if it's small, you start small, but then you've got to build up, scale up, incentivize, and replicate as well, you know, where we can.
Yeah, absolutely. A junior partner who's not really a partner, that's a really important lesson for us and how we look about this, and really kind of look to what really matters in scaling up, and not just having our work be kind of taken by others and used in that kind of partnership. Thank you, Stella. That's really good lesson for us. And Martha, coming back to you then, you have the Youth Forum coming up, which will be unique, as many of us have been experiencing this year, completely online. Do you see that hope? Do you see that opportunity in terms of scaling up what you have been doing with the youth movement at the current stage? Do you see there be openings in both civil society, but also in other spaces for the youth to come in as real equal partners in that process?
It's a work in progress, right? And I don't think it's something that we're waiting other people to give us, like necessarily, you know, like, oh, IMRF is coming, we're going to have that space, or we're going to be able to contribute. A key priority for us is to make sure that whatever space we're given, and we, you know, more than given, I guess, we are able to conquer it, we use it to advance like the objectives of people on the ground. And so picking up on what a lot of, you know, Stella was just about saying about scaling up concrete work on the ground, I think that's where the opportunity is as well. And, you know, right now we're working at the national level to identify those, you know, where are youth in our particular case. And, you know, there's much more than, you know, what youth is doing, but in our particular case, what is youth doing on the ground, which innovative, which is working, which is successful, which can be replicated, which can be scaled. I think if we just wait for, you know, the UN and governments to come up with solutions, like we're not going to get anywhere. And so we have to like show those solutions and make sure that those are picked up and given, you know, the funding that they deserve, the support that they deserve, and as you just said, the partnership role as well they deserve. And so that kind of junior partnership, that kind of like, okay, we'll listen in and, you know, clap, but then forget about you, or give you like a small role, like what I like to call, like in our case, the children table. You know, just sit there and kind of hang out, and then we'll clap you at the end, and that's the end. No, for us, it's really about like, how can we contribute to the amazing work, you know, that, for instance, everyone here on this call is doing, how we can make sure that youth are, I guess, a part of this and are able to, you know, connect and support rather than like do our own thing in our little space. And I think that's something as well that you know, I guess plays also to like, how do you then go and implement those decisions? And, you know, once we do get to scaling up, like, is this something, you know, are we expecting? And I guess, sorry, just to phrase it differently, but something that is another priority for us is making sure that young people, migrants, everyone is included as well in the design, but also in the implementation of everything. And I think that's where actually bringing up our own solution and our own grassroots work is more effective than waiting for other people to come up with programs, with international partnerships that then don't actually include the stakeholders in the design. And so that's another key thing that we see in this. So more than like, you know, I guess more than a scaling and growing of our work, like in a kind of like going up, we see it as like kind of going down and giving more of those like young people that are working more and more on the ground, giving them the opportunity to speak directly with the people who are making the decisions and everything else. So it's a scaling that we see as like kind of reaching, as well as, you know, creating that space at the same time where they can then sit. So I guess it's, you know, it's a lot of work in that sense, but it's something that I think we've been able to learn a lot from in the space of civil society, and learn a lot from the amazing work that's being done here, and, you know, something that we're proud of being part of. And so, yeah, I think it's kind of about seeing that that cooperation as well which is, I think, the only, and I think that's something, I don't remember who said this, but about like working together and making sure that we're not fragmented and like turning up, I think William, that might have been you, William, turning up at a party without knowing why, why we're here or like who the other people are. And I think that's something that is crucial that we keep in mind, because leading up to the IMRF and to all the other things that are happening, we have to make sure that we're together, because if we're not, then they're gonna eat us. And I think that's something that we have to keep in mind, that it's the strong part of civil society, and that's the same as youth, like knowing where we are and knowing what we're going towards. So just in a nutshell, I guess.
Yeah, thanks, Martha. Showing up to a party and being sent to the children's table, it's happened to me more than once, and that was just last weekend. It's not a nice feeling. But yeah, I think that's absolutely right. How do we claim the agency, but also how do we assert ourselves in the right way as equal partners, and saying either we are equal partners, either we have that kind of same voice, or we just kind of step away from it altogether and find other venues to do that. Ignacio, kind of turning to you on that, I'm sorry, I don't know this. Is there something equal or equivalent to the IMRF for the refugee compact? Is there something that's coming up that you see the opportunities for us to continue to come together for another moment where we can actually, not be fragmented, as Martha was saying? Do you see that coming up?
Well, certainly there are all the review mechanisms and so on. The mechanisms are in place. The issue is how we prepare and we engaged and have more of that analysis of theory of change and where influence is there. And in some spaces of influence, we can't go in as a collective. Other places of influence can go as a collective. But as this is a little bit the closing comments I can bring, I wanted to say that our problem more globally is that, and we know it, is that the causes are not being addressed. And those causes are around conflict, they're around the climate change, and they're around the economy of more fragile countries. If that is not addressed, we may still, all of us, and this children's table is much larger than we think. We're then in this children's table, and it's not just civil society in this children's table. So when I was saying the sense of urgency, the sense of being focused where things have to change, well, on the issue around financial pressure on the most fragile countries, the pressure that is on at the moment, and we have to be looking at the COVID as particularly of concern for these countries, but an opportunity also to address some issues that civil society has been pushing for a long time that are not in the global compacts, but which are around agreements on the special drawing rights of IMF members, around financial transaction taxes, around how to bring more resources in the system, and to be there also to remind how the resources have to go for the interest, more global interest of the rights here that we're looking of the of migrants and their families. Yesterday with the humanitarian community at 5 o'clock, we were with President Macron was with us rather, but even if he had the COVID and he was in l'Elysée, but can see how efforts of civil society, and this is very much the French humanitarian community, are also very much pushing France to take positions around how to unlock the major problem that we have of resources not reaching weaker countries, weaker financially countries, and that we know it. It's if we don't do that, then we have the driver for migration. Or unprotected migration or forced migration. So yeah, and to come back, it's so important that we do have people in our community with different roles. Some of them are very much to work and to come up and say, these are things that are working in my community and they have to be scaled up. Others that are in at local level, at national level, or at the global level, sitting for the discussions, and others that are doing more of that perhaps legwork linked to some of the influence. It's not one or the other. It is all, and all in as much as possible in a coherent way, or most coherent way possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that that kind of coherent way is probably the key that will help guide us, if anything, through this next period. And Oscar, if I can turn to you, because I know you have to run to, you're already late for another event, but if I can turn to you, that sort of coherence, Oscar, I've seen you and admired you in the past, how you've looked at infrastructures and said, well, if this is not working for us, if it's not serving, the movement, then we evolve to something else. And being able to do that helps us to be much more effective. Do you think that we have a need at this point now? Are we in that period where, especially where we're well equipped to meet the challenges that are coming up in this next phase, particularly in the US?
Hardly. I mean, I think that is indeed the aspiration, that we need to be better organized to bring about. But I believe that the reality today is that we are not in our best condition to pursue the type of comprehensive changes that need to happen in multiple areas of public policy to really begin to speak of coherence in the way governmental policy, public policy comes out. And I can tell you that at least from the US, Central America, Mexico perspective, we continue to believe that there is a huge incongruency in the way something like immigration, migration is talked about and decided on one hand, and on the other, the way the US government goes about pursuing its goals from a foreign policy standpoint. And the level of incoherence from that perspective is immense. And I believe that, going back to something that has already been said, I think that the challenge is how can we, as civil society actors, including migrant-led networks around the world, how can we achieve a greater level of organized capacity to be able to play a more active role in the pursuit of, indeed, more coherent responses to the challenges that we face? Clearly, even matters like regularization, it's actually not enough. I mean, it's important to overcome the fact that so many people, especially in the US, reside in this country, pay taxes in this country, and don't have, a visa to justify their presence in the country. But just having those items taken care of do not save us from the reality of economic inequality, racial oppression, social exclusion. So again, I mean, the level of vacuums that exist in multiple areas of public policy can only be really addressed in a proper way if we are better organized to push for changes in multiple fronts of public policy change that, again, today are simply broken and disconnected.
Yeah, indeed, broken and disconnected. I think that's the right kind of way to think about the current public policies and how we need to approach it in that sense. Turning to Mamadou and the final few, and I apologize to the next panel that we're starting, where we're ending a little bit late, if we can borrow 5 minutes from your time. But Mamadou, from the Africa perspective and from that region, we've seen so much going on currently. You've identified in the first round, you identified all of this, but from a civil society perspective, how do you find that agency? How do you come together in this moment? Do you see the opportunities for that, or do you see more challenges? Especially in terms of resources, how do you find that in such a critical time?
Thank you, Colin. And then there have been very interesting contributions from colleagues from the panel, and a lot have been said. I think there are opportunities that we need to seize because people realize in many African countries, actually, and many regional economic commissions, just are realizing that we cannot move individually on this migration issue, that it need to be first in synergy, but also in a either regional but or Pan-African level. So this is a key opportunity because we had this report from Morocco on the migration in the continent, and people just realizing with COVID-19 and what different challenges that's happened, that there is a need to work together. So with the different institutions, so this is why African Union, is trying to get better organized, and then also debating with CSOs to some extent, and then see how we can move together. So for me, the first opportunity is just the consciousness that some countries are having, actually, that they are being misled by individual path that they try to take in solving migration problem. And the second opportunity is that CSOs are more organized, actually. I think that we have different spaces that was not possible 10 years ago. And then we can just communicate very quickly on different issues, and then have ideas and idea of what is happening in different countries, because it is the same thing that is happening in some of the other regions, but in West Africa, for instance, that if there is any problem happening in some of the borders, so people will immediately try to seize the different regional networks and then discuss about that. So this is also the capacity to undertake some of the processes is higher than it was in the past. So this is also an opportunity to address also other issues. In some countries, but some regions, we are actually some platform that are set up, bringing UN agencies, but also states and CSOs all together, and sometimes with private sector. So this is something that can also be very interesting as an opportunity. There are many challenges, but I think that this moment is really putting on the table some of the key things, and then we are opportunities via the GCM process. They know that CSOs were able to contribute very relevantly in a different debate that we had, that this is what happened in New York, and then also other spaces of dialogue. And this is what is happening for the DFMD process, but also for the review process. So this is an opportunity now just to seize this and then create more space of dialogue and more contribution and more inclusive ways to address these issues. So I will say that there are challenges that I mentioned earlier, but also there are some hopes related to the context, and resource mobilization is one key problem that can be sought out when we try to work together in this kind of process.
Yeah, it's really very encouraging, Mamadou, to hear you say that you actually think that civil society, at least in Africa and context, are more organized now. And I think you pointed out to some of the digital ways of staying in touch and being communications as a way of continuing that organizing. And I think that's a really key important part. And I know, at least with the Malaysian diaspora movement, so much of what we accomplished in the last few years would have been impossible. We've talked about this before, that it would have been possible, 5 or 10 years ago before that, because we just didn't have the tools that we utilized during this time period. And that's a really important fact to take into account, as others have mentioned also. Michelle and William, I want to finish up with both of you together. It seems we've been on a journey for a long time. You remember the MRI days. And I mentioned MRI at the start because I think it's so important to, I was having a debate with a friend of mine recently about, she was saying, we need to forget all the tragedies and all the terrible things we've done in the past. We need just to move forward. Moving forward is really important. And my argument is we cannot move forward until we know where we came from and learn the lessons from that. And I remember the days of us sitting in the hostel in New York, the YMCA hostel in New York, for the first high-level dialogue. And I remember us talking about how do we kind of develop this movement? What do we need to do? What are the steps we need to take? And here we are about 15 years later. Do you both feel like we've come this far? And do you feel we're also at that same moment, not sitting in a hostel, but sitting pretty far apart from each other? But are we in that moment where we need to start talking about that visioning, that where we go from here? Are we, is history repeating itself, basically? Michelle, you first.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief because I know we're over time. I think definitely as civil society, if we look at how the GFMD itself has evolved since 2006, 2007, I mean, that in itself is now 13 years in the running. And civil society at the beginning of that was asked to just prepare a statement. And I think one person of civil society read it, and 10 from civil society stood behind civil society in this room with all the governments. But even those 10 couldn't say anything. They just had to be physically present, kind of like bodyguards. But basically, civil society was just asked to kind of read that and then go. And now, if we look at the whole model for the GFMD, it is in a sense interactive between all of the actors this year. This is the first time. So I think if governments allow civil society to not just take their statement, read it, and then go, but actually, in a sense, sit in the virtual room with other governments, that to me shows a recognition of the role that we play, that we are serious contributors, that we have respected opinions. And so I think it's still, there's a long way to go for those opinions to be taken seriously, but I think at least we're allowed to be heard in a sense, a little bit more on the global level. I think that the real challenge though is how any of this on the global level translates back to the ground. And I thought it was really interesting to hear what all the others have said on the panel until now. I thought it was interesting what Ignacio was just saying about how do we step aside from the migration discussions and then go to the other discussions that are going to link to the migration, and how do we as civil society act in those spaces. When we look at undocumented, we could never afford to drop any level. So we have to work on local, national, regional, and global at the same time. And all of those are important. So none of them will achieve the change on undocumented human rights by itself. And yet we need all of them. And for us, we also just see it's not only necessary just to stay in the migration space. We have to be in the space on labor. We have to be in the space on health. We have to be in the space on victims' rights, on children's rights. So to really, really achieve change, we think when we look at undocumented, we could never afford to be just in migration. And actually, you can probably find more alignment with a lot of the other partners outside the migration space who are actually quite receptive and quite able to take on a lot of the concerns. But sometimes the migration space prevents them from acting correctly. So it's just kind of to say that I think also to reiterate what Oscar was saying in the chat box, we need to be in different spaces, and we need to make sure that we as civil society keep pushing. I don't really see any progressive change on undocumented migrants' human rights in the European context without civil society in the past 25 years. Laws on access to healthcare that have been passed in the past 25 years would never have been possible without civil society. So to me, that's how you translate these levels from the global all the way down to the impact on the ground. And in a sense, we have to be in all of them, and we have to be together. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Michelle. Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think being that positive, and you rightfully said, and I think I tried to say that at the start too, that, you know, so much that we can point to in terms of good developments have come from civil society kind of initiating and pushing for that. William, Patty in the chat box has just taken the analogy of the party and to a next level. Are we attending parties that we have been somewhat invited to and showing up and not sure what we're doing, and then being put at the children's table? And where do we say, okay, no? And how do we go about doing that? What are the opportunities we have ahead of us, and how do we get there? William, last words.
Very quickly, I think we have to be, and this is my caution, my words of caution to all of us. You know, the best way to neutralize somebody who you do not agree with or cannot see eye to eye with is bring them to the table and give them a voice. We have to be very careful about co-optation. Governments have learned to say, we are listening to you, and they bring us to the table. private sector says, we are listening to you, come and tell us. The UN says, we are listening to you, come and tell us. The question is, have they heard what we are saying? When we, in the call to start in the previous session, this day we started, we had migrant workers giving testimony of wage theft from Mexico, from the Gulf countries, from countries of origin. The question is, what answers do we give them? How do we tell them that, yeah, we are responding to these issues? There's an urgency on the ground that we are not capturing. And somewhere in going to spaces and spaces and spaces, sometimes we can get caught up with looking at this document, this final document, this working group, this meeting, this review, and we get caught up in that energy thinking that that is moving things. That is moving nothing. The ground doesn't shift that way. The ground shifts when people start moving, when transformation happens in the lives of people on the ground. And that is what we are missing out on. So my thing is, I think we have to really convene again. We have to self-reflect as as civil society, as leaders in civil society. It's fantastic. On my screen, I see Ambit's white hair, and I see Martha and the UN youth kind of thing on the other extreme of my screen. Kind of, I think there is this intergenerational dialogue within civil society that is so important now, that starts reflecting on what is going to be the struggle in building back better. And it's something that we will have to articulate together, because if we don't articulate that, it will continue as if the world is just waiting. It's agitated that the world, everything came to a stop. And there'll be so many that will want to recap, go back to what was. But now it's not the time to go back to what was. Now is the time to look at what new foundations to put. What are the new foundations we need to put to make the world a better place? And that is not in the meeting rooms, not in the boardrooms. That will be on the streets. That will be with people who are suffering. That will be with understanding, articulating that. That will be with holding hands with migrants. That is where it is. That is when we find an answer to things like wage theft, access to services, no to detention, no to children in detention, full stop kind of thing. Recognizing undocumented workers have rights. When we are able to bring changes there in a real way and not on paper, then we'll be strong. We cannot be paper tigers. We cannot be paper tigers. We have that common notion here in the ASEAN. ASEAN is a paper tiger kind of thing. But we cannot be paper tigers, and we cannot be keyboard warriors. We have to be people that walk with people and that is our calling as civil society, and I hope we can rise to it.
That's a great, really important kind of call to us, William, and challenge to ourselves. I feel that we have just begun to scratch the tip of the iceberg in this conversation. And if nothing else happens from this session, I want to make the commitment. I feel that we need to have a much bigger, longer, deeper conversation with the 8 of you and with many more civil society leaders. So I'll make this commitment to you. Within the next year, let's carve out some time and space and resources for us to really begin to develop and deepen this discussion with some strategic outcomes. How can we strategize collectively together where we go from here, how we get from the children's table to the main table, and to be saying what dishes should be served. I think this is the task we have before us and the challenge before us, but we're not going to be able to do it alone. If we learn anything, we need to be able to do it together. And where are those spaces and where are those tables and where are those parties at? We need to figure that out also. I think Amber's call is right. Are we investing in the right places, and is that paying off in what we have so limited time and energy for? So I want to thank you to the 8 of you. Be safe, travel well wherever you're traveling, for those of you who are traveling, and I hope we can do this. I really want to make sure that we get to do this again in person when it's safe to do so with many others, and we'll make that commitment to you. And with that, I apologize to the next panel, and I turn it over to my colleague, Clara, to take us into narrative discussion.
Thank you, Colin, and everyone. That's after such a discussion, it's a bit difficult to change so abruptly and start discussing narratives, but I do think it ties in nicely with a lot of the elements that have been mentioned today and in this session in particular. And Oscar was just reminding us of the importance of toxic narratives, the way we talk about migrants, especially in response to COVID and when so many are insecure about their future. How do we find the right words? How do we counter that? Stella was telling us how important it is to talk about partnerships, to develop partnerships, but also to talk about them, to strengthen them and promote them. In a whole of society approach, how do we promote resilience, the resilience she was mentioning? Ignacio reminded us how important it is to link the issues we are looking at, to have a comprehensive approach and avoid silos and look at the impact all of these issues have on mobility and the way we talk about it. Michelle reminded us of all the spaces beyond migration that we also need to engage in for change on the ground, and that includes the public space. So I think this will be a more concrete discussion on the how, part of the how, an aspect of our advocacy and how we can achieve change and be heard, as William was reminding us just now. So I would like to welcome all of you to the session on narratives, and in particular welcome our panelists, Eva Garzón Hernández, who's a migration lead and our favorite expert on narratives at Oxfam Intermon in Spain. Eva is joined with Thomas Matthew Cadavel, who's the GCC coordinator at the Center for Migrant Studies in India, also a migrant grassroots social worker and a journalist, migration activist who's currently based in Kuwait. We will also hear an intervention by our colleague Stella from AFFORD, the African Foundation for Development, who unfortunately was unable to stay for this session, but shared a recorded message. So why should we talk about public narratives? I think the last time we had an open conversation about this, it was in April of this year, in a joint webinar that we organized with you, Eva. And in April, 8 months ago, it was only the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we were saying that this could be an opportunity to bring forward the essential contribution of some of what the migrants do in our societies as essential health workers fighting against the pandemic. And at the same time, I think we were already pointing out the danger of such messaging, because it narrows our thinking. It conveys a narrow, it portrays migrants in a limiting way by only limiting their value to the services that they are rendering to our societies. And at the same time, it creates a risk of the pendulum swinging back after the pandemic, especially as so many, as we were saying before, are suffering, not only the migrants, all of our societies. So migrants run the risk of being used as scapegoats, even more in the public discourse and public narratives. And actually so many things have happened since that conversation, that webinar in April. The pandemic has worsened considerably, and public narratives continue to be ambiguous. And despite the depiction of the key role of migrants in the fight against the pandemic, and that includes the successful development of vaccines just now. So inequalities and injustice have been strengthened for so many around the world, including for migrants. So many of them, so many migrants don't have access to healthcare, personal protective equipment, They are getting stuck because of borders closing, forced to return home without their wages, with the wages being stolen. And we mentioned that this morning, and we'll get back to the issue in a minute. So many things are happening as a consequence of the pandemic, also in the public discourse. And at the same time, climate change and the movement of people it provokes is still a burning issue. And the main public messaging really seems to be that climate-induced migration is the issue, when the real problem is climate change. But that's a distraction. We don't want to tackle that issue. We don't want to talk about it. So we'd rather talk about the movement of people instead of discussing climate change. And this year, of course, this summer in particular, has shown us with the Black Lives Matter movement how a wide mobilization could happen around the globe, calling for change, putting an end to structural inequalities, to racism, and exerting a lot of attention in the media and public discourse again. So all these things and many other have happened this year and have been talked about. And where do we stand now? So much has been said about migrants and in the public discourse, in the media, by politicians, and also in our homes and communities. So does any of this really have an impact on the reality of migrants? Does it matter? Is it even possible to influence the public discourse on migration? So in a nutshell, does all of this, do opinions, perceptions, headlines, do they have an impact on policies and eventually on the migrants in our societies? If yes, and perhaps most importantly, what does it mean for us as migrants, as civil society, advocates, communication professionals, in our daily lives and in our advocacy? Can we have an impact? Can we propose new narratives? Where and how? Who are those who can actually hear a balanced discourse, who can hear us when we come with a different proposal? So Eva, Stella, Thomas, would like to hear your perspective on some of these questions today, based on your own research and your experience, to really help us reflect on the role that we all have in shaping public narratives and why this actually matters. So I'd like to start with Eva and ask her to share some of the takeaways and recommendation based on the extensive research that she has led in recent months and years on narratives and the shaping of public perceptions. So Eva, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Clara, and thank you to everyone who's joining this session. As Clara was mentioning, we did have a session on narratives in April. So I wonder if maybe some people have already heard about the work that we've done on narratives. But some others might not have heard it. So I will try to balance just reflecting on the work that we did already and then bringing in maybe some new ideas. It's not easy to change narratives or to impact the public discourse in the short term. And actually, I'm thinking that we might need to start talking about, instead of changing the narrative, building narratives for change, because what we want to do is to be able to shape this story, this way of talking about migration that actually enables change to happen, so that migrants and refugees have a better opportunity to pursue their goals. I thought I always start by reminding us all of why narratives are important.
and what they are. So basically, they are the common ideas that we held about a particular issue or a group of people that are shaped by everything, all the messages that we receive every day from many different sources. And I think this is important because it makes us all narrative shapers. So when you are having dinner with your family and you are discussing migration, you are shaping the public discourse. When you are a public communicator, of course, you are shaping the narrative. When you write, you give a speech, you give a workshop, you are shaping the narrative on migration. So that's the good news, that the collective effort can have like very many different entry points. Of course, the narratives, so these common ideas that we held, that we hold, shape individual behaviors, but also institutional practices. And they can perpetuate harmful beliefs about particular groups of people. When we look in particular at narratives on migration, we realize how they are affecting migrants' lives every day, but also everyone's lives, because they are diminishing our chances of living together and pursuing development goals. They are fueling negative perceptions, and that's preventing policy change from happening. For example, one of the realizations that we've had during extensive research is how people really overestimate the magnitude of migration. When you tell people that it's actually 3.5% of the total world population who are actually international migrants, a lot of people are very surprised because they always think that the percentage is way higher, like from 10 times higher. So when you have when there is out there a narrative that it's making people believe that, of course, it's harder to promote policy change. And then something that is very important for everyone, but especially for development organizations, narratives are allowing migration to be used as a scapegoat and to be blamed for issues that have not been addressed, like lack of access to basic services or to decent work. So as long as we let migration take the blame, we will not be addressing those issues. When we started realizing that we had like an invisible wall that we were fighting against when we were campaigning on migration, first thing we did was look out for research on what was going on why people felt so polarized about migration. Because the idea that we had, especially if you look at social media, is that people are like either heavily against or heavily for migration. But then if you look at audience research, when you actually get to look into how people feel about migration, you realize that there are very many different profiles of people based on their take on migration, both their fears and their values with regards to migration. So this idea of polarization, it's really not true when you actually talk to people. And that's how we discovered this group of people that you've probably heard about, which are called the mixed middle. We saw that More in Common and Purpose had done this research in several countries in Europe, and they found all these different profiles of people based on their understanding and their feelings on migration. So we did the same research in Spain. And we found out, of course, that the same was true for Spain. We had the two groups that are like maybe have more defined positions. So the green group, which is the for group, people with a very, very multicultural view and understanding of the world. And then the purple group, the against group, people who have very close understanding of the world and they don't want to have contact with other countries or people from other cultures or other origins. But then you have a massive, like the majority of people stand somewhere in the middle, and their behaviors and their attitudes to migration are very much influenced by external factors, such as the public discourse. That's why it's so important to monitor and be aware of the words and the images that we put out there with regards to migration. This is how the percentages of each group have evolved from 2017 to 2020. What we realize is that the for group, it's gotten a little bit smaller because they have demobilized. So they have moved to the ambivalent for group. They are still for migration, but they're not very heavily mobilized to support migrants and refugees' rights. And the against group has grown a little bit bigger. This has to do with the fact that we had several electoral periods in Spain where migration has been used as an electoral tool very heavily, and it's been very high in the public discourse, especially of political parties that are against migration. So that's how public discourse can actually influence perceptions very significantly. So I won't go into this detail because it's very specific to Spain, but we've identified a little bit the common trends and the common feelings and concerns in all 4 groups. These are the 2 groups with the more static positions, the for group and the against group. And this is the big mixed middle, no? The 2 big ambivalent groups in Spain. And I'd say there are some difference between them. The ambivalent for, so the group that it's ambivalent, but it's closer to supporting migrants and migration, they have a very positive view on migration. They share and they express some concerns about it, but they are mostly optimistic about the benefits that migration can bring for everybody. But they're not very mobilized because they feel they can't really make a difference, and they actually think it's up to the authorities to do this job for them. There are more women than men in this group. They haven't traveled a lot, or at least below average, and they're significantly religious as compared to other groups. And then the ambivalent against group, what we've called the utilitarian group, they have a strong empathy with migrants and refugees, but they show very acute concerns with regards to health, wealth, and identity that we will explore now. They think that help should be handed out to countries of origin so that people don't actually migrate. So they have a very kind of simplistic understanding of migration and the reasons for people to migrate. They consider integration as essential, but they consider integration as a unilateral effort that should be made only by migrants. So they don't see it as an exchange between people from different origins. They value migration when they are demonstrated that it contributes to the economy. There are more men than women in this group. They are wealthier than other groups. And they are the group that more frequently support NGOs. There is a lot of more information on the profiles, but just to give you an idea of the nuances that we were looking for to understand the audience. So what we learned about this mixed middle is that they have both values and fears that coexist within the same people. So the assertions on the left with very high rates of agreement have to do with the values, with people recognizing that everyone has the right to migrate, that we should help others that are seeking international protection, that we want our children to get in touch with people from different origins and cultures. And then on the right, there are some assertions that actually show off fears regarding the standard of life, the access to jobs, so on and so forth. So if you see the percentages, they don't match, they don't add to 100%, which means that within the same people, there are values and fears. And if you, with your public communication, you manage to activate the fears, then they will become more against migration. But if you activate their values, they will be closer to pro-migration positions. 3 sets of fears that are that explain or that help us articulate the entire anti-migration discourse. The fear regarding physical integrity or health, the fear of losing living standards, wealth. So all these narratives about migrants taking jobs and coping social benefits, and the fears regarding cultural identity. You've probably heard me say this before. What's important about these fears is that we have them by default. We all have these fears because we need them to survive. So when the anti-migration discourse speaks to these fears, they can easily stay in our collective imaginary. And the first recommendation, or the first thing we learned, do not mention the elephant. We had been trying to negate the anti-migration discourse by permanently reminding people of the anti-migration arguments. And even if you try to negate it, you reinforce it. So if you ask someone not to think of an elephant, they will think of an elephant. If you permanently say that migration is not a problem, people will keep associating migration with a problem. We did the same research in Peru, Colombia, and Ecuador with regards to Venezuelan migration, and we had very similar results in terms of most people belong to the mixed middle groups, so they have understanding and empathy with migrants and refugees, but they think it's better for them to return to their countries where the situation improves, and they want tighter border control. We also identified strongly rooted preconceptions about migrant women that would actually stigmatize them heavily. And all countries share the self-perception of being the ones hosting the biggest number of migrants, when it's actually Colombia, the one in this case that hosts the most number of Venezuelan migrants. Over 80% of the population are worried about racism and xenophobia, and they also have the same 3 atavic fears that we've discussed before. So some ideas on how to build narratives for change. First, one thing we can do, fight disinformation. So support fact checkers and promote a culture change. Something that we've discovered is that one very important tool promoting negative narratives on migration is actual disinformation. So fake news, but in a broader understanding. I will go a little bit into this. Second recommendation, break free from the anti-migration framework and speak on your own terms. We don't always need to counter the anti-migration discourse. We can just put forward our own narrative. Know our audience and appeal to the values, and promote direct experience and storytelling. I've just included these conclusions from a research done by the European Policy Center that they published this year. They've been analyzing disinformation and fake news all over Europe. And they have identified these 3 narratives that disinformation uses to scare people and to promote hate and concerns about migration: identity, wealth, and health. So they basically match the 3 narratives that we identified in the perceptions research. As you see, the importance of each narrative changes from country to country, but they are these 3 narratives that are the most prevalent. Some of them are purely about health, wealth, or identity. Some others are mixed. So things you can do to actually counter this type of product, this disinformation. And here we are not countering the anti-migration arguments. We are actually fact-checking and doing a journalistic process to verify pieces of disinformation. This is a project we've done in Spain called Maldita Migración, where fact-checking journalists actually verify disinformation that targets migrants and refugees, the rebuttals or the verification pieces to the community. What's important about it is that it involves the community, because these fact-checking journalists are actually getting WhatsApp alerts from the people that are worried about this information. So whenever they receive something in their phone that they consider suspicious of being disinformation, they share it with the fact-checking journalists. They go through a very strict process of fact-checking and verification methodology, and then they send back the rebuttal in a very friendly format so that it can get viral as well. This is important because first, it has given us access to this information in WhatsApp, which is one of the main strongholds of this information, and it's private, so you can only access it to the extent that people actually want you to access it and be involved in moving and viralizing the rebuttals. It's building a sense of community against disinformation, and it's also promoting training, media literacy for critical thinking and culture change. What we want to achieve in the well, as soon as possible, but probably in the medium term, is a change in culture. So in the same way that, for example, we've learned about how to recycle, something that some years ago was unthinkable, we should learn that if you receive something that you're not sure that it's true, you should never share it until you are 100% sure that that's actual verified information. And then I think you might have heard these recommendations before: break free from the anti-migration framework. So we don't need to say migration is not a crime. We can just go forward and say that migration is a global public good. And if someone wants to challenge it, we can discuss about it, but at least the terms of the debate are on whether migration is a global public good or not. But we're not talking about crime or problem or anything like that. Choose your own images. These both images are taken in the migratory caravans in Central America. I'm not saying that we can only use friendly looking images, but it's good that we find a balanced visual story of migration, and that we remind people that migration is actually made of people like those on the picture in the left. Again, an example on different pictures that you can use. I personally prefer the one with the kids looking at the camera and not the one with the kids looking at the fence. Choose your own words. Remind yourself to do your mental word cloud when you are talking about migration, and ask yourself which are the most prevalent words that you're using. So we need to move from talking about problem to talking about opportunity, from talking about illegal to talking about project or opportunity or innovation or family or all those things that migration is really about. This is an example of a narrative framework used by Fundación Por Causa in Spain. You might like it or not, but at least it's a very unusual way to talk about migration that puts you in a very completely different mindset. Contextualize the data, because we have this narrative about the invasion, and when you actually put the numbers in context, you realize that migration is actually very manageable in terms of numbers. Use emotional data. For example, instead of saying that migrants in the Basque Country, which is a region in Spain, contributed 1,500 million euros to the GDP of the region last year, you can say that they contributed the equivalent of 50% of the health budget of the region, because now we are all very concerned about health issues. So using this emotional data, it's a very useful thing to do. The values, know the values, your audience's values, and try to appeal to them, knowing that there are certain correlations between the values that people tend to prioritize and their feelings towards migration. So people who usually value very much universalism, benevolence, stimulation, or self-direction, they tend to be pro-migration. Whereas people who value conformity, security, tradition, and power, they tend to be anti-migration. So it'd be great if we could build campaigns and communication endeavors that actually frame migration from a conformity, security, tradition, and power perspective, because it would speak better to the mixed middle audiences. This is an example of the mixed middle values in Spain. They mentioned love others, respect, tolerance, do good to others, but also justice, family, freedom, loyalty, honesty, and coherence. So it's interesting to know this to shape our campaigns along these values, and also take into account what are their main concerns. This is an example of a Ben & Jerry's and International Rescue Committee campaign based on their research, when they realized that with UK audiences, to support refugees with UK audiences, it was more effective to talk about a home, safe home, and becoming someone's safe home than talking, for example, about the journey. This is a campaign in Spain to support migrant children, saying I do. This could actually translate both as I I do want you here, and I do love you. So it's a very positive campaign build, also appealing to values. And just to finalize, promote direct experience. I think it's time for migrants and migrants' rights organizations to be able to shape their own narratives. These are some examples of campaigns run in Spain led by migrants' rights organizations that were very impactful. That are examples of activities putting together or bringing together migrants and people from host communities. And well, this is just some ideas for things you can do if you want to have a plan to change narratives. And this is just to let you know that this is where we are. I think we have all these insights, but what we are doing now is we are testing campaigning and communication initiatives to see which ones actually resonate better with the different audiences and which one have the power to become a narrative for change. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't take too much time.
Thank you so much, Eva. Your presentations are always so concrete and give us so much food for thought. So thank you, really. I think the main message really is that we are all narrative shapers. We all have an impact. The words we use, the pictures we use are key, and it's very easy to actually shape public narratives in a negative way, although we are trying to do the exact opposite. So thank you for reminding us of that, and we'll really try to keep that message that we want to shape the narratives we want for change, for real change in culture, and focus on what we want to achieve and where we want to get instead of countering negative messages. But I'd like to turn to Thomas now. Thomas, you have the experience of the grassroots activist, also as a migrant, who's being talked about by others, by the media, by the public. You feel those perceptions, but you're also a media person yourself. So could you tell us more about your experience in this regard, and particularly on the pressing issue of wage theft and the kinds of narratives that are dominant on the issue? How do you see this? What are the areas that you see for all of us to promote change in the public discourse, and in particular to respond to the wage theft issue, particularly as we're looking at COVID and recovery for everyone? So Thomas, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to one and all in this room participating and also the panelists. Reclaiming the narrative, that is the topic given to us, and this is reclaiming the narratives on migrants. We, the migrant workers all over the world, the marginalized, oppressed, exploited, downtrodden, neoliberal slaves, we can say, destitute, temporary contract migrant workers, domestic workers, the migrant women and children, that comprises of 250 million worldwide. We, the one who wanted to reclaim our narratives. Reclaiming the narratives of the migrant should be seen in the human rights perspective and in the development perspective. The Migration Day celebrations gives a platform to reclaim our narratives in our own voices, however loud and clear we can. It gives me immense pleasure to speak on the second anniversary of the adoption of Global Compact on Migration, for which I was a part of its initial low-level base level discussions on various occasions throughout. Thank you, the organizers of this International Migrants Day celebrations, especially MFA, the Migrant Forum Asia, CCRM, the Cross Regional Center for Migration, Refugees and Migrants, GRFDT, the Global Research Forum on Diaspora, Transnationalism and Civil Society Action Committee. The GCM is the Magna Carta of the migrants. That is how I want to look at it. The GCM is the post-pandemic reclaiming agenda or narrative. It should be. GCM will be or should be the framework on which the migration management governance should happen in the near and the distant future. The near in the sense, the post-COVID period. I am talking about the near as well as in the distant future. So this is the only weapon on which we can rely, and our narrative should be, centered upon. It should be a democratic process and the governmental process to ensure the human rights commitments and thereby the developmental process. So it should be a democratic process, and it should be along with the governmental process. It should not be a bureaucratic process. This is my thinking on the how it should be implemented on the GCM. As a migrant, I am impatient. We are impatient. Never-ending discourse and discussions are going on the migration and narratives for a long time. We are really tired and fed up. Do something on the ground, concrete to happen to the lives of the migrants. So nothing transpires. This is what is our experience. Discourses are going on, but nothing can be seen. Nothing it is visible or experienced by the migrants. So we are impatient. The governments and the stakeholders should adopt and start implementing the objectives of the GCM directive principle, or we can say it is a directive principle. It is objective. Some will say it's a directive principle. Pandemic period exposed the hollowness of the political will for the implementation of the GCM. But I am hopeful the post-COVID period will find the needed political will for the implementation of the GCM. I hope so. And the CSOs all around the world, I am appealing to them to come forward to see that the GCM is implemented in the near future. GCM calls upon and assures for the inclusiveness of migrants in all aspects of life, the socio-political, cultural spheres of life, for the betterment of the migrants and the worldwide. This is what I believe strongly. So this is the only thing, the GCM is the only thing in front of us to safeguard our rights and our rights in the human rights of the migrants. Post-COVID new normal, we aspire is a multilateralism, a pluralism, not a discrimination of the migrants, and solidarity, legal status, and freedom. I can say a lot, but at least these kind of things should be in place in the post-COVID period. We were not having it, and we want it, and we want to see that this is happening on the ground. Migrants reclaiming narratives are our stories. We experience them on daily basis on the ground level. Who control the narratives? Who strangle and stifle the migrant voices? For me, it is none other than the stakeholders themselves. The government, both the countries of origin and the countries of destination. They are the ones who are stifling the migrant voices or the migrant issues or migrants' rights. And the second one comes not in a larger scale, in a lesser this thing. It is international organizations and UN agencies. They are actually the referees of this game, but they are not the referees. They are mere spectators. This is from my experience I am talking. And they are the one who has to implement all these things, but they are not coming in the proper sense of implementation of the things in the ground. Then, of course, the other stakeholders are the corporates and the private sector and the foreign employees. They are against this thing, and they are the one who really stifle our voices. And looking at the migration aspect, the recruiting agencies in the migration cycle, it starts with the recruiting agents and the human traffickers. This is the people who are controlling the narratives of the migrants right now. The present time narratives of migrant and at the time of the pandemic is wage theft. This is what we are experiencing right now, and all the inhuman treatments associated with it. Instead of protecting, assuring safety and security, we are thrown to the vagaries of the pandemic to suffer by themselves. This is also happening on the other side. So from one side, the wage theft is rampant and it is going on. It made a connivance to perpetrate the crime of the wage theft, a systematic crime perpetrated on the migrants, make them vulnerable. And so the wage theft, I would like to see it is a crime. It's a crime against humanity. Joblessness, deportation, repatriation happening at such an unprecedented scale at the time of this pandemic. I have so many recorded statistics with me, but lack of time, I am not going to that. The non-payment of wages, salaries, indemnities, social benefits had increased from 10 to 15 folds at the time of pandemic. Non-payment of salaries was a perennial problem. It is a perennial problem. It was a perennial problem and it was going on. But the pandemic exacerbated the whole thing. And now it has come to the level of organized wage theft. And that is why I am saying it should be considered as a crime against humanity. The new narrative of migrants today is to reclaim the wage looted by their employers in the pandemic period. The wage protection system, something was in paper, but that also failed. It is broken during this time of period. It's totally broken in the time of period. And there was a wage protection system evolved, and it was in practice, especially in the GCC countries, to lesser or larger extent. But now it seems that the wage protection system is failed, and that is the net result is the wage theft. So to prevent the wage theft, the migrant workers from falling into the vicious circle of debt, poverty, and despair, and ensuring the destruction of families and communities is the real need of the time. The great problem of wage theft, it's happening because it is of the sponsorship system prevailing in the Middle Eastern area. The time the COVID-19 had made a good cover for the perpetrators, so it must go. This sponsorship system must go. It's feudal. It's feudal in nature, and it perpetrates and prosper onto the neoliberal slavery system. This is what is happening right now. The biggest challenges as civil society organizations we face is the lack of data and documentation, which the missions and the countries of origin and countries of destination are shy of. They are not bothered at all to collecting the data of the migrants who lost the job, who were terminated, or who are deported or repatriated. All these things are there. One of the greatest barriers to addressing the wage theft is the lack of rapid, systematic collection and registration of information. In the rush to repatriate, neither countries of origin nor the countries of destination have able to successfully understand or capture the scale of the phenomenon of wage theft and experienced by the migrant workers. They are careless. They don't care. This is what is happening. Cases of wage theft continues to be underreported and remain unaddressed. All these points to the fact that there is a lack of non-availability of officials, reliable documentation that is key to prove migrant workers' cases. The missions or the embassies of the countries of origin are mute spectators. They become only a deportation centers or facilitators of deportation. The missions or the government seldom come forward, or no mechanism to verify and document whether migrant workers have been paid their due wages and benefits upon termination of their employment contract. To document accurately, missions should set up an online complaint mechanism, a walk-in option, and a 24-hour hotline. These are the proposals which we gave. Of late, some missions started it, but the message haven't reached to the largest sections of the victims of the wage theft. Importantly, migrant workers must be allowed to file a grievance even in the absence of formal employment documentation, as the employer may have keeping it with him. So this is one impediment what we are facing on the ground level for registering the complaints of the migrants. So these documents are in the hands of these sponsors or the employers. We have to find a solution. We have to find a way out for this wage theft. It happened in the human history, especially in the time of Iraqi invasion in Kuwait. In 1990, that is the classic anecdotes I can tell. And I was a refugee. I was a victim of that Iraqi invasion, and I was a refugee also. And I was compensated by the UN Claim Commission, appointed for this purpose. So we want that kind of a mechanism to be in place to safeguard the interest of the workers, migrant workers, against the wage theft. A transitional justice mechanism or international claim mechanism like the UN claim at the Iraqi invasion, this is what I told, must be in place. The mighty international corporates, stakeholders, or the private agencies, they are the beneficiaries of the wage theft. They will try to torpedo such a proposal. That's for sure. But the resolve must be there. The political will of the people and the government should be there, and to force the international bodies to see that a mechanism is evolving and it is in place and it is working and it is giving benefit to the migrant workers. Another alternative is countries of origin and countries of destination to put in place a transitional justice mechanism that will address the issues of wage theft related grievances, claims and labor disputes, or related workers who have lost their jobs because of the pandemic taken up by the governments. So this is not under the UN body. I am talking about if the UN body is not coming forward to do this one, we can think of having the governments to implement these things. Then another proposal what I am having is the migrant contract workers who died due to the COVID-19 should be compensated. The orphaned families of these workers should be taken care of. It is the duty. Those migrant workers who worked in the health sector safeguarding others who contracted the COVID and died of the COVID-19. Their families also must be compensated because they are the one who were one in the forefront of the combating the pandemic at the pandemic period. These are the few things I want to share right now. In the discussion, we can interact and talk about more as the time is limited. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thomas, for explaining all of that and really reminding us of the urgency of action. We are all impatient to see change on the ground. So thanks really for pointing that out. I'll come back to you later on with some questions, but before we do so, we'll now turn to Stella in a recorded message. She'll be sharing some thoughts on the impact of narratives and perceptions on reality, and in that sense on structural inequalities, particularly by looking at race and the Black Lives Matter movement. So we'll turn to Stella to hear about the influence of perceptions and also the implications that it has for all of us. So Stella, thank you for joining us in this recorded message.
When we talk about migration, we're talking about the movement of people. And when you talk about race, you're also talking about people. And what we think of race or what we think of the other is often our perception of the other, you know, and our perceptions could have been influenced by the environment that we find ourselves in, our experiences, whatever the circumstances are. And BLM in itself is very much about the reality of people. If you talk about Black Lives Matter specifically in the US, being about people fighting injustice that is being meted out to people of African descent, it's about a certain perception that has been institutionalized. It's the fact that it perpetuates inequality on the basis of race, on the basis of color, on the basis of where people are from. And it's a perception that, I mean, the reason why the word perception exists is because it is that it's not reality. But of course, your perception can also impact on the reality of what you experience or of how you treat other people. There are just so many reasons why this should matter to all of us. I mean, we saw how you had BLM movements going on in the US, and then in the UK, you had people taking down statues, and they were taking down statues of people who were believed to have been slave masters, people who are believed to have to have operated on the basis of racism. And of course, statues, as far as we all understand, are for people that we want to look up to. And so you suddenly have people getting a better understanding of our society and what it's been built on, and who's telling the story, and how it should be told, really, or of having a balance, if you like. So you have lots and lots of questions around all of these issues. And I think at different levels, as I said, it should matter to all of us. I think it's definitely opened up a number of different things to consider, a number of different areas around inequality, a number of all the connecting dots, if you like, and all of these are quite important for us to consider, not just consider really, but to challenge and to come up with solutions to make this better. I think it's important to ask questions and to do your own research as well. A lot of what I know also took place during the movement during Black Lives Matter is that a lot of people felt compelled, if you like, a lot of people felt compelled to share some information, to share some reading and books, to educate others, if you like. But, you know, I think it really is down to individuals to do their own, call it soul searching, if you like, to do their own reading. There is so much around this matter of inequality and structural racism in relation to people of African descent. I think it's also about being mindful and aware of our own structures as well. I mentioned, you know, one of the very simplest campaigns out there is also around companies and organizations and just looking at the diversity. And it's not just about the diversity of staff. That's where often that's where a lot of organizations might start, because maybe it's the easiest bit. It's also about who makes the decisions. So it's also at the board level. Who's on the board? How diverse is that? You know, and that's somewhere else that you can also look at, but even just the diversity of the organizations that people are in. And as much as we wouldn't be able to change everything, I think it's about looking at, it's just about being aware and having a sense of where some of these inequalities exist. But it is also about looking at the things that we can change and understanding fundamentally, I think that when we work within these areas, when we talk about these issues, there is also an element of partnership. You know, if we're going to make things better, it's about working in partnership, and it's about equal partnership. It's not about consulting Black and ethnic minority people and then going off to see whether we can hand over the work to a larger institution. It's really about equal partnership and working side by side and jointly and supporting. And I think that's how we need to start thinking about these. It's not about us and the other. It really is about how do we craft a joint vision and how do we work towards that jointly.
Thank you, Stella, for these inspiring words. We'll also come back to that at the end, but it's a very important message that we'll try to remember in our work. I think it will be slowly time to wrap up, but before we do so, I'd like to come back to our panelists with a couple of follow-up questions. And I'd like to start with you, Thomas. And you were describing the vicious circle, the destruction of families, so many difficult aspects of the reality of wage theft you were mentioning before. And before Eva was showing us also how referencing to positive values such as precisely family reunification, tradition, trust can help change the narratives. And you were mentioning the issue of wage theft and how countries of origin and destination fail to grasp the importance of the problem, the lack of documentation, how much there is a lack of awareness. So as a journalist, as a migrant and journalist with experience in the media, in addition to raising the alarm on these issues, do you think there is a way we can promote positive messaging a narrative that actually belongs to the migrants? Is there a positive narrative that it can accompany the call for transitional justice, the complaint mechanism? How do you see that with your experience as a media professional?
Yeah, Clara, you asked a very pertinent question. This is a challenge what we are facing on the ground right now. It is imperative to have a complete data. Then only we can work on the things. Right now, see, as CSOs, we have limitations to gather the data. What we are getting is very minimal type of data from different companies. That will not do the job. The scale of the wage theft is so huge. It is 10 to 15 fold it happened than the normal times non-payment of wages. It's so I can say 25 to 30 big corporate houses have resorted to this kind of things in one country. I am not naming the countries. So these things has to be brought out to the international scene. And what we are saying, the international media, they have to come. The local social media, they are reporting in the limited way, but this is not sufficient. What we want is that the families of the migrant workers, the migrant worker himself or herself, they have to come forward, and also their voices should be in a collective way. It should go up here in the media, but it is not happening. It is not happening because of the restrictions and other things related with the pandemic. So what I propose is that we have to the CSO level at least to start working on this to reclaim the wage theft to happen. For that, we have to in a limited way at least, we have to start collecting the data and start working with the countries of destination, countries of origin to get this justice done. For that, I mean, I can say in India, the SIMs have started doing with one company. They have already collected some 500 plus persons complete data, and they made this issue with raised this issue with the central government, the Indian government. So like that, the CSOs can come forward, and they have to find a mechanism. If the UN body or the international bodies are not coming forward to give the needed solace or this thing to the migrant workers, so the migrant themselves have to organize and see that this has to be done. And the media has got a very big, large role to play. But unfortunately, this is not happening because of the COVID situation and because of the restrictions on the media in the Middle East especially. We cannot report everything in such a way. So we appeal to the international bodies to get into this one, like UN or ILO, IOM. These are the international bodies we can rely upon or depend upon for bringing out this issue and to get, I mean, redressal of the issue. This is what I mean. I think what we can do right now.
Thank you, Thomas. I think your goal has been heard, I hope, by all of us. And actually, we'll be mentioning that in a minute. But there is also, the GFMD has now launched a campaign that is truly multi-stakeholder and really calls to include the voices of migrants and is promoted by all stakeholders, governments, local authorities, and civil society. So we will be coming back to all of you to promote this and really engage in this campaign. And I hope that call has been heard by all of us and can be echoed at all levels in our work. But before we wrap up, I'd like to turn to Eva with a final question, maybe also echoing some of what Thomas has just said. And there's been a question in the chat box from Kekeli about structural inequalities that Stella also touched upon. So Eva, that's a broad open question to really give your perspective on these very concrete points. But I also wanted to ask you about the concrete impact that you see in your work. You work with the media, with fact-checking journalists. You have that experience. So do you actually see an impact of your research of promoting those positive narratives? Is there a way we can measure that? So over to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's really not easy to measure narrative change. And in fact, I think we've been so worried about how to promote narratives for change that it's only now that we are starting to really look into exactly how to take stock. I'm going to try and speak more slowly for the interpreters. To take stock of the potential achievements. There is a resource on measuring narrative change that it's actually quite good, because it measures individual change in the public environment, also in the institutional environment, and also in terms of alliances. The one thing I can tell you is that the impact of this research has been heavy on alliance building. Like a lot of people have reached to us, people who were worried about the same issues, people who were attempting to put forward alternative narratives. They've reached out to us, and now we work way more connected with different kinds of actors, especially other organizations, local authorities, and journalists. And I see out there more and more some communication activities that you can tell that they've been thought through from a narrative change perspective. Among these alliances, there has been one that I consider the most impactful, which is the one with specifically migrant rights organizations and migrant-led rights organizations, because they've really actually been able to shape concrete demands using the narrative change recommendations. And the examples of the two campaigns that I mentioned that were migrant-led in Spain are, for me, the way to go. But I think alliance building was it's so far the most important impact. I think there is increasing understanding of the problem of disinformation. So there's more and more people who before they believe anything, they look for it, and they do like a quick home check to make sure that it's verified and that there is a reliable source stating it. So I think that's important. For example, we've noticed between 2017 and 2020 that this belief that migrants have actually preference in accessing social benefits in Spain has decreased significantly. And I think it's part of the narrative, like changing narratives campaigns that have been put together about it. There was one that was actually led by civil servants in the ministries that actually hand out these social benefits, explaining the citizenship, like these migrants have no preference in accessing this. And so that has had an impact. I wanted to address the question that I thought was very good on whether if we try to limit or reduce or neutralize fear to migration, we might miss the opportunity to talk about structural inequalities. And I actually think it's the other way, like it's a smart way to go. For example, if someone tries to drag you into the discussion of whether migrants are coping social benefits for COVID, for example, for COVID recuperation, you might want to start talking about actually progressive taxation in your country, and how increasing taxation to the wealthiest could actually help having like a more comprehensive social protection schemes that would actually support everyone in need. So I think it's smart to move the debate towards the actual structural causes. Or for example, when people are discussing about if there are too many refugees coming in or not, we can raise the question of how European governments are selling arms that are actually perpetuating wars, therefore perpetuating the need for international protection for certain people. So, you know, focusing on the structural causes of certain issues, I think could be a good way to actually focus on what's important. I think Clara was mentioning the issue of climate change. It's very common when you're talking about climate change, a lot of people start depicting migration as the thing to be stopped, climate change induced migration, whereas the problem is actual climate change. Because climate change migration, of course, no one should be forced to leave their countries, but sometimes it's a life-saving resort. So let us not forget that the structural cause, the climate change, is the actual problem that we need to be discussing. We can, of course, talk about protecting people who need to move. That absolutely for sure. But remind your audiences where the problem actually resides.
Thank you, Eva. That was a great conclusion with a lot of concrete thoughts that we can keep reflecting on. Also, as we prepare for the rest of our sessions today, including the one on climate change. Before concluding, I'd like to say a few words about the GFMD campaign that we were just mentioning, and to show that there are concrete examples of multi-stakeholder partnerships that actually focus on promoting positive narratives for change and not countering negative discourses. And these are led by governments, actually, also to answer Patty's question in the chat box. So that campaign has just been launched today and is led by the GFMD Working Group on Narratives. And it's co-chaired by Canada, Ecuador, and the Mayor's Mechanism of the GFMD. And it is really calling all migration stakeholders, starting with the migrants themselves, to participate in the campaign and help promote inclusive stories about social cohesion and the positive impact that migration has on communities. So the campaign is called "It Takes a Community," and we will be sharing it on social media and publicizing it in the weeks and months to come. So we encourage you to stay tuned and share these resources further. The website can be found on our social media, so stay tuned for more. I think it's time to the next panelists are ready to take over. But as a conclusion, I think Eva will really keep your words, your reminder that it's about the change that we want, about shaping narratives for change and not against, rather towards what we want, especially as we're building back better or building forward better, as some are saying. So you reminded us that every time we talk about migration, we shape the narrative. And that narrative has an impact on perceptions and eventually on structures, on structural inequalities, on societies and policies. And Stella pointed that out very clearly. She reminded us of the importance of being aware and shaping our own narratives together as real partners. So really, we as migrants, civil society, advocates, practitioners, we have an important role to play beyond or together with our advocacy and what we might think of as the usual target audience, whether it's governments, local authorities, institutions, agencies. And this is essential to remember whenever we talk about the issues that are dear to us, about wage theft, race, climate change. The words we use, the frameworks we refer to, all have a very concrete impact. And Thomas has reminded us of the urgency of reclaiming the narrative. So it really matters. And perhaps it's also part of the GCM implementation and achieving change on the ground, being aware of these elements. So I'm going to end there with a reminder of what Stella called for when she said that it's not about us and the other, but it's about crafting a joint vision. And that, I think, starts with each one of us. So Eva, Thomas, and Stella, thank you so much for reminding us of that and sharing these concrete thoughts. And with that, I'll turn it over to Colin for our next session on regular pathways. And we look forward to the rest of this day. Thank you, everyone. Colin, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. Thank you, everyone. I'm just posting in the chat box the link for what Clara mentioned in terms of the campaign that was just launched today. In fact, just a few hours ago for December 18th for International Migrants Day, that is co-chaired and co-led by the country of Canada, the government of Canada, and the Mayor's Mechanism of the GFMD. So that's it takes a community.org. And that's the link. I've just shared that related to what Clara and. But thank you all for that. And thank you for Clara for catching us up on the time. I want to welcome, without any further ado, I want to welcome our 4 great panelists today to really take us into what we've been talking about. You know, what is the reality on the ground? What's the conditions? What's the situation like? And then take us into like where we need to go to overcome this. And first up, and this is in terms of we want to look at the situation at the borders, and specifically the US-Mexico border. I think this is one of the most intense borders, not the only one, but certainly one of the most intense borders in the world today, highly militarized, and a lot of the situation is highly criminalized in terms of border crosses. So we want to take, Eddie, to walk us through that. And then we want to explore a little bit some of the thinking around the notion of regular pathways or regular pathways for regular migration. What does that mean? And unpack that a little bit and what we can see we will develop with that. But first, Eduardo Canales, Eddie, as I know him, Eddie, you've been a long time, not just resident in South Texas, but an activist and long time organizer in that region. And most recently, over the past few years, I know you've been doing a lot, both for the National Network for Human and Refugee Rights, as well as the South Texas Human Rights Center, all the work that you've been doing in terms of dealing with the situation of people who are crossing the borders and what they're facing, and their families and their communities. It's every time I hear you talk about it, I feel so overwhelmed. It sounds like an incredibly intense situation. I don't know how you continue to do that on a daily basis in a very passionate way. Eddie, tell us, especially in the last 4 years in this Trump administration, but even looking forward, what are the conditions at the border? What do you think is causing this from your point of view? Eddie, to you.
Well, thank you, Colin, for inviting, and Alma también from the National Network, co-director. I have been the director of the South Texas Human Rights Center for the last 7 years, and then on the board of the National Network for Immigrant and Refugee Rights. The border in Texas has been historically been treated as an exclusion of human and constitutional rights, and it kind of lays a foundation in terms of, enforcement agencies possessing, immunity, exceptional powers, and no real accountability or oversight in terms of, the largest police force, civilian police force in the country and in the world, one of them. So. The positioning on the ports of entry, checkpoints, and rover patrols over the last few years, essentially has caused, has killed 70 people by Border Patrol and encountered with agents. So, but let's go back a little bit in terms of 1994. The Border Patrol adopted the enforcement strategy at the border called prevention by deterrence, and that's what we deal with on a daily basis in terms of military structure, infrastructure, basically checkpoints and all the Border Patrol agents aligned on the port of entries. So that's we've become a major migration corridor for the last, at least for the last, 10 years. And it moves migrants away from the port of interest into dangerous wilderness, very remote areas along the border as, as a deterrent. But the consequences have not stopped people. There's no deterrence in that regard. We still have, over the last, it's very deadly situation. And these are, some numbers, but it doesn't reflect, Colin, the entire number of migrant deaths that have occurred over the last 20 years. You got a figure, we get a figure from of close to 11,000 migrant deaths. Among those are asylum seekers, men, women, children, a lot, children crossing, people trying to reunite with their families and provide, decent and get decent work. All these people have perished on the borderlands due to hydration, heat-related, being left behind, Border Patrol raids in the brush where people scatter, they get lost. I believe, and I've been quoted, and people think the number is even higher, but that we're talking about over 20,000 people that have gone missing or have died. In terms of family detention, over the last year, large numbers of migrants and mothers and children from Central America have come to the border for seeking asylum. And from the violence, indiscriminate violence, and then of course the Obama administration began a regressive or a repressive, excuse me, a very aggressive deterrence strategy in terms of targeting the criminal aspects. But then, again, that's a really misnomer in terms of what that means. This has led to detention of over more than 1,000 mothers and children, and locked up for the first time, and in the family detention facilities. And in 2017, Trump ramped up those numbers to be more than 100,000 families, and more than 5,000 children. This is one of the most cowardly things that this administration could do, is forcibly separating 5,000 children from their families. So this led to the MPP, which is Migration Protection Protocols, or as it's known, Remain in Mexico program, requiring asylum seekers to wait in Mexico for their asylum proceedings. We're talking about upwards to 60, 75,000 asylum seekers were returned to Mexico. And you can imagine how much of a pressure Mexico had to go through in terms of, or the civil society groups, really, the NGO groups responding, to the pressures of housing, food, shelter, and all these overcrowded shelters all over created these tent cities. There's one in Matamoros, that's been there for a long time. There's I saw him spring up in Eagle Pass. I saw him spring up on the other side on Piedras Negras, and see him spring up in Laredo. So this has put a burden and overcrowded shelters and tent cities on that side. So in that backdrop, that's what created then you have COVID setting in that respect, in 2000, so the U.S. government announced a central travel in terms of all the ports from Canada and Mexico. And so humanitarian processes were put to a halt, suspended, and then arguing with public law. And that's what we've been dealing with. Prior to this, COVID and public law, for every 75, for every 100 people that were crossing, you had 75 that were being detained. Now it's the reverse. For every 100 people that have been that are crossing the border, 25 have been detained, and the other 75% is missing, goes missing. They understand that they're going to be exposed, so people are really getting to some of the more remote areas. Let me just say that, and I'll close here. Deportation flights, in the United States, since that public law was set into place, you have 871 deportation flights to at least 15 countries in the Americas, in Latin America and the Caribbean since February. So ICE has played a role in spreading COVID-19 all over Central America. And so the labor rights situation, it puts in on the Mexican side, people are kind of the maquilas, and everybody's heard about the maquilas, and they themselves, people have been forced to stay in these maquilas, which is without any COVID preparations or any social distancing or any type of efforts to keep people from getting COVID. So that stay-at-home orders became a practice in the maquilas and in the U.S. también. So so let's talk. I think that's generally the situation. We're still dealing with. I think there a lot of the patterns right now, migration patterns, are a bit on hold, at the border, kind of getting a sense of and what's going to happen with Trump going out and a new administration coming in. So I'll leave it at that, and then look forward to any questions that people may have.
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. That's really important. I think, and you mentioned that maybe we've all heard about the maquilas, but maybe not. I think this is some of the news that doesn't get out, and we certainly the news about the 70+ children separated from their families because of the detentions that they underwent and lost, and some of them losing their parents altogether. These were things that maybe some of the international media covered, but we certainly didn't hear some, the regular, even before COVID, the regular system of militarization that detains so many people and deports so many people, and certainly the situation that creates the conditions that where a lot of migrant deaths are happening, and you have been tracking that so well. So thanks for that. We'll come back again to kind of ask you a little bit more about what do you think then the conditions that. How do you alleviate these conditions in the immediate? Because it sounds like a very urgent and very emergency type of situation. What can we do to alleviate that in the immediate? But then in the long term, what are the steps needs to be taken to prevent these from happening altogether? Do we put up more border walls? Do we increase the enforcement? I'm being facetious here, obviously, but I think we want to get the sense of what are the proposals we bring forward in terms of alleviating that situation. So we'll come back to you in a little while, Eddie, for that. But what next we want to kind of switch. Thanks, Natalie. So next we want to switch a little bit to talk about regular pathways as a way, and why I said I was being facetious, because I think we've been proposing that one of the most effective ways to deal with the situation at border crossings in the Mediterranean, to alleviate the situations, is really for better and more pathways for regular migration. And in the advocacy towards the Global Compact for Migration, that became one of the important things, because so much of the Global Compact came from what was perceived as a crisis was really a political crisis from lack of action that was happening in the Mediterranean about 3 years ago that led to the UN high-level summit and then led to the Global Compacts. So I want to turn now to Evelyn Tennant. Evelyn is with the Global Migration Policy Associates and also one of the co-conveners of the Climate Migration and Displacement Platform. But Evelyn, you have been following this for a while, and you were there when we talked about Objective 5 in the Global Compact on regular pathways for migration being sort of a keystone objective. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? What does keystone mean? And can you unpack Objective 5 a little bit for us and what is contained in that objective of the Global Compact?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Colin. It was a really great webinar organized by the same groups that are bringing you today's International Migrants Day series. It's going objective to objective, and I think it's up to objective 15 now. 16 will be maybe next Tuesday, or maybe there's a break, I don't know. But on objective 5, one of the panelists, Gervais Pav, said that he didn't want, we all had our favorite objectives, we all had the ones we thought were most important. He didn't want to get into which was most important, but he would say that objective 5 was the keystone. Like the keystone of an arch being the one that keeps all of the others in place. That what you really need in a global compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration is regular migration pathways that do the things that states committed in the chapeau of Objective 5 to do. And really importantly, explaining what he meant by this. And I'm going into what he said because it's been the source of a lot of conversations and reflections in a paper since then. Without regular pathways, protection of migrants is always just playing catch up. Trying to protect migrants in irregular situations is really hard, isn't the right way to be going about a global governance regime that the multilateral system of states came as close as they've ever come to committing to in the Global Compact. But the key is the regular pathways in which migrants move in a protected way. They know where they're going and they will be protected when they get there. Their rights will be protected when they get there. That is the vision. Certainly, I think it's the vision that most civil society actors have, but it's not the reality. I mean, Eddie just gave us a little bit more in very dispassionate ways of speaking about what is a horrible humanitarian disaster with great consequences, but just gave us some sense of what goes wrong when there aren't regular pathways, as well as in this case when there isn't even access to asylum. But looking at what countries actually committed to, because it's not quite all we would hope, they committed to adapt options and pathways for regular migration in a manner that facilitates labor mobility and decent work, reflecting demographic and labor market realities, optimizes education opportunities, upholds the right to family life, and responds to the needs of migrants in a situation of vulnerability with a view to expanding and diversifying availability of pathways for safe, orderly, and regular migration. It goes into specific situations in addition under the actions of migration in contexts of slow and sudden onset climate change. So that's the text. Stepping back for a moment, well, one more word on the text. It says that states commit to adapt options. It didn't say that they committed to adopt new regular pathways. you know, that was something that everyone on the civil society side advocated for. It's not quite in the text that way. So we were already starting a struggle for regular pathways in implementing the Global Compact that was sort of uphill, a lot of barriers. And the COVID pandemic has only made most of those barriers greater and created some new ones. Borders have closed. That plays into the hands of countries of destination in determining on what terms they are going to be reopened, to whom, for what categories of visa. Tight budgets in most countries, making it really difficult to provide social protection, lots of losses of jobs, recessions. These aren't going to end immediately. These aren't going to end even when everyone has been vaccinated, were that to take place by 2024. The recession is decreasing opportunities for decent work. This is all conducive to a race to the bottom, especially if countries of origin feel the need to allow their nationals to accept jobs that may be regular but don't provide decent work and don't provide real protections, just because the countries of origin will need the hard currency from remittance flows, just because remittance flows will be even more important in the context of recession and attempting to recover. That's a really big problem right now. The broader situation is that many countries have unsustainable debt burdens, that there hasn't really been solidarity at the multilateral level for addressing the debt and fiscal situation of many low and middle income countries. On an earlier panel today, Ignacio Packer mentioned the need for the migrant rights community to ally with and be paying attention to and working with broader initiatives. He probably said within civil society. I would certainly add within social movements, insider strategies, outsider strategies, to really press. He talks specifically though about something that's quite important, which is special drawing rights from the International Monetary Fund, which would just give countries money to use for social protection and health expenditures so that their budgets weren't devoted to debt service while trying to recover. And I haven't even mentioned one of the most important things that we need to keep in mind now more than ever, that we hear about a lot, but not enough yet with respect to the GCM and implementation of the GCM in general and regular pathways in particular. And that's climate change, the need for climate action. The need for climate action is now, people are already being displaced now, while most of that displacement is within borders. Increasingly, people now need opportunities to migrate for work if they no longer have sustainable incomes, and may need to cross borders, fleeing in more dramatic, sudden onset climate and disaster situations, but may not have access to international protection under the refugee regime. Climate change is going to be affecting more people more seriously in terms of the risk of very serious damage from severe weather or from slow onset erosion of livelihoods, or from all kinds of combinations of the two. Environmental degradation isn't new as a cause of migration. People have been forced off their land for decades, and really we can think about centuries, but in recent decades for all sorts of different reasons, and to have migrated internationally in an effort to either support families or to set up new lives somewhere else. These things are only going to be increasing as we go forward as pressures, and yet there doesn't seem to be the solidarity and willingness on the part of countries best positioned in some ways to respond to do so. And so I think that strategizing about how to really push forward on the need for regular pathways, the need for people to move, the need for skills, the need for people to be able to reunite with family members, the need for people to get education and skills that they may use somewhere for a while, move somewhere else. There are a whole range of needs that will be made more acute by the pandemic and by the increasing context of climate change and environmental degradation. I think I'll stop there. I've gone on longer than I intended to.
No, that's fantastic. And thank you again, Evelyn, for reminding me. I forgot about that point that, during the negotiations of Objective 5 and the compact in general, it doesn't really indicate or call for new pathways. And it was just an emphasis on current regular pathways. And I think that's an important point. I want to take that question over to Onyekachi in a little while. Before we do that, though, I want to go to Daniel. Daniel Costa from the Economic Policy Institute in the US. Daniel, we've heard you talk a number of times about not just more pathways, but what kind of pathways are particularly important. So we want to turn it to you in terms of how you unpack that and how you indicate what kind of pathways are needed and why, if you can, Daniel.
Great, thanks so much, Colin, for inviting me and to all the panelists. And I think Evelyn helped set up this discussion for me well. And I'm going to try to share my screen just to have a couple of slides to help illustrate what I'm going to say and talk about here. There, I think we got it. Great. And so I also just want to say that this is International Migrants Day is a day when I celebrate my parents who have their own migration stories and pathways from each of their own countries. And not all of those pathways are regular, so it's special for me to get to talk about this. And I should say I work on labor migration, so I'm going to focus on those types of pathways. And I think that there's been a lot of discussion about expanding regular pathways, but in my mind, there's been much less discussion about having better migration pathways, not just more. So I bring that up because I think one of the main pathways that states and other actors are considering and pushing for is extremely problematic. And I'm talking about temporary labor migration programs. These programs have in fact been on the rise. The OECD in 2019 made this a focus of their annual report. They highlighted a shift across the OECD region towards more temporary labor migration. And this is something that was highlighted also in a recent book by Anna Boucher and Justin Guest, where they took a systematic look at migration governance and found that governments are converging towards what they call a quote, market model that seeks immigrants for short-term labor with fewer outlets to citizenship, an approach that resembles an increasingly contingent nature of labor markets worldwide. And so in the United States, it's really clear to me that they've been on the rise at the expense of permanent pathways that provide equal rights and a path to citizenship for migrants. And they've even been on the rise during a presidency and an administration that is unquestionably, one of the most anti-immigrant we've seen in recent history. Which obviously I think that fact alone should raise some eyebrows. And I should say that I'm going to focus on my own country, the United States, just in part because that's the system I study the most, but also because it hosts 1/5 of all the world's migrants, 20%. So what happens here really matters. And I'm going to argue we don't just need pathways, we need good pathways that are consistent with human rights standards. Unfortunately, those the trend is towards providing pathways that are temporary and provide limited rights, and those programs have serious flaws. So I'll just mention some of those flaws here in the US. I won't go into too much detail, But I think that these are issues that are fairly common across developed countries. First, illegal recruitment fees and debt bondage are common in the recruitment phase. And destination country workers are often shut out of jobs because there's no labor market test or labor shortage determination, even during times of high unemployment. Temporary work visa programs permit employers to circumvent U.S. anti-discrimination laws and segregate the workforce. The visa status of temporary migrant workers is usually tied to their employer, which chills labor rights and prevents mobility to better jobs, and ultimately enables employer lawbreaking. Temporary migrant workers are often legally underpaid, either through the use of wage rules or because of a lack of wage rules, which then contributes to the migrant wage gap that the ILO published an important new report about just this week. Oversight from labor agencies is usually lacking, which leaves temporary migrant workers unprotected. Access to justice is a really serious issue here in the U.S. It's difficult for temporary migrant workers to get legal representation, both because of the cost, but also because of rules that prevent legal organizations from assisting them. And then one of the biggest issues, in my opinion, is that most temporary migrant workers cannot ever transition to a permanent immigrant status. In the few programs where they can do that, the pathway is almost always controlled completely by employers. And finally, many temporary migrant workers are separated from their families while employed in the U.S., often for most of the year, sometimes for many years at a time.
Daniel, sorry, Daniel, if I can interrupt you just for a quick second to ask you to please speak a little bit slower for the interpreters. They're having a tough time
I'm
following
so sorry
you.
about that.
And please take the time that you need. We're okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I will. So that covers some of the flaws that I wanted to talk about. I'll now shift just for a second to the Global Compact, which is another thing that we're all commemorating, and in particular Objective 5, which Evelyn rightly called a keystone to the GCM. And I want to pose a question here. Are temporary labor migration programs actually consistent with Objective 5? Well, we can compare the chapeau and how some of the program elements play out. You can see the language there for Objective 5. I've just highlighted some of the key language in the chapeau. I just did that so that we could match up some of the language and ask how it compares to temporary labor migration programs and how they work. So do the programs facilitate decent work? Well, not if wages are not up to local standards and workers are indentured. Do they reflect demographic and labor market realities? Well, not if discrimination is legalized and not if they're not based on local labor needs. Do they uphold the right to family life? Well, not if spouses and children can't accompany the workers. Do they respond to the needs of migrants in vulnerable situations? And are they safe? Well, not if workers can't access justice and are not able to get the help they need when they're stranded. We've seen many cases of that in the United States, and especially not if they're exploited and victimized with impunity.
All right, Daniel, request again to a
Am I still going too fast?
Yeah, a little bit more, thank you.
Sorry. So that is my argument with respect to the substance of temporary labor migration programs and whether they are in fact viable pathways. So I'll just take a minute or two to discuss, what the systemic shift towards temporary programs has looked like in the U.S. And I think it's been kind of stark. The table on this slide shows an estimate of the number of temporary migrant workers who were employed in the US during the last year of the Obama administration. And it compares it with 2019, which was the last full year before the pandemic. This shows not just the number of new workers, but the total population that worked in the US. You can see there's been no quote unquote Trump immigration crackdown when it comes to these programs. In fact, the numbers have actually increased by over 230,000, and that is compared to last year of Obama. That increase is 13%. There are now more than 2 million temporary migrant workers in the US. That accounts for 1.2% of the total labor force. Then this chart here just shows that that increase is part of a longer term trend and shows the contrast between temporary work visas and their permanent immigrant counterpart, which are known as employment-based immigrant visas. So the green section at the very bottom represents permanent employment-based immigrant visas. And then you can see that the number has remained relatively constant, but at the same time, temporary work visas have grown exponentially. And I think it's important to note, it's happened without any kind of major legislation being passed since 1990. That also means that we can basically assume that this trend is going to continue. And the reality is that while temporary work visas are increasing, at the same time, permanent pathways in the US have been shrinking. So in terms of humanitarian migration, I think most people know that refugee admissions have dropped to historic lows in the United States. When it comes to the asylum system, the system has basically been shut down through Trump's policies. And then when it comes to other permanent immigrant visas, like those for family members and other categories from abroad, the numbers have already dropped significantly compared to the Obama administration, and that had already happened in the year before the pandemic started. To be fair, those numbers aren't totally outside the historical range, but the policies in place are definitely going to push those numbers lower and lower. So to conclude, given this large and growing segment of the system, I think it really begs the question of what we should think about this particular migration pathway with respect to other pathways, especially pathways that provide equal rights and paths to citizenship. So I'll end by offering a couple of caveats. As we all push for more regular pathways, I think we should be aware of the example in the US where Trump's policies, which are clearly anti-immigrant, both as a matter of policy and in practice, nevertheless, the Trump administration has been perfectly okay with temporary labor migration, even using those programs at his own companies. So even if the Trump administration did do some symbolic things that made it appear like they might close off access to these programs, in practice they really did not actually close off access. And why was that? Well, I can only offer a conjecture, although I think it's a reasonable one, and that's that the business community, which the administration is always especially subservient to, prioritize temporary migrant workers. So Trump and Stephen Miller focused instead on restricting flows that lead to permanent status and citizenship, because those can lead to new residents and workers who have actual equal rights and rights in the workplace, and possibly can become new voters someday. Then, is this a trend across developing countries? Well, it sure seems that way to me, so we should at least be aware of it. And it's important to know that many prominent voices out there are calling for more and bigger temporary pathways without fully considering the implications, I think, or at least without mentioning the implications, because either they don't care about them or because they benefit from them directly. So to give you just two examples from the United States, for many years, the business community's #1 priority for signing on to and permitting legislation that would implement major immigration reforms, like a path to citizenship for irregular migrants, has been to demand more and bigger temporary labor migration programs. And then we had another example just a couple of weeks ago where the most important migration think tank in the United States, which does great work, published a report about expanding regular pathways with Central America, which is something that is obviously needed. But what was their number one recommendation? It was expanding temporary labor migration programs, while at the same time admitting that they have serious flaws. And finally, I'll just say that it's important to remember that there are actually few examples of genuine triple wins through temporary labor migration. I know I've heard there are some in other countries, but if they exist, they are certainly rare. And my last slide is just the concluding recommendations that as part of our advocacy, I think that says migration advocates need to be clear and frank about identifying flaws with temporary pathways and just insist that we rebalance those flows to prioritize pathways that provide equal rights and access to justice. And I think that advocating for pathways should always mean advocating for good pathways that are consistent with human and labor rights, and which should mean, migrants being able to receive permanent immigrant status immediately, or at least having mechanisms in place that can quickly transition them to a permanent status. Thank you, and sorry for speaking so fast.
Thank you very much, Daniel. That was really fascinating, the data. And I think somebody, as I was Eddie, who asked in the chat box, can you share some of that data? Because this
oh, yeah, really of course.
I mean, I think, the misconception that, of course, all immigration had been cut down significantly under the Trump administration. And yet you significantly pointed out that, it's escalated. Temporary labor migration is escalated, and a trend that has been continuing for across administrations, regardless of who's sitting in the White House. That is a really fascinating fact. I got a close glimpse of that chart that you track both temporary labor programs and then more permanent labor programs, or permanent programs, and how you said it's grown exponentially for temporary labor migration programs. But I did see a dip in 2009 across the board, and everybody remembers 2008, 2009. That was the period of the global economic crisis, the worldwide retraction in economies. And obviously, the lack of or the reduced need of labor in that context would make sense that there would be this dip and then the continued escalation once economies recovered. What do you think then is going to happen in this period when a lot of economies, in fact, almost all economies have retracted? Do you see that going to be a dip when we look at the 2020 data? So we'll come back to you on that one, because it's really fascinating. But the point, I think, is really clear that you've made. It's not about just any pathways. It's about pathways that are rights-based and that protect, with all the caveats with them, whether it's job portability, whether it's a pathway to permanent residency, all of those key components that protect the rights of the worker in that context is really important. So I want to, perfect segue to turn over to you, Onyekachi, from a fourth African Foundation for Development in the UK. And Onyekachi, I've been regularly following the debates for a Brexit deal. And I can't imagine what it must be for you over there to have to not just follow it, but live this on a daily basis. But one of the things that really struck me how Brexit came about was really this kind of a more nationalist push towards the UK managing its own economy, but specifically managing its own borders. And that seemed like the pro-Brexit supporters really, proponents really called for that. Now, in spite of that, in spite of this, kind of push, I'm amazed. I'm really fascinated and amazed that Afford has managed to develop new pathways and ones that kind of look specifically at a route, at a corridor, at a migration corridor, that you've been able to develop new pathways in partnership with agencies and others. I think everyone would love to hear more about that. Onyekachi, tell us more.
Thank you, Colin. yes, there has been a real issue in the UK, and I want to try and address much more broadly why some of that was happening, because there was a conversation that Nigel Farage and the people who wanted, to control migration much more were having with different components in the UK economy. So business were very happy with the freedom of movement. Of course, it led to lower wages. And then there were people who weren't benefiting from this globalization. So I'll talk about that later on. And I'll also just basically nuance what I'm going to say is that we haven't discovered, Colin, a perfect, a new pathways, certainly not into the United Kingdom, given the atmosphere at the moment. What we're trying to see is if we can develop win-win-wins. So the win for the countries in the north, wins for African countries, and then most importantly, win for the migrants themselves. And we're trying to see whether we can develop these pathways through convincing those three different constituencies that there is some value in doing this. And at the moment, the conversations that we're having is really around temporary pathways and not necessarily permanent. Although there just isn't, given the political climate at the moment, room for those permanent migration pathways regular pathways to take place. But I thought just to begin very quickly, to say if we're going to deal with this, I think a lot of times what's happening is that the receiving countries and the sending countries are talking to each other, and the migrants themselves are very rarely spoken to. So you get top-down policy, and it's really important in the African context to listen to what it is that African irregular migrants are saying are their motivations for coming. And UNDP last year did a report called Scaling Fences, the Voices of Irregular African Migrants to Europe. And it basically spoke to over, I think it was 1,200 of them. And amongst the most important factors that they mentioned that were driving their own migration, 57% in terms of the findings, was the need for stability in terms of jobs and other areas of their lives, and also for work, obviously, but work linked to sending money home. And over 70% of the ones who came in were sending money home, and the remittances that we're sending back were representing, about 90% of real income for people back in the countries of origin. So there's this sense that the stability that is offered and the ability to send that money back offers this kind of transformative impact at home. They can see others who are abroad who are sending remittances, and they can make the comparison between what families have and what they have. And then there's this potential of earning a lot more money and sending it back, and also for it to be stable. So many of them who left actually had a job. Over 50% left, they had a job. So what was going on was something about, as I said, stability and this hard currency. 53% who left received financial support from family or friends. So family and friends are investing in creating remitters, essentially. So that's something that is going on. And then 57 of those who left had at least a secondary level education. So they are operating, as I said, in the conversations about the UKIP and within a global context where the model of globalization that we have encourages deregulation, encourages movement in capital and goods, but doesn't really recognize through the provision of regular pathways the comparative advantage Africans enjoy in labor costs. So there's no recognition of those labor cost issues. And this is not reflected in global trading architecture, which of course produces these global imbalances we see. And because of the lack of the regular pathways, the Africans are actually exporting because of their comparative advantage labor, but in that dysfunctional manner across the Sahara and trying to cross in terms of the Mediterranean. So, and we've seen that also in terms of the political crisis, this globalization model in the US where factories were outsourced to regions of low labor costs, and what that has produced in terms of the constituency, the so-called referred to by Hillary Clinton as the deplorables, who have seen their jobs move abroad to low-cost regions, labor cost regions. So the current pathways, of course, are there, as we said, in terms of the temporary thing that pathways that Daniel has said, and those are increasing, but pathways that will lead to citizenship and even greater stability in the North are diminishing. And so, as I said, it's very difficult to create that at the moment. But there are regular pathways for those groups of people for that kind of stability, but it's mainly, as we know, around highly skilled and the rich. If you have 2 million, you can go to Malta or anywhere else and basically be given citizenship even. So, and all of this, in terms of for the low skilled, is a real problem, despite the contributions that we've seen that they've made during the pandemic, and the way that actually, in many ways, they've been holding up societies as key workers, and there's huge contributions. And so their contributions have been undervalued and sometimes ignored. And then in terms of that global context, it's just important again to mention this issue of the purchasing power in Africa and other countries of hard currencies, and the way that this itself triggers pressures for movement to the north, to invest in remitters, so to speak. And then, of course, within the African context, there is this rising demographic pressure and the need at the moment to create annually at least 25 million jobs and give people that kind of stake. So what we've been doing is trying to respond to that global context, and also what the migrants themselves, or the irregular migrants themselves, are saying. And they do want the regular pathways. We've been talking to them. And so we're seeing whether we can design a program that responds to that broader context and also their needs. And we're also aware that the diaspora is heavily involved in that cycle. When we talk about people investing in people to come abroad, some of that money may be from diaspora remittances. When we also talk about the existing stability or even stake that people have at the moment in their countries of heritage, many of that is provided by the diaspora. So the diaspora investing in them to start small businesses, investing in day-to-day living, and also investing in other kind of opportunities and for training, for education. So the diaspora is already part of that ecosystem in either moving people or getting people to consolidate their positions and get a greater stake. So our program is looking at how we can harness diaspora resources to provide employable and entrepreneurial skills for young people through upskilling them and primarily through vocational training, and linking this to national and then international labor markets for temporary and other migration. What we are doing is intervening at the level of TEVIT to focus on some key areas that where we can upgrade skills, construction, healthcare, catering, hospitality. And some of these areas also have huge potential, particularly healthcare at the moment. One area that Europe are looking to recruit nurses and others because of the pandemic is healthcare because of the pandemic. So we're looking at those areas that also have potential for international labor markets. So we're looking to launch this next year in Ghana and Nigeria. So the idea is we'll channel diaspora assets and professional skills into upgrading TEVIT curricula and TEVIT institutions, And the diaspora will support upskilling graduates to be employable and entrepreneurial, because at the end of all of this, it's obvious that a vast majority, perhaps 70 to 80%, will remain in country and will need support in basically starting to establish SMEs, which we will also do for self-employment opportunities. And then we want to strengthen the link between TEVIT and the local labour market, as well as the international labour market, and then enhance employability and economic opportunities for decent jobs in country, either through self-employment or abroad. And then developing these mutually beneficial labour mobility schemes and provide migration preparedness. So there is one country that is interested in Europe in doing this on a temporary basis. We're having those conversations, so I can't mention that at the moment until we are able to conclude that agreement. And there's a lot that is dependent on that at the moment, but we will come back and announce that when we have. The program is currently supported. We're piloting a different part of the program in Benin, the business support element, where we're working with young people and others to help them develop their SMEs. And that's supported at the moment by SDC, Comic Relief, and MDF in Ghana. But we want to now, in Ghana and Nigeria, look at this TEVIT element and then add on that issue of labour mobility, even if it's on a temporary basis, to Europe, to this European country. It's been really interesting listening to Daniel and before that, Evelyn, and some of the challenges and the things that we need to make sure that are enshrined even in the temporary packages, around ensuring that people, the wages are fair, and all the other issues that have been raised. So I've been really, found those two presentations very useful. But that's where we are, and trying to see if there's a small model that we can develop that can then be replicated and scaled up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Onyekachi. When you were talking about the UNDP report, and thank you to, I think it was Evelyn who posted the link to the UNDP report. I was thinking about myself, and I so often we don't listen to ourselves and our own communities, and I think that's where we should start all kinds of, not just research, but actual implementation of programs has to be driven by, what our needs are in the first place. And I remind myself that, I came through with 2 temporary labor migration programs, and that's why I'm here in the US. It was through those pathways. But I'm also reminded by Kathy Taktakin, who I believe is online, and Kathy teaching me a long time ago that it's not inherently just the temporary labor program that's problematic. It's the components, because not all temporary labor programs are equal. There's the components that we have here in the US so prevalently. I think that's what Daniel has been referring to, that make it problematic and make it something that's extremely temporary, extremely, puts people at risk and vulnerable. So I think we need to unpack that a little bit more in terms of what is contained in those programs and what we are talking about to really get to the heart of the matter, what things like job portability and a pathway to citizenship or pathway to permanent residency. Those kinds of elements are critical, protections from employers. And there's so many aspects of that we need to really unpack. So I think this is really important, goes back to the point is what kind of pathways are we talking about? And I want to use this as a segue to William. I wanted to give you the sort of semi-last word before we finish up with a round again. But William, I hear so often when we talk to your members from Asia that, again, it's not an absolute rejection of temporary labor programs, but really what are the kind of protections? And I think you're dealing with a lot of that right now, which the wage theft or the loss of wages that has occurred due to COVID and due to the repatriation of vast numbers of migrant workers along that Asia, Southeast Asia, the Gulf corridor, and what has happened and because of that. Can you tell us a little bit more about where you see and how you think of, from the Asian context, how you think of regular pathways and how we can, what is it that we're really asking for and what is politically viable in the short term and where we need to go with this? Back to you, William.
Colin, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I seem to have lost my audio. But yeah, thanks for picking that up. It is, I think that is the whole challenge with the temporary labor migration programs, and what we are with the temporary labor migration programs and what we are seeing in our region of how it's the components of it, and particularly in the Asia context, in the Gulf context, it is the whole employer tied element to the point of where absolute mobility of to the point where the worker cannot even leave an exploitative situation. So, and in the region, what you have is where if a worker does leave an exploitative situation, an employer can even make a complaint against the worker to the authorities that the worker is an absconding worker, and the worker can suddenly overnight become undocumented or in an irregular status. So it's how the temporary labor program in the region has been crafted in a way that workers are tied up in a situation which makes them very prone to vulnerability to exploitation, to abuse, and even if they want to escape that situation, the challenge there is no the employer has so much control over the system, or at least the life of the worker, that complaint can be registered against the worker, and the worker then finds it very difficult to get access to justice. So this whole trap that the worker finds oneself in is something that we are saying really needs to look at. And despite having talked about bilateral agreements, despite having talked about rights-based approach, access to justice, and all these things, these are all good components of all good discussions. But more and more, you see the kind of program that has been put in place is different. So there is today a whole, thinking a whole, and I like what Daniel said, instead of just calling for it to reform, we have to look deeper into the temporary labor programs that are in place and see if this is the kind of program that is still something that we need to look at or revamp altogether or do away with from a rights-based perspective.
Yes, exactly, William. I think that's the kind of discussions and that's the kind of exploration, and it's good to have this kind of debate to really look at these different sides of the coin and how we and I want to ask Patty if that's okay, Patty, if you're still on, to explore a little bit what Patty was saying in the chat box, and I think we've discussed this a little bit before, that it's not an either or, it's not a mutually exclusive proposition that we're putting on the table, but what is it that we're getting at? Patty, are you on? Can you hear us?
Colin, I am on, but I was so just glad to be in the background listening into the to the presentations, and I'm sure there are many other questions coming up. And since I'm a bit of a regular, invited by William and the others here, maybe I should let the others go ahead. But I raised two questions, I think, in the chat box, sort of talking about this balance that can be there between, sort of this temper on the long term, really looking at, let's say, what the migrants look for in terms of seasonality, if that is a possibility, but, taking care of some of the things that William has said. And I think particularly looking at the African front, I think there are a lot of lessons that African partners can learn as we are going ahead into negotiating new agreements, for instance, with our European partners, and things that, for instance, Southeast Asia has learned in working with GCC countries. So I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned that we don't have to go and land into the same problems that they're landing into. And I think that's where my question comes into Daniel and to Onyekachi on sort of, what about protection measures? Are we really looking at including these things as we talk about seasonality and as we look at, saying what's a midterm solution and what's a long-term solution? Because, whether we like this or not, we really need to take care of what the migrants, haven't taken care of. And they're looking for a job. But there are a lot of vulnerabilities that come with you, getting this higher purchasing power with the dollar or the pound or the euro, whatever money that you put into your pocket to send home. But do you really need to go through that? Is that really necessary? And what's the role then of the sending countries? So I think that was really my question to the panelists rather than a comment. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's a really good question, actually, Patty. And I think if that's okay, I'm going to turn it back first to Danielle and then to Onyekachi before we come back to Eddie. Danielle, your responses and your thoughts on that.
Sure. I mean, it's a great point, and I think it reminds me of something that many advocates for temporary labor migration programs highlight all the time. That yes, many of the migrants actually just want to come and work for a few months and then want to go back home, and I think that's true, and I think that mobility is good. I think that the key point in that context is who chooses. Does the migrant have the freedom to go, work when they want, or is it only up to employers? Under the current system, it's just employers, and employers who advocate for these programs. One of the things that they often say is, well, these workers love these programs so much they've come back every year for 6 months a year for 20 years. Well, I mean that that sometimes and they say, oh, they're like family. Like, okay, but they don't get to choose to come. You allow them to come when you want them to come and when you need them, and for the amount of time that you need them. So I think it's having these people who are permanently temporary is just it's very problematic. And there are better ways. I mean, the main low wage temporary worker program in the United States is called the H-2B program, and it has been at the center of major immigration reform debates. The last two times reforming immigration with a path to citizenship for the undocumented was on the table. This was the crux of what it was going to take. Some new program is what it would take to get it passed, and there hasn't been a real solution on it yet. But just this week, there was actually legislation introduced that's supported by migrant worker advocates, supported by labor unions, that would reform the program. And it's very simple. All it will do is require that they be paid fair wages, comparable to local average wages. It requires transparency in recruitment. It gives more authority to the Labor Department to protect migrant workers, and the most important part in my perspective is that it would give the migrant workers, after working for 18 months in the United States in this status, the ability to go themselves, to go and apply for a permanent status, and then they can come and go as they choose.
Thanks. Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, thanks, Daniel. Yeah, I think that's essentially cutting down to the who's the one that chooses, and how much sort of leeway and control employers have over this. And I think that's a really critical piece of this. Onyekachi, to you, and back to Patty's question about how do we? It's not mutually exclusive, but how do we find a synergy between these kinds of proposals?
I agree totally with Daniel that while a lot of people have said yes, they want that temporary opportunity, if you're turning a temporary opportunity over a 20-year experience. I mean, I've seen this in the Caribbean when I go and visit relatives on my wife's side, where people go away for a long period to America or Canada every year. And the impact that has on family life. I mean, people are away for 3-4 months, 6 months. You leave the family at home. So yes, perhaps for 1 year, 2 years, but if you're doing it, as Daniel said, for 20 years, what kind of impact is that having? And is there not a mechanism to then regularize, as Daniel was suggesting, your status so that you're in control of the process? So there's some very, very, very important issues that arise. What we are facing at Afford is how do you get the people who are trying to cross irregularly at the moment, even into these temporary packages? So for us, the urgency is about saying, okay, rather than undertake that trip, and we're working with temperate institutions in a part of Nigeria where a lot of people take that trip, and the risks that are involved and the issues of protection and the violence and everything else here, there is this other opportunity, even if it's a temporary package. We're not saying it's ideal, but we're saying, here's another option. And then just in terms of the final thing is that I think it is important for us to keep in these forums, to keep talking about the huge structural issues and that trade architecture, because we can solve all the problems about protecting people who are trying to do stuff, but there is this wider issue that is driving the movement, that is making it unprofitable for people to stay at home. That is, and sooner or later we are going to need to deal with that bigger agenda. And then the wider movement also exposes the contradictions that are at heart. So Trump on the one hand is saying no more people coming in, and then actually you see that there are more temporary people coming in because actually they need the labor. But we can't have an honest conversation about that. And Europe at the moment is saying no more, but we know that the demographic challenges facing Europe over the next 30, 40 years means that a lot of labor are going to come in. I was at a conference in Germany a few years ago when policymakers outlined that by 2030 they're going to need 6 million more workers to come in, and they weren't going to be able to recruit them from within the EU because the neighboring countries were facing the same demographic challenges. So those people were going to come in from elsewhere. So when 2 or 3 years later, I see Myrtle saying to all the Syrians, come in, I know what's going on. It's there was an opportunity to recruit very highly skilled and educated Syrians, and they took it. And so now there's another issue that Germany faces, which is an integration issue about how you then integrate that million who came in. But it was obvious that as a policy, they had to do that. So we need to have some more honesty about this conversation within that global trading context. And labor is a factor of trade. And as Africans, we're very aware of this because we know, of course, that we entered this global trading architecture as free labor, which is what happened during the period of slavery, and refers back to our earlier conversation about Black Lives Matter and the structural inequalities that are set up around this.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's spot on, Onyekachi, because I think this is, at the end of the day, we need to look further than the immediate programs and what we're advocating. And regular pathways are only necessary because of this global economic inequality. And I think we've talked about that, before, and your colleague Stella and I have been having this conversation within the Black Lives Matter kind of context about, we need to be able to address that, because that is really, how, racism is perpetuated in a post-colonial world. And then it's recreated through, making people in vulnerable states and provides cheap labor. And this is replicated across the board. So it's really, I think, the key component of this discussion. Evelyn, if I can turn to you about that also, because we've also talked quite a bit about that, and you have really pinpointed, what is the right base components of that needs to happen. How do you see this kind of coming together, and where we can marry these sort of proposals?
I am going to refer to a comment that I put in the chat box, I think just as I finished speaking, which is actually a link to an article in Dissent from the Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Racism, Tendai Achiume, who says, I believe the phrase is that we shouldn't consider third world peoples political strangers to first world countries. It's a really provocative and really strongly argued piece that I think is perfect reading for International Migrants Day, and just something to keep in mind when governments are asserting their national sovereignty to determine who may enter and stay on their territory and under what conditions, because it really sort of problematizes that as the basic position. It may be the basic position in international law and in realpolitik. It may be what migrants and the migrant rights advocacy community faces and has to address, but there are issues of justice and working in the direction of a more just society. And so, yeah, I think I'll just defer and point to her words there and say, at the same time, we have to sort of strategically move in the ways that, for instance, Afford has been doing really creatively, and upgrade the standards and make access to justice something that isn't a phrase that reflects migrants' frustrations at not actually having access to justice when they are victims of wage theft or various forms of exploitation, but not to lose the bigger picture of justice and the kind of issues of the ways the boundaries have been created, borders have been created, and the ways that they reproduce structural inequalities. So it may be a sort of piece by piece kind of trying to rectify and address structural inequalities, but it shouldn't, we should be careful not to concede to things that really primarily reproduce them. I would hope, just as an aspiration and guidance for dealing in a time, in a difficult time for making arguments for better pathways.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's exactly what we hope we can try to achieve in this dialogue and how we can move forward in that. And finally, I want to come back to Eddie. I think, Eddie, I wanted to do a full circle and before coming back to you, and just kind of looking again at the very real, very serious, very overwhelming situation at the border. And what is it that we can do to overcome that in the immediate term? Because it seems like even as we talk about long-term proposals, is everything that we're talking about, whether it's temporary labor programs that can actually resolve some things in the immediate for people who are just need jobs, especially now as we look at post-COVID and building back better, or do we need to go further than that, and do we need to kind of strive for some of the other kinds of pathways? Is that going to resolve the situation, the intensity of the situation of the border, alleviate the migrant death, and everything else that goes along with that? Back to you, Eddie.
Let me just say, Colin, that with the new changing administration and Trump on the way out, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly, Eddie. We can't see you anymore, but we can hear you.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I try to get on the video, but let me see here. No. I'm unable. It tells me. Anyway, let me just say that with the new Biden administration, it does bring some hope of changes. At the very least, some of the executive orders that are going to repeal or undo some of the really super bad things that Trump did, especially, when it comes to refugees and expulsions and the Remain in Mexico program in that respect. So, of course, I think, increased dialogue. One of the tasks is rebuilding that State Department so that there is a multilateral approach. And when it comes to some of the human rights, I in some of the meetings that we were present, throughout the last few years, there was always a caucus with the State Department and in terms of moving forward. So at least that's hopeful in that respect. So, and then that the U.S. rejoins the Human Rights Council and gets into the dialogue of implementing the Global Compact on Migration. We're faced with, as various people have mentioned, the structural inequalities that COVID, really demonstrated in a very stark reality in this country in terms of the healthcare issues and then also having to wipe out or somehow deal with that's a good point that Evelyn made regarding the national sovereignty questions. But I think for us is over the last 5 years, what's embedded, of course, is the racism, the white supremacy, and the xenophobia that we have to overcome. So I really am hopeful, and that we can seize the moment with the new administration and overcome. I was fascinated by the data of the presenter on the temporary visas, work visas, that some of those, can be converted to a more regular pathway, in terms of what exists right now. So especially with the question of process for residency is very critical, and trying to implement, those aspects of it. So there you go. So I think that's overall the structural inequalities does present a challenge to the U.S. to really try to correct some of those aspects that have been implemented, especially when it comes to the refugee numbers that have been admitted here. So one of the other things I think is, and Evelyn certainly mentioned it in terms of creating some mechanisms, some regular pathways for people that are massively displaced because of climate change. So, I mean, I think that, those catastrophes, those immediate things do kind of present itself on an emergency type of basis. So I am concerned, that, with the specter that has been created in terms of the fear and the role of ICE in this community. So dismantling the deterrence policy is very critical in the US, and really figuring out how do we decriminalize the migration so that we can abolish the terrorism that ICE has created in our communities. So in that respect, so I think as I mentioned, climate change is very critical, and must, we need to figure out with this new administration in terms of entering dialogues in terms of the undocumented population in this country, and how we're going to address that, and the questions to prioritize the protection and the recognition of the right to the refugees. But we are not, this country needs to sign on to the protection of of children, and that is something that we really, you know, I've already over the last year I've said that that's definitely a campaign in this country, but children, you know, unaccompanied children showing up definitely need a regular pathway, and they do not need to be, you know, incarcerated or put in, you know, in alternative situations where they wind up being jailed. So, and a process where guardians and families can certainly take guardianship of the children that are showing up at the border. So prioritize rescue and recovery, which I deal with in every day right now in terms of where people go missing. As I mentioned earlier, you know, the expulsion situation has created a crisis that where more, you know, 75% of people are missing and 25 people are being expelled. So I think that that's a prioritize in terms of rescue and recovery. We just, you know, we just passed some legislation here. I think it was a little hang up at the House, but it had received some unanimous consent at the Senate that deals with missing migrants and the unidentified. So at least there is some recognition right now regarding the crisis that exists in terms of the migrant deaths at the border. And hopefully we can continue expanding on that, and with a new administration and new Congress coming in.
Thank you, Eddie. And I think that's exactly what, and I know Kathy, your colleague and the National Network has been saying also that, you know, it's not a matter of, and going back to what Onyekachi said, we want to upskill, you know, migrant workers, not trade off as cheap labor. And this is the critical aspect of the rights negotiation with any administration, particularly the one that's coming in the US, but also with all other countries that are facing the same kind of crucial point, as Onyekachi mentioned, an aging population in Europe and the demand for cheap labor, as Myrtle has grabbed that opportunity. So we need to be able to very wary of that. And I hope in this session, we've been able to kind of find that synergy in terms of the various proposals and dig a little bit deeper into the real life conditions that everybody is facing, communities are facing, the pressure cooker, both in terms of our home countries and the economies that in the inequality, the structural inequality across the globe, but also in terms of the institutionalized forms of, you know, cheap labor that's been practiced through the vast proponents of temporary labor programs and what that entails. So I hope we've been able to find that synergy in this discussion, and I hope this synergy is what takes us forward in that regard. And I'm also glad you mentioned, Eddie, about children's at the border and the situation for children then. And the Convention on Children, because this takes us in a perfect segue to the next session. And I'm going to, William, I didn't call on you for the last word because I was hoping you'll get your second win. I know it's like 3 a.m. for you. So what you mentioned to me at the start of the day, now you're experiencing. But I want to hand over to you in terms of a very important discussion in terms of detentions and what do we mean by detentions? What do we mean by alternatives to detention? And what does this particularly mean for children? So I'm very excited to hear the next slate of speakers take us through that. So thank you all again for having, you know, being in this discussion, helping us kind of unpack this and get deeper into this. The question about regular pathways, we are going to really take on much more in the long term. We hope to really be able to advance it in all the aspects. And this has been a really helpful conversation to get us on that path. So especially for those who are interested, we will be in the next year launching a longer term project on this. And we ask you to join us to help think this through, to strategize around this, and then to take action and where we can put pressure and move forward in this in terms of regular pathways for migration. Thank you all very much. Over to you,
Thank
William.
you.
Thanks, Colin, and that was a great session. And again, it's interesting to see as you come together on this day to celebrate International Migrants Day. It's interesting to see how many issues we have unpacked in these last few hours that have somehow become kind of the regular discussion areas, but that that speak of as if they are addressing the issues of migrant rights, but somehow uh, do not necessarily get to that point. And I think and it's interesting because it looks like it's when you start looking at it all together like this, it looks like how much this whole program of migration is kind of being straitjacketed, being fit into what would be a kind of some managed kind of thing. And I think it's important for us to be able to continue this process of thinking deeper into all of this, all of these different kind of issues. And one of those issues is on detention. We have named deliberately this panel this panel that we are entering into now. We deliberately decided to speak of it as detention and returns, going beyond alternatives, because on the one hand we know that there is this big narrative that is built around alternatives to detention. And while we think about this, sometimes when we take certain components of the whole migration governance thing and isolate it, working on it in isolation might seem the way to go to address the issue. But then if we don't pull back and look at it holistically, we might see that it is decoupled from a much greater issue, and that much greater issue, the abuse or exploitation that is happening there, that becomes our blind side. And for that, we've got a good panel today to actually look at this. I will unfortunately, one of the panelists just sent us a mail saying Christiana Fialo, who of the co-founder and co-executive director of Freedom for Immigrants, is unfortunately not able to join us. She's taken ill, and she's not been able to recover as yet. So we wish her well. It would have been great to have her, and hopefully we'll have her in future sessions, but it would have been great to listen to her conversations on this. But all the same, we have let me see, I think we have Pablo Siriani here. Pablo Siriani, many of you know him from before. He is with CELS, and he used to be, or he was also on the Committee of Migrant Workers, the convention, the treaty body that looks into the implementation of the convention. Glad to have Pablo with us. He was also with us in Migrant Rights International. So a long history of Pablo Siriani and advocating for and recognizing the rights of migrants. We have Michelle Levoy, director of PICUM, the platform for international cooperation on undocumented migrants, and Michelle has again continued to, in different fora and in different instances, continue to raise the voice of undocumented migrants, and in relation to this whole issue also of detention and returns, and has given good insights into what we need to be doing. And then we have Mike Flynn, and I know that Mike Flynn did say that he was catching a flight. Are you here, Mike? Let me see if Mike Flynn is here. Michael
I'm
Flynn.
here. I made it.
Oh,
I made it.
fantastic, fantastic. Okay, so Mike's made it as well. So because there was a question, I think he's just getting off the plane and getting in front of your computer. But thanks for doing that. But let's start this discussion, and I'll start with you, Pablo, because today is International Migrants Day, and you were a member of the committee trying to get both the ratifications and looking for the implementation of that convention. Today, few people, even within the UN system, I said, talk about the Migrant Workers Convention, unfortunately. And I've said this earlier as well, we seem to have, we say it's there, the rights-based approach is there, the documents are there, the instruments are there, and things like that. But then we've moved away from that kind of era when we looked at and advocated for this kind of approach to governance of migration. So today, when we look at detention, and the move towards alternatives, definitely there seems to be some progress in discourse. One would say that we've gotten governments, we've gotten in the GCM, we've made some gains to say children cannot be detained and things like that, but we are very far from detention being the last resort. Detention till today continues to be the first resort. Out of scare of the virus, there are countries in our region that did massive crackdowns on undocumented migrant workers and put them into detention centers and of course borders were closed, so they were confined in those spaces. And then of course, sure enough, eventually the virus that became a vector for the virus. So what are your thoughts on this in terms of how we are moving and how to unpack this beyond saying going to the low hanging fruit of looking largely at children kind of thing? Pablo.
Okay, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Thank you, William. Nice to see you and to see so many friends and colleagues. I'm really happy to be part of this discussion. Well, thank you for your question in this 30th anniversary of the Migrant Working Convention. No, taking your first point, this is a big concern. I mean, when you read the introduction of the convention, the one that all member states of the UN 30 years ago approved, and the scenario that led them to approve that convention, and you compare that characterization of the challenges in terms of migrant rights at that moment, and you see the scenario today, I mean, it's even much, much, much worse than at that moment. So what happened in the middle? I mean, why states are not as committed as 30 years ago for ratifying the convention and then implementing the changes, the policies that should be done because of the duties that arise from the convention. So of course, it's a matter of political will, it's a matter of many regressive trends, and in many aspects, economic aspect, political aspect, the rise or the increasing of the xenophobia or the right-wing parties. And I mean, it's too long, the response, but that's one question to be discussed. No, what happened in these 30 years that the scenario is even worse, but the political will is not there. On your question on detention, I would take your introductory point on alternatives and going much, much, much further than the discussion on alternatives to detention. We have to discuss about alternative policies to alternative responses to irregular migration. Irregular migration is a consequence. It's a structural consequence of many factors. I mean, it's a political issue. It's a consequence of the increasing number of restrictions to human mobility. Is the consequence of different obstacles that migrants and families face in a daily basis in the country of destination. Is the consequence of losing their jobs, so losing their residence. And so there are many aspects that are not the will of migrants to be undocumented, no, that are caused by failed policies or restricted policies that lead to irregular migration. And then, as you said, then it is taken advantage by people that exploit migrants, that discriminate migrants, that deny or restrict migrants based on irregular status, that use that irregular status to single out them, to use them as scapegoats, and so many political uses of that circumstance. So we have to discuss about how to address irregularity with a different lens, not with as okay, regularity is a infraction, so we have to sanction the infraction. That's it. So, and we do it with detention, we do it with deportation. The discussion is not there and shouldn't be there. Irregularity is a symptom of vulnerability, it's a consequence of bad policies that have to be changed. So irregularity have to be solved, not sanctioned. That's why in Latin America, at least in many countries, the key discussion here is regularization, is permanent resident avenues, as the discussion that you just had. This is a key discussion here. I mean, so many initiatives, strategies, advocacy strategies, is how to reduce the obstacles, how to ensure that people within the countries in the region can enter regularly, or can, if they enter irregularly, they can access to a regular status, because then they can access to employment, they can improve their living conditions. So that is a positive trend that begins with permitting or facilitating regular status. And it's a negative one that affects first migrants, first the families and the communities, and then the whole society. But this is not because migrants, this is because state policies, automation, or the bad policies that implement. So I think that one of the key discussion is there, and that's why in the region, regularization and permanent avenues for regular status, because of residence, time, because of family, because of labor and opportunity, because of many grounds, has been one of the key points of civil society movement, and even from some policies, some very good policies that have been implemented in the region. Although recently we have been experiencing some regressive measures, apart from the ones that are like bad policies, not the extensive use of detention and deportation in countries as Mexico.
Thanks, Pablo, and thanks for starting the discussion by saying even that before we look at detention, we need to understand what irregularity is, and how that is constructed, or how that is crafted, how that happens, and how to address that. And maybe when we start at that point, then detention, or at least it becomes a whole different discussion kind of thing. And I think that is a very important point that you pick up. And then just to say, as a member of the committee that was looking at this, the convention had, in a certain sense, a convention does talk about detention, that it should not be arbitrary. Can you say something about that? What is that human rights instinct in the convention with regard to detention?
Okay, well, one point, of course, is the language of the convention is how migrants can exercise the right to liberty. No, that's the starting point. No, we are talking about right to liberty rather than detention. So but of course, then as part of migration policies, some countries authorize detention. So there is a set of rights and due process guarantees that are guaranteed in the convention, and this has had an interpretation by the committee, because as we all know, human rights treaties are living instruments, and so they must be interpreted in the current times rather than what has been written 30 years ago or 50 or 60 years ago. So first is what you said earlier. I mean, detention is only a last resort measure. What does it mean? So there should be in law and in practice a lot of other measures rather than detention before you get to the last point. So in terms of due process, I mean, you have to, the judge or an immigration authority should express the arguments on why the other measures that should come first are not implemented in this particular case. Then a detention, and in each decision, there should be an individual argumentation on why this person has to be detained. So it's not, I mean, okay, you are irregular and that's it. I mean, the rule of law doesn't work like that. So, I mean, there should be an individual procedure establishing, I mean, why in this particular case we get to the last resort, and why the other measures, that is just liberty or other kind of alternative measures, cannot be implemented in this case. There should be legal remedies against that decision. There should be, you should be able to access to justice. The detention should have a maximum length that should be always the minimum as possible. Children and families, not only children, but also families, can never be detained. This is a very important standard that has been constructed by the committee, along with the Committee on the Rights of the Child in 2017. Also, I mean, then there are, as the convention is a living instrument, it's important to read what the committee has been saying on this, and in particular in the last, I would say, 10 years or 6 or 8 years. And in many cases, is what the committee has been saying to the state parties is, I mean, as is the last resort, then you have to address irregularity by other means. You know, what I just mentioned. I mean, you should have regular access, permanent avenues for regularization. You should implement other kind of responses to irregular status rather than only deportation. And as you said, I mean, when you have the whole picture, then I mean, you have a set of responses rather than only one way, which is, I mean, detention and deportation. So that's another important standard that comes from the convention by the interpretation of the member that was created by the states of the UN in order to interpret the convention that could lead what the states can and cannot do in terms of migration policy and the obligations in terms of the rights of migrants. So there is a long set of standards, and actually they're currently being updated by the draft that is under discussion this year, which is the General Comment Number 5 of the Committee on Migrant Workers, which is on detention, on the right to liberty. So there will be like an updated standards on what does this last resort means in terms of rights, in terms of due process guarantees, in terms of access to justice, provision of detention in any case, or the duty of states to eradicate child detention, family detention because of immigration grounds. This is just some of the standards and obligations that are based on the convention, but also, of course, the convention is also linked to other kind of convention, no? The Convention on Civil and Political Rights, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So it's not just that the convention. This is the convention that goes further in terms of taking like reading like the tiny letter of the contract, but this is the contract that comes from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that recognizes the right to liberty to every single human being.
Thank you, Pablo. And let me come to you, Michelle. You know, from a state perspective, and when I sit here and look at things, at least how migration management is happening globally, and so I'm deliberately saying management and not governance, because I think there is a difference between those two kind of paradigms. But you know, when you look at the world becoming the securitization agenda that the world is walking blindly into, kind of thing, you know, and now which will get even more intensified because of COVID, kind of the health checks and things like that, and also there is a huge security kind of framework that is being built around the global system, kind of thing. So that is one. The other is just how dependent we are now on a global economy, and that global economy is also very volatile. There are good times and there are bad times and things like that. So when you look at these two kind of issues, then sometimes I think that, yeah, we talk about alternatives, but that is within this kind of context that I've just mentioned, then alternatives becomes just another way of ensuring that detention is in place. that states would need the infrastructure of detention in some ways to be able to address this, or as an outcome of, as a byproduct of this securitized kind of world, or this up and down of economy, recession and growth kind of thing. We need this because you'd have this floating population of migrant workers that need to be managed within this kind of paradigms or frameworks. What is your thinking on this, Misha?
Yes, so I think if you look at it within the EU context, and I just give this example because for me it's kind of the closest to home. The EU has had a common migration and asylum policy since 1999. So basically now it's 21 years. And in this past 2 decades, and that's basically just the EU acting as a body on migration and asylum. It obviously doesn't mean that all of the EU member states haven't had their own policies and continue to have their own policies, but the EU itself has a certain level of competence. And since the beginning, one of the key elements of the EU's common migration and asylum policy has been, at the beginning, what they called combating illegal migration. They've taken away a little bit the war terminology, and now they're talking about addressing irregular migration. So there is a slight nuance now in saying the same thing. So that is somewhat hopeful, but the elements are more or less still the same. And so how do you actually go about, this kind of builds on what Pablo was saying previously. If this is always going to be as a regional body of actors, now we're 27, one of your key elements, how are you going to do that? And so part of it is really beefing up the borders. I mean, in the Migration and Asylum Pact that was just proposed in September of this year, there are almost 10 legislative instruments and a lot of details in them, but basically a lot of the contents of all of those legislative instruments focuses on what happens at the borders and how does the asylum process run so that people can be determined if they are genuine asylum seekers or not. And then once they're not considered like that, then how do you quickly go about deporting them? How do you quickly, in a sense, what we've seen in this new proposal, lose a lot of the guarantees that Pablo was referring to, the right of due process, the right to maybe make sure that you don't take a very short amount of time to go through an assessment if someone is an asylum seeker or not, but that you thoroughly exhaust all avenues that they can have to possibly have protection. So a lot of this is, in a sense, being eroded because the aim is to prevent people who are irregular migrants from coming to Europe and to facilitate their return if they're already in Europe. And so that's kind of the main framing, and the legislative processes and the policy proposals that the EU constantly makes and constantly renews. So the reason why we have this new pact this year is because we have a new commission this year. And every 5 years, there's a new commission. So the commission is making proposals for strategies across the board in all the different relevant policy areas. So this is just yet another proposal for the next 5 years. But basically, what is very concerning about this new proposal is that not only was the detention the norm before the new pact came out, but now it will just increase with the pact. So with all of these proposals. And the reason why it would increase is because these new procedures, there would be a pre-screening procedure to make sure that people at the border can be thoroughly screened. There's no other way, according to the Commission, to screen them but to detain them. So they'll be detained at the border while they'll be screened. And then there's a whole border procedure, which could take up to 10 months. They'll be detained during that time. And Pablo mentioned children and families. There's 18 of the 27 EU member states who have adopted the Global Compact on Migration. And Objective 13 says that they should work towards ending the detention of children. The new proposal by the Commission is to increase detention of children. So one of the ways is through that border procedures. So the commission says, well, basically, if you're under 12 or if you're unaccompanied and you're up until the age of 18, you don't have to go through this border procedure. However, if you're between 12 and 18 and you're with your family, then you have to go through the border procedure. And the border procedure is literally almost up to 10 months of detention while this whole assessment is going on. So this is really, in a sense, concerning that the global level commitments are not being really considered in some of the ongoing policy procedures and proposals that the EU is making. And I mean, what is interesting is that in the explanatory note, which is a communication from the European Commission about this pact, they refer to alternatives to detention, but they only refer to them concerning children. And the explanatory note itself is not legislative. So basically it says there should be alternatives to detention, but for children. But there is no real, in a sense, substance behind it. And substance also, in the sense, would come through funding. So at the same time that the EU is making these different strategies and policy proposals, the EU is also negotiating the new 7-year budget. They're currently still doing it. It's called the Multi-Annual Financial Framework, the MFF. There would be increased funding overall in the area of migration, but that also means increased funding in the area of border control. It is also possible that there could be additional funding for alternatives to detention. So that is somewhat hopeful, but I think it's not really shown with a big commitment in the whole pact itself that the EU is as I would say focused on alternatives to detention as it is focused on detaining people and returning people without a lot of due procedural safeguards. So I think the tendency that we're seeing is just detain more, return, however many ways you can use the word return, let's try to do it. But basically the word return itself was mentioned 100 times in this non-legislative communication. So it's very much a focus on this. And I think that there's ample experience and evidence in the EU context looking at what alternatives to detention are. Very small pilot projects that have been carried out that show that there are ways to get people out of closed detention center and living in the community and followed by case managers. But unfortunately, until now, this hasn't yet been as strong of a focus as the other areas.
Thanks, Michelle, for this, and thank you for putting for sharing about what's happening within the EU and the EU Pact. And I like what you said, but I'm wondering if the EU is really addressing this the issue, largely because. If it is so much tied to returns, and like how Pablo said, if you've got to understand irregularity, and in the GCM, in that global framework that we have, the 360-degree approach, one of those objectives is about understanding drivers, the drivers of migration. So unless if the EU is so fixated on saying, yes, we'll do the right thing, asylum, we'll do all that, and then you have the return thing, and return is so big to you, isn't there a danger then that you're actually not addressing the problem, but you're maybe aggravating the problem even more if from the context of drivers of migration kind of thing, you're aggravating the problem even more because there is a big possibility that the returns could be tied up with the country of origin, could be tied up with development assistance, could be tied up with trade agreements and things like that. There could be so much conditionalities around that kind of return, we are tied to return, that the EU, it's like wearing gloves kind of thing and trying to deal with an issue and wanting to come say we are doing the right thing, but actually you're not really doing the right thing. So I'm wondering so where does then the global compact come into this? And in what you have said as well, if children can be detained, kind of thing, if there is a hint of that, then how does this become a kind of, where the EU is fulfilling its kind of commitments to rights-based approach to governance of migration?
I think it's a good question, and maybe if you just look at the example of children, the pact itself that the EU released refers to the best interests of the child being a key factor in migration decisions. So there's a lot of mention of it, but it doesn't say how to do it. And even if you look at just this whole issue of returns, returns will be increased. That's the whole aim of this pact, is to not only repeat the word 100 times, but to actually implement them. And so how will that happen also with children? Who's going to determine that the best interests of the child is thoroughly examined in that way that Pablo described before they even get a return decision? So what does that actually mean? I mean, this is what's been a very interesting and an extremely challenging question that actually led to a joint collaboration over a couple of years. And last year, there was a joint publication that was done by 3 UN agencies, UNICEF, IOM, and the High Commissioner of Human Rights, and then 4 EU networks, and PICUM was one of them. But basically what we did was we tried to look at what is happening in the return procedure concerning children. How can you really look at all these different steps of determining a best interest procedure to try to see, is return even an option? And then even if it's an option, how is it going to be carried out? Who is going to be monitoring that? The return might be a deportation, which is also called forced return. How is that going to be carried out? What are the safeguards? So this joint publication looked at a lot of that. But at the same time, all these returns and deportations of families with children are carried out daily in the EU. So there's no exact figures, but we know from some of the EU member states that collect information about how many children that they do return, that it could be almost 2,000 children each year at least who are deported with their families. So deported really like forced return. And forced is usually, I would consider forced never to be completely nonviolent. If you're forced, you're always in a sense being forced to do something. So we also think about the number of times then the children are experiencing some form of violence due to these deportations. And so I guess the question is, I mentioned all these different concurrent strategies that the EU is making. And next year, early in the year, they'll also have the strategy on the rights of the child. It's an ongoing consultation process right now. Wouldn't the rights of the child strategy override the migration strategy? I mean, to me, that's still a question. Why does the migration strategy override all the others? So if the rights of the child strategy would say children should never be in any situation of violence, and violence is usually always in detention, so that's why children shouldn't be in detention. They shouldn't be involved in forced return, because is forced return always kind of considered to be violent? Like the rights of the child strategy most likely will never go into that amount of depth, but it will, because it's looking at children inside and outside the EU overall. It's not just on migrant children. But it is going to be a key strategy that the EU will adopt, and it will talk about migrant children. So I think the question is also how will not only the EU, but national governments, how do they examine the way that their policies are carried out? And does migration always have to be the one that overrules all the others? I think that's, to me, also a question.
No, thanks. Exactly. And I think those are the questions that we need to ask if we are going to push for like how it says, a rights-based kind of governance of migration. Because if we don't ask these questions that you are asking, we can get into a very transactional arrangement around programs like detention, and we've seen this happening. You've seen this in Australia with some of the Pacific Island states and things like that. So, just to say, and that's why I'm coming to you, Mike. Michelle has just said that, forced returns, there's always some kind of violence to it. That was, she just said that, and I'm reading a paragraph from the UN Network's statement for International Migrants Day for today. The paragraph says, the network reiterates its call to suspend forced returns during the pandemic. To suspend forced returns during the pandemic. Like, would you expect the UN network to say to suspend it during the pandemic? If the pandemic was not there, it's all right to continue. It's all, I mean, I'm not an English, not my first tongue language kind of thing, but surely you can get better language than that from the UN, right? It says, in situations where health, safety, and dignity and human rights of migrants and communities of origin and destination cannot be adequately safeguarded. This is a paragraph on International Migrants Day in the UN network statement. Mike Flynn, what do you have to say to this?
Well, that's a loaded question. Anyhow, thank you for having me here. And I have, as you noted earlier, William, I have just landed up here, so I'm still orienting myself. But it's nice to see some familiar and friendly faces. So it's great to be here. How do I respond to that? Well, I think that I'd like to come back, bring the conversation back to the issue of ATDs and alternatives. But I want to get there through building on what both Michelle and Pablo have said. And I want to start by just talking about the concept of unintended consequences, because I think a lot of the things that we see today are built on things that we didn't see were going to happen, but they meant well originally. And I think that what we see today with ATDs is to some extent an unintended consequence of perceiving something in a certain way when maybe it's actually not that. But I'll begin by going back to the convention. When I landed up, I'm in Ohio, where my parents live. When I landed up here today at Detroit Airport, I opened up my email. I had an email from Mariette Grange. I know many of you know Mariette. She was a former colleague who retired last year, an amazing, remarkable woman, as anyone who's worked with her knows. And I had an email from her in which she has a new article published today about the convention. And she prefaced her remarks about the article to say that it was the saddest day today for her, because when she looked at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights statement celebrating International Migrants Day, it completely fails to mention the 30th anniversary of the convention. And how is that possible, right? And it just struck home, right? I mean, that's something Mariette will pull out, I mean, she's great at pulling out these details that are very meaningful when you stop to think about it. But to talk about the convention, there is something in the convention. I don't think Pablo addressed it when he was discussing some of the things and its relevance to the issue of detention. But there's one thing that is really important, and it's discussion of when people, migrant workers, their family members are taken into custody for migration-related reasons. They should not be placed in a facility or in an area where people who are in criminal procedures or who have been prosecuted for criminal crimes are being held. And that seems to us today to be a really standard thing. It's something that's built into the return directive. It's a concept that we see quite ingrained. But we could also think that there's an unintended consequence of that idea, which is that we should be building a dedicated infrastructure for this thing. And I think if we go back in time to the early days of things like the Committee on the Prevention of Torture, the European Committee, the CPT, from their earliest days of beginning their reviews of states, parties to the European Convention Against Torture, they didn't go into their mandate was not to promote liberty right? Their mandate was to promote the situations that would prevent torture and mistreatment, ill treatment. So when they would visit countries and see that people, asylum seekers or migrants, were being detained in prisons, they systematically told these countries, and they continue to do it today, to build immigration detention centers. Systematically build those centers. A really good case in point is Ireland. I mean, Ireland detains a handful of people a year, and you have the CPT even this year saying, you guys got to build a dedicated immigration detention center. So there's this element of unintended consequence here, I think, where concepts are being driven, bureaucracies made, reasons to be created within bureaucracies that then take on a life of their own. And I think bringing this idea to the idea of ATDs, I think we see something happening too in a similar way. I think there's an idea that if we talk about alternatives, it's a good thing, right? I mean, there's detention and then there are alternatives. But what seems to have happened is they've taken a concept that I think really has a very concrete legal basis in immigration procedures, which is to prevent arbitrary detention. You must consider things that are short of detention in order to make sure that that measure is necessary, proportionate to the goals that it's assigned to. And that's the role ATDs have. So when we talk about global campaigns on ATDs, I think that they've taken a concept that has a discrete, concrete role, or should, and they've made a movement of it. And that movement's an odd movement because in Pablo's part of the world, there aren't many dedicated immigration detention centers. Should we be promoting ATDs in South America? Does it make a lot of sense to do that? No. Does it make sense to do it in Australia? Maybe, where you have mandatory unlimited detention. There's a logic to saying we need to systematically go in and start asking, are you detaining people with good cause? And to do it, you have to have the ATD test. Let's call it that. So I think what's happened sometimes when I think about what's happened in the context of the network on migration, so we'll come full cycle back to the network. I think what's happened is a concept that began as a very good, noble cause has become a little bit warped. And sometimes I think it's like some really, really effective, well-meaning Australian advocates promoted an idea that makes sense in Australia, but not the world writ large. And I think it's concerning because what's happened is that we have a lot of people promoting ideas like access to asylum is an ATD, or liberty is the first alternative, and things of this nature, because it becomes warped, it becomes different, it becomes changed. And not only that, when you start applying ATDs outside of legal procedures, you start basically widening the net of who's being controlled. And I don't know if that's the idea people had originally in mind, but I think that's what we've come to, or potentially that's where we're going.
Yeah, and I like what you're saying, and thanks for pointing out what Marriott has written. And it'd be great if you could tell us where to find that article that she's written on this day. She's been a fantastic colleague for many years, kind of thing. So, and I like what you've said, but I'm wondering, there is a segment of civil society, and there is the UN kind of thing, and there is the marriage of a segment of civil society and the UN in the approach that you are kind of saying, right? But what if I told you, and what if I said that, yeah, we've got to start somewhere, you know, and in this political environment and in the, you know, this kind of situation that we have and things like that, we've got to go for it. And so now, and they point out to baby steps kind of thing, initial steps or successes that we have had. See, we were able to get it not for children, you know, and children cannot be detained, kind of thing. We've got that, and now we slowly we'll unpack this. This is a practical approach. Can you say something about that? If somebody comes to you with that argument, what do you say to that?
I don't know. I mean, the practical approach to what? So it is a very practical approach to promote consideration of ATDs as a part of an individual procedure, to see whether or not this individual, this person, merits being detained. I'm promoting a practical approach. I think that's where it belongs. I think we should be aggressively promoting this, that states should be doing it. They shouldn't be speaking, oh, we're doing ATDs. But are they? You know, is there a systematic consideration of less coercive measures in every individual case? And I think, as Michelle points out with the new pact, I mean, these border procedures, I doubt that ATDs are going to be part of the consideration of that procedure. That sounds like a kind of an automatic procedure. I'm not fully aware of how that's going to function, but if we were sticking to the concepts as I think it should be understood, I think it can have a potentially positive effect, insofar as perhaps showing, for instance, that if you're systematically looking at less coercive measures and you're finding that people are actually able, you can manage your migration system with those less coercive measures, that could have an add-on, it could have a good positive effect. But there is the caveat here that seems to be an understanding in the community supporting this, that by promoting ATDs, you get less detention. But in some few cases, we may be able to make that argument, but mostly what we're seeing is not a one-for-one replacement of people in detention, but rather people being placed into pilots. Mexico is a great case. They launched a pilot of ATDs. They were invited to give presentations to the Council of Europe on this, and they were detaining 50,000 kids that year. You know, or cases in Thailand where they talk about placing families in these communities in the home, but they never address whether or not, at least not that I've seen, whether or not there was another family that filled that one's place in the detention center. It's not always clear if there are any kind of metrics or empirical data that allows us to understand its impact. And that's another problem we see right now. I mean, well, how is it pragmatic to promote an idea that you're calling anything under the sun? Because there's nothing pragmatic, because you can't even count it. You can't even measure it. You don't know if it has an impact on a country's detention efforts at all. You could say that country X said we put 50 people in ATDs last year. Well, interesting. But what does it mean really? What does it mean with respect to the detention numbers in that country? So, you know, where the pragmatism lies in that approach, however, I would admit, is that it gives a lot of organizations a seat at the table to talk and negotiate with governments who do not want to talk about this thing, but they think the alternatives is safe. And so conversations can begin, and those conversations can be very good. So, you know, and I think, I mean, nothing's clear cut. You know, it's not like, but I think that there are really potential pitfalls. There are benefits, but everywhere you turn here, there's a potential unintended consequence that I fear we're not taking into account.
And I like what you're saying. I think this slow chokehold that is coming on this rights-based approach. And I come to you, Pablo, then, because as a member of the committee as well, and you saw and you've seen this kind of thing yourself, the reluctance for the adoption of the convention, the ratification of the convention. But when something like this starts, as Mike was saying, it starts as an honest, good discussion. But it's a small discussion. It's not mainstream, but suddenly it grows and it becomes the fashionable thing to do. You know, that's happened with temporary labor migration programs, for example. And my fear kind of thing is that the model that we have in this part of the world is being exported to other parts of the world now, kind of thing. You know, so is there a danger of this kind of approach towards this alternatives to detention as well, that slowly we'll be seeing detention centers being set up and things like that, that this would be one answer to the whole irregular flows and holding that trump card for against governments that are not being able to regulate their flows of people leaving their country and things like that. What are your thoughts on that, Pablo?
Yes, there is some danger there, and first of all, because in a way, it's something that the three of us have mentioned already. There is, I mean, when you are talking to alternative to detention, and main of the discussion around this haven't allowed us to move out from a context or an umbrella which is always migration control. So that's one issue, and all the framework, I mean the political framework, the policies and the practice in terms of detention came from the criminal system of the states. So that's where detention come from. I mean, detaining people because of a serious crime or some kind of crime that the society, through a penal law or criminal law, consider that the serious crimes that would allow a state to deprivate the liberty of a person. So the starting point of the discussion is wrong, because we are not talking about crimes. So when discuss about alternative to detention, in a way we are getting into a field where we should have been there, because this is not the field of immigration. This is not the field of the reality of millions of workers and families that move out from the country because of danger, because of poverty, because of lack of opportunities and discrimination and inequalities and so on. This is not about criminality, but even though we are discussing in a context where the starting point is the main practice of criminal system, which is detention, which is prison. So that's the danger there, first of all. And secondly, as Mike said, I mean, in their part of the world where fortunately detention has not been used increasingly as it happened in other countries, in other regions, as a big tool or important tool of migration control policy. We did have detention policies in South American countries, but it was usually have been few cases in the wrong places, because usually have been police station and places like that. But then in a way, we learn from that experience. I mean, there are huge challenges, a lot of challenges in terms of migrants' rights, in terms of integration, in terms of equal protection by law, and in practice, equal access to. But in a way, part of that discussion is the same discussion that 30 to 50 or 60% of our population, which is discrimination in access to social rights, and that's why we have the levels of poverty and inequality and so on in our country. So it's in part it's the same discussion, plus xenophobia and another discussion that try to legitimate discrimination against migrants. But so in a way, we learn from that policies of detention that never been effective as a deterrent. I mean, migrants still came or still went to other countries in the region because of the structural causes that pushed them to move. No, so and in a way, for instance, just very concrete and recent example. I mean, in South America for the last 3 years, we have been dealing in a way with the biggest crisis, mobility crisis in our history as independent countries, which is the Venezuelan migration crisis. I mean, more than 4 million Venezuelans moved to other South American countries in 3 years. We had never had something like that in our history. No country built a detention center as a response to that. Not any single country. And we have right-wing governments, left-wing governments, center-wing governments, and so on. But no country, no government decided to create or promoted to create a detention center as a response to Venezuelan laws. again, there are many challenges because of many of them are documented. So fortunately, a few countries has just announced that they implemented a big regularization programs, such as Chile, Peru, and Ecuador. Some others had flexible permanent avenues, as Argentina and Uruguay, in a way Brazil, and in a way Colombia. So many of them are documented. There are challenges in terms of integration and access to employment, these kind of things, and xenophobia, which is a huge, huge challenge. But again, the discussion is not about detention. So if you bring here a discussion on alternative, I mean, we may end up building detention center. I mean, for a few cases, maybe in the first place, and then we don't know where we will end up. So no thanks. I think it's an important discussion, not enough, because there should be other deeper discussion in other regions. Because as Michael said, I mean, in the case of Mexico, there have been alternatives to detention practice for the last 5 to 10 years. And in a way, let me be frank, I mean, when at the committee, when we deal with these, with the Mexican government, they explain us this alternative, but then the figures were there. So the alternative were for 100 people, but at the same time, there were 60 or 50,000 children in detention every year. So it's, so what can we say about the rest of the people? So, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's an important discussion in some countries, in some regions, and it's very important, and it has to be in the table. And as you said, I mean, maybe it would help. The practical approach will help to bring people to the table and then discuss, but serious discussion. I mean, not this kind of political strategy for discussing something, but in order to not changing everything, I mean, just changing some tiny bits of things. Of the whole picture. Huh?
Thank you, Pablo. And I like what Mike hinted at it, or rather said it. You've reiterated it. Don't bring a discussion here that is not required, kind of thing, because don't give me ideas that might in the end go against what we have here, which works in some ways for all its flaws, kind of thing. So then I'll ask you, Michelle, in that case, then what do you say to, for example, when you talk to the UN network kind of thing, and I was talking about the global compact and the implementation, and then we as civil society say, why aren't you talking about the hard issues? And then the network comes and says, no, one of our promising issues, hard issues we picked up is the alternatives to detention. And we've got this platform now and things like that. And then of course, in review processes and all, this becomes, you know, you talk about the success you have had in this, but then that discussion, which should have been a small discussion, suddenly is put on a global table, and you give ideas to countries that might not even want it and say, oh, that works, that is something, why don't we try to solve or deal with some of our problems? What do you say to something like that then?
I don't think governments need to look to civil society for ideas, first of all. I think they kind of copy each other. So there's plenty of detention models that exist everywhere that they could be copying. I actually think it's really interesting to hear what you just said, Pablo, about Venezuelans, because I was also thinking about the Syrians who remained in the Middle East after they left Syria. And I'm not an expert on the detention centers in the Middle East. Maybe William, or I think Rula is also on the call. You could also speak to that. But my understanding is also that a lot of the countries in the Middle East that also took many of the Syrians, and the numbers, I think, are even more than the 4 million of Venezuelans. I think the majority, to my understanding, also didn't build detention centers. I think many of the Syrians were probably in camps, but then also in urban settings. But to my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think it's really interesting to see those are mass movements. You know, like when you look at how many of those countries in the Middle East took Syrians, Turkey, for example, there are many more per capita than the EU ever took, the whole EU. So detention wasn't a model there. Detention hasn't been a model in South America. However, it is in the EU, it is in North America. I mean, especially in the US. The Canadian experience. Mike, you can probably talk more to that. But I think the countries where it is a model, it is a way to, the fact that it is such an ingrained model, and I think in the US it's even more ingrained in the migration policy than even in the EU. But I think that in the countries where it is very prominent, I think you had mentioned it, William, how do you go from such a very, very prominent model to something which isn't detention? How many years do you need? How many decades? And so how do you start that conversation? How do you slowly come away from that? I was thinking a lot in the lead up to all these webinars today, just about the significance of the 30 years. And then just thinking kind of what have we collectively also achieved in the 30 years? And then just thinking, so glad to see Pablo on this webinar as well. But even just on children, for example, even 10 years ago, there was no global consensus that children should never be detained. There wasn't. It took almost 10 years for the UN bodies to agree on that. So I also think we have to just be aware that even things we might today appreciate, that there is a consensus, it definitely hasn't been there the whole time. And it's taken a lot of work. And so it's, I think definitely, if there's a model of the ATDs and the way that we understand ATDs within PICUM, is literally someone stays in their house or they stay in the place where they're living and they're followed by a community worker. And that's an ATD. It's not anything detention related, like ankle bracelets or paying bond or these things that all resemble prison. It's something that's really offering people all of this support to find case resolution. So to find a way that they can actually remain where they are, that they might get status. So I think it's interesting to talk about that, whether they're called ATDs or whether they're just called a case resolution, because the whole system of legal aid is also very much under distress. Free legal aid for people who are in the asylum process. Children have to represent themselves in the US. You know, like just the fact of being able to have someone help you who's within the legal system and help you with your case and examine what are the different possibilities for you. The European Commission, Eurostat, actually estimates that there's 300,000 people per year who cannot be deported. So for whatever reason, they just cannot be deported. So what happens to them? Who's helping these 300,000 people find other ways to not be deported? The EU member states actually have a long list of ways that they grant people a status other than an asylum seeker and other than regularization. So regularization meaning like a campaign or something like that. So there's various reasons why people can't be deported. It can be for practical reasons. They don't have their ID, but their country won't take them back. You had mentioned this also, William. But it can also be for family reasons. They might have a family member in the EU, for example, and that would be a recognized tie for them to remain. It can be for medical reasons. They might be too sick and their country of origin doesn't have the right medicine or treatment. It can be for humanitarian reasons. So, I mean, there's many different ways people could actually have a potential status. But the majority of the times, and I think both of you, Pablo and Mike, had referred to that kind of, how much is any of this being exhausted? How much are people actually getting a chance to really thoroughly examine what their possibilities are? And could we also just refocus it on that, on this lead up process that could actually even maybe prevent them from being detained in the first place? If they had a good caseworker who examines all of their procedures, maybe they don't get detained. So we don't even have to talk about ATDs. We just talk about this whole case management approach. In a sense, it's a social work approach. But the whole focus needs to be reoriented from the jail to the community. And to do that, you need to then think, okay, what else do you need to do? If countries, for example, who are currently spending so much money on the borders and so much money on this whole deportation process, reinvested that in this other part, there would most likely be more secure communities because people would most likely not always have a regular status. There would probably be finding some ways to resolve status. And there are many interesting examples. Studies have shown when you thoroughly look at a lot of investment and resources in this, you can find resolution of status. Some of the city level examples in the EU, and they show quite high percentages. So it's more about reinvesting and reprioritizing and rethinking kind of how these migration management systems are working. But to do so, there needs to be a lot of will, and we also have to show migrants as people, because I also think a lot of the policy kind of disregards them as people. They seem to be more like objects, to be honest.
And I think that is a very important point you make there, because to see migrants as people, and I feel when we start looking at this whole thing of detention or alternatives to detention, I think that is the first blinder we put, that comes in the first place, that the kind of the mindset that is already created is that these people are other, or they are different, and there has to be some kind of deterrence that we put up front, kind of thing. And so this is going to be I mean, this is that whole new thinking that needs to evolve if we have to want to understand what really is rights-based migration governance. But then and I see the comment of Manfred, the good old friend of Michelle, Pablo, myself. Manfred, also one of the members of Migrant Rights International. It's good to see you here today, Manfred, on the 30th anniversary of the convention. And I see his thing that detention can be a crime and the alternative to detention is freedom. I'll just give you one example on returns and how returns can be very deadly as well. We've had just now in these few months ago, we won a case in the High Court of Bangladesh, where we had migrant workers who were detained in countries of in the countries of destination for minor administrative kind of infringement of the law, small crimes kind of thing, but they had finished their either finished their terms, or they were given released by the host country during the pandemic, and they were given the opportunity to be repatriated. When the workers came back home, after finishing their quarantine period, instead of being sent back to their communities or being allowed to go back to their communities, home communities, they were picked up and put in jail. And the reason for why they were picked up and put in jail was because they had spoiled the name of the country abroad while they were abroad. This was the reason this was the crime that they had committed. They had spoiled the name of the country while abroad. So this is something that we have to be careful about, kind of thing, in looking at how this returns can become, and that's why coming to you then, Manfred, do you want to say hello to some of your friends here? And first, before I go to Mike to say, let's go look at the way forward, because it's 4 o'clock in the morning here. So.
Yes, my friends, hello. And I'm happy to see that you are still working on all these things. I also have seen that in the UN International Day internet site of the UN, the most official one, there is no links to the human rights institutions of UN. So this International Migrant Workers Day is something mediatically very weak and not linked to human rights. And the trend, as Michelle was explaining from Europe, is actually a situation of new colonialism, not post-colonialism. No, so there is some new models that are affirming, in which we can see tragedies like Lesbos the island of people who are coming from Turkey, but that means Syria mostly, no? And also Afghanistan and Iraq. And those people are living in camps that are have been evacuated and rebuilt in a very undecent manner, no? This trend is going even worse in Italy with Malta and Libya, where authorized mafias are kidnapping people, even sometimes Italian fishermen who fall in Libya in the same detention facilities where can be detained a migrant or a refugee coming from Libya and repatriated to Libya when catched on the sea, in a very strange situation where we see something that is becoming like a confrontation between Turkey, Russia, and some Libyc civil war groups and European countries who have not clear interests. So this plan of the next 6 years in Europe is characterizing with an increase of money on detention, on shelters that become more and more similar to detention centers, with always the concept to shelter the people in big buildings with big numbers, mixing families, minors, adults, and I have been working in some of these shelters and I have seen with my eyes people coming from sending countries, from the interior ministries, from the external affairs ministries, visiting the refugees who were escaping from those countries, authorized by Italian authorities. No? So in these kind of situations, the detention can be even more dangerous. You say that you have interpreters, but they are working for an embassy. And that embassy is not helping those refugees escaping from that country. You can count on that. These kind of contradictions should be healed from Europe, but Europe is too much focused on closing borders, on collaboration, on bilateral agreements. So our delusion about the Global Compact is that it became the festival of bilateral agreements and that the Council for Human Rights became nothing like the WHO after Trump and COVID.
Thank you, Manfred, for those thoughts. And just to confirm, Michelle, what you had said with regard to the Syria movement from out of Syria into the Middle East, as far as I know as well, there were no detention centers built up and things like that. I know Rola is on the call here, and I'm not sure, Rola, you want to address that, if it is possible for you to address that, to give an independent opinion on that. Rola?
Yes, thanks, William. Sure. I mean, I think the situation with Syrian refugees is a different situation because countries did not necessarily have the means to deal with so many people. So whereas you see for migrant workers, for instance, there are detention centers, and detention does happen for a variety of reasons. When they've hosted large numbers of Syrians, you know, we've seen a lot of cases where they wouldn't detain Syrians because they knew there were so many in irregular situations, etc. So that was more of a result rather than a kind of an intentional policy of not having detention center. The other thing is there are certain camps that function as, you know, de facto detention centers because people in those camps, they need permits to even exit, to go out, to work outside the camps, etc., etc. So there are these examples, and people within these camps are, you know, are de facto, you know, detainees within these camps just for being there. And it's not necessarily related to how people crossed the border, how they came, or, you know, being irregular or not. There are cases of, you know, camps where refugees are within them and they can't necessarily go out of them unless they have special permits and special conditions. So I mean, it's a tricky situation, and I don't think it's anywhere close to a good practice.
And that's good, and that's why I think it's important what Mike and Pablo are saying, that we must be careful of what we sell, kind of thing, as a model kind of thing in terms of good practice. So Mike, then tell me, if that is the case, how do we trace our steps back? And because this conversation is supposed to be about going beyond this discussion, so what would be the steps or the markers that we need to put in terms of gaining of moving beyond this, so that this doesn't become mainstream?
Okay, I'll try. I'll try to come up with some ideas. I want to cycle back first to the issue of Syria, and then come to some thoughts by way of Canada, building on what Michelle had mentioned. The Syrian issue is a very interesting one because it really depends on where you look. I think as Brula was hinting at, but in Jordan, we know that some of these refugee camps are operating as de facto detention centers, right? They're locked in these secure zones, and many of the Syrians are considered to be, frankly, terrorists, and so they're locked inside. So even though they're called refugee camps for all intents and purposes, they're being detained, right? And we know that there's a couple that operate like this. And then if you make your way over to Egypt, thousands of Syrians have been detained in police stations in Alexandria and Cairo. We know this, so it really depends on where you're looking. I think in Turkey, it's got a huge immigration detention complex that's been funded by the EU. All right. But Syrians, as you've noted, it wasn't practical to assume that you would be detaining all these people. That's Syria. And then of course, there's Syrians that made their way across North Africa, and what's happened to many of them along the way. But Canada is a very good entree back into ATDs because, and to build on some of the things that Michelle has mentioned, the valuable benefits of ATDs or that they can have. Canada appears to be one of the few countries during COVID-19 that has employed ATDs with a measurable impact to diminish its detainee numbers. But Canada is one of these interesting cases, like other Anglo cases, unlimited detention, unlimited procedures. It doesn't expire, right? So whereas in Spain, you've got 60 days from the moment they're detained to determine whether or not that deportation is going to be effected or not. In Canada, you don't. You have an unlimited amount of time. So let's place ATDs in both those cases to help us develop a more sophisticated idea of what we're talking about here. In the case of Spain, ATDs, any formal kind of ATD, has not been used when they released. And as people here may know, they shuttered their detention centers early on in the pandemic, but they had to because they couldn't deport people. And so as we know in European Union law, ATDs cease to have relevance once the reason for the detention has evaporated. And that is the proper understanding of ATDs as I see them. In the case of Canada, even though people couldn't be deported, they could still be detainable because it's an unlimited procedure. So in that context, ATDs start to make sense in this kind of COVID pandemic response. But I think this helps, distinguishing in these two cases helps us focus our attention on the potential or the real value that ATDs are supposed to have, which is to prevent arbitrary detention. And I think Michelle's right, it's really about case management. But my concern is when we start, and this is my concern with what's happening in the compact and the network of migration, is that there's a resistance to seeing ATDs this way. They really want it to be whatever. I mean, they define it in their documents that they've made public as anything that may convince states not to detain people or something along those lines. And that I think we should worry about. that's where I start to worry, because I see that's kind of giving states free rein. We don't want to see that applied in places like South America and in a lot of places around the world. We don't want to see it applied in Spain, for that matter. I don't think, right? If we can focus our attention on individually looking at each case and pushing, does this person deserve to be detained? That's the proper role for whatever we want to call it, less coercive measure, ATD, whatever, but it's this purposeful act of assessing the necessity and proportionality of each individual case. That's ATDs. That's, for me, the way we should be looking at it. I fear that it's just lost that sense in what's happening with the network of migration right now, or at least with the compact and how it's being promoted. I don't know exactly how that's going to resolve itself, but that's my big concern. In terms of the way forward, well, one of them is just that. I think insisting that states make sure they do an individual assessment of each person who's going to be detained. And we would hope that could lead to a wider acknowledgement of the lack of necessity of detention. I think that would be one concrete thing that we could achieve by focusing our attention back on ATDs, understood to be this aspect of preventing arbitrary detention. But obviously, and I think we've all been dancing around, we've all been hinting about this issue of how states are viewing the issue of irregular migration, and the direction that's going is not a very positive one. And I'm afraid that even in South America, it's, Pablo's right, people haven't responded to the Venezuelan crisis by all of a sudden building detention centers. But if you go to Trinidad and Tobago, where we've had this horrible boat accident just the other day, if you look at the Trinidad and Tobago press, they are pushing the massive detention of these people. There is public outrage that Venezuelans are arriving, and the press is pushing it. And I know this because we keep seeing our name appearing in TNT press, because they're like, look at the Global Detention Project said that there's more people arriving. And they use that as an excuse to say, we need to detain these people. So, and Colombia has, they reported detaining 3,000 people 2 years ago, and they passed a law that has these detention centers. I don't really know where they're located or how they operated. We've tried to get information, but there's some aspect of detention, a 3-day detention period. At least that's what is in the policies that we've been able to dig up. But I think that ultimately it is about seeing migrants as people, each of them as an individual person. They are objects, as Michelle says. They are objects. They are political objects. It's just changing people's mindsets, right? I don't know if the ATD conversation gets us there. It's a much larger job. That's a daily job that we all undertake in the jobs that we do, and how many years does it take? I don't know. But those would be some thoughts that I would share with you on that.
And thanks for that. And so Pablo, I'll tell you straight off that is there a trade-off happening in terms of rights? Do we need to make a trade-off in terms of rights? Because if individual assessment is going to be so up there in terms of alternatives to detention, kind of thing, I can imagine a government saying, where do we have the resources for individual assessment? There are thousands that are coming, and so how do you go about making a case with a government that says these are hundreds of thousands coming? Like, for example, let us say in a scenario where if in Latin America they started deciding that, okay, let's build up detention centers or something like that, because Venezuelans are coming, the example that this of Trinidad and Tobago that Mike just gave, where is government going to get resources from? Of course, in the global compact process, a government can go to the multi-trust fund and say, we want to do alternatives to detention, so help us, and can we get resources for this? That would be one window to go to, but isn't that where we are trading off human rights?
Well, the first and quick answer is no, definitely no. There couldn't be a trade-off with human rights, but in terms of financial resources, I would add first the committees, no, the joint general comments of the committees, the Committee of the Rights of the Child, the Committee of Migrant Workers, has included a single paragraph on that and states, well, you are. This is the colloquial version. So state, you are investing a lot of money of detaining people, detaining children, detaining families. So they divert that money to other kind of responses, divert more into rights-based solutions, to procedures, and so on. So first of all, use that. So that's one quick response in terms of budget. Maybe, I don't know, now I don't know, maybe I'm a little worried because maybe South American states haven't implemented detention centers because they don't have resources for doing that. So let's don't give them an idea about how to get resources from other places. But so, I mean, I always think that that human rights is, I mean, it's not only okay, the individual rights that we have as human being, and it's the legal way of doing that, it's the correct way of doing that. I mean, it's always the way where we get the benefits. I mean, I'm not talking directly on economic or financial benefit. I mean, the benefit in general, in how peace, in the peaceful society that we want to achieve, and in equal societies, and so on, so on. So and of course, through that way, you get to the budget discussion. I mean, that you end up not spending a lot of money in resources that, or in strategies or policies that are not going to that direction, that they are going to the direction of even cases of torture or litigations of those cases. There are many examples of that if we put all the numbers on the table, I mean, I think it's easy to evidence that it's always more expensive. But it's not. I'm not talking about we need to implement alternative because it's cheaper. No. It's because what must be done in terms of legal obligations and basic right to liberty and protection for arbitrary detention. But if we end up in that discussion, I think that there's a lot of evidence. But I will link that with the discussion on going beyond alternative, because then is where the numbers are even better. I mean, when you bring to the table not only a discussion on the facility where a person can be located, but you bring the discussion of integration. So you bring to the table the Ministry of Labor, and you bring to the table the Ministry of Education, of Social Inclusion, and so many others that usually are not on the table. I mean, even though that the Global Compact says, I mean, comprehensive migration policy, comprehensive European migration policy, and so on. I mean, that comprehensive approach is never there. It's just for the picture in most of the cases. So if you really want to implement a comprehensive migration policy, you are discussing about other things, and those other things bring us to talk about social inclusion, human development, better employment rates, better, I mean, living conditions, better housing conditions, better indicators in terms of citizen security. I mean, the rates of social exclusion and so on. So in terms of beyond, we should go there, and then the numbers will be, I think, radically different, and the strategies and the policies and the solutions. Of course, it's not easy. I'm not naive at all, but we have to be serious. I mean, we can't discuss the 2030 agenda in one table and then go into the other. When it comes to migration policy, we just turn the back and we do exactly the opposite. I mean, so we leave people on the street. We don't provide them documents. We don't allow them to work, and we manage them all the time with detaining and deportation and so on. So we will let them to be exploited directly or indirectly. So we do exactly the opposite that what we commit to do in the 2030 agenda, what we commit to do at the Global Compact. So I mean, so there are ways to do it, of course, but it's a matter of political will. It's a matter of bringing evidence in order to also evidence this kind of contradiction that we see every day. I mean, and what you do, what we have been doing for decades. I mean, pushing, and bringing other people to the discussion. Many times it's so toxic because of stereotypes and xenophobia that we cannot bring the people that should be the discussion, not only in terms of ministries or local governments, but also other people from the civil society that are not connected to the migration rights movement, but they are working on social inclusion. They're working on children development and children and many other and all the topics of the social agenda where migrants should be totally included. And when we do that, we are not discussing with the Minister of the Interior. We're discussing with the other authorities that I guess, I hope that more easily accept alternatives to this narrow approach on, okay, they committed an infraction, they entered irregularly, or they overstayed, and the only solution is sanction. And because we want to sanction and we create this general suspicion on them, we put them in detention. I mean, in contradiction to centuries on legislation on the right to liberty. So we detain people for months or years because of an administrative condition. So this huge hole of basic rule of law. So we have to move from there. We have to go to other places where the discussion can move forward.
No, thank you. And you're not idealistic, definitely. And I think you've pointed out a very important thing there. And that is, and I think this is what I said earlier in the day today as well. My fear is about governments looking at the 23 objectives of the Global Compact or the SDGs and in terms of looking at fulfilling the goals and targets of the SDGs or reaching the objectives of the Global Compact, treating it as in a transactional manner kind of thing. So for example, you have Philippines that wants to look at currently, and it's one of the champion countries, wants to look at returns, wants to look at what we can do on returns, what is the compact saying on returns, and how we can work on that. And they've gone to the trust fund, they've got resources for that to do their returns. But the question is, how can you deal with returns when in the first place there is a strong culture of out migration in the Philippines? The very drivers have not been addressed. And we've had in this situation, even in the pandemic, when there was opportunity, Philippines was one country that was giving free tickets to its migrant workers and chartered flights to its migrant workers to come back home in the pandemic, and workers chose not to come back home. They chose not to come back home. They said, let's see, we'll wait, maybe this thing will turn around, but what can we go back home to? So when you say, when there is that situation, so this transactional approach, which I'm afraid that the GCM will take, and not this kind of holistic approach, Pablo, that you are saying, it's what's going to happen. And we know that. I've seen this, for God's sake, in our own region over here. We have two processes, for example. We have the Colombo process, which is the process of all countries of origin coming together. And you have the Abu Dhabi dialogue process, which is the Gulf countries, which is the main corridor. And you have our government representatives one set of representatives going to the Colombo process, and another set of representatives going to the Abu Dhabi dialogue process, and they don't tell each other what they are discussing in each other. And it's the same government. So, and then you have another set going to the ASEAN process. So you can have this kind of incoherence in this whole thing, and that's why it's so dangerous to look at this kind of work at it in this kind of piecemeal approach, where we try to carve out a niche, thinking this low-hanging fruit, we might make some success there and be able to replicate. There is a danger in the replicating and upscaling, and there is a danger of looking at it in a piecemeal approach. And that's why, coming to you, Michelle, when you say, of course, human rights. At the end, we must understand these people as human beings. We are talking about human beings. And that is what this convention was all about. That is what this debate on the convention was all about in 1972, when the subcommission started looking at this clandestine movement in Europe kind of thing. And the discussion started in 72, which eventually resulted in the convention. Today, the UN network, in its statement on International Migrants Day, the last paragraph reads, "We look to a world in which migrants need not be cast as either victim, savior, or villain, but who simply are human beings born free and equal in dignity and rights." And that's a good recognition of who the migrants are. But I was hoping there would have been a little more oomph in that sentence to say, "and must be treated as such." It's all right to make a principled statement, but if you don't demand something, you can say they have right, born in dignity and right, but treat them like that. Say it. Say it. That is what is important. Say it. In the Black Lives Matter kind of thing, one of the calls of the people on the streets was, say his name, say what's wrong, call it out. But the UN today is shy of that. And so how do we get to the point where you are saying, yeah, let's start recognizing that these are human beings? And then when you look at the children and families, and then you want to link this with development discourse, isn't how do we get to that? And how do you see PICUM and the drive that you are doing with undocumented workers, undocumented migrants? How do you see that shift? What needs to happen for that shift to be realized?
I think in general, we need a bigger critical mass of more people saying it, so that it becomes more commonplace, and it's also harder to ignore. And one thing I said on the earlier webinar about the difference that we've seen in the European Commission integration strategy, I think Pablo had mentioned it, or Mike, I can't remember. The integration story, Pablo had mentioned in talking about how to shift gears on all these strategies and really look towards an approach that's much more about integration and trying to help people stay in communities and have access to all the services, etc. The European Commission strategy from 2016 said that integration strategy was only for people who have regular status. So it was very clear that anything that in that strategy, it shouldn't be concerned with people who are undocumented. And now the one this year that was released last month says that it's open. So it doesn't say that it's for undocumented, but it also doesn't say it's for people who have regular status. It leaves it a bit open. And I think part of the reasoning is there's a bigger mass, there's a bigger critical mass in the past 4 years, and that also includes cities. Pablo had mentioned them as well. The European Commission also did a couple of studies of who they consulted to make this new integration strategy. And cities actually insisted really on having undocumented, and meaning that they're part of the reality that cities have to deal with. And they always have been, and cities have always been trying to find solutions. But there's also a new city initiative on irregular migrants that's been started over the past 3 to 4 years. It's nearly 20 cities across the EU. It's coordinated by Compass at the University of Oxford. They've produced guidance. The Council of Europe has also weighed in about the importance of undocumented migrants themselves. So I think in terms of what we could also do collectively to kind of push these issues and get them more on the agenda and harder to ignore is to have more, in a sense, in the chorus, repeating the same thing. And I think that that's what we've seen on detention of children. In the earlier days, it was just a couple of, probably civil society and well-intentioned people in the UN bodies, but nothing really moving. And until you could get, a special rapporteur on migrants saying this, and then a committee, and then the UN Secretary General, you need to have, in a sense, all of the key players to be a chorus. So I think what I actually wanted to end with, because I know we're coming to the time now, is where we started with what Pablo said. 30 years ago, the situation maybe wasn't as bad as it is now. So my question is, how do we see the next 30? Like, probably some of us might be still around, you know, where there's a lot of diehards amongst our movement, but maybe not. But what do we expect to see in 30 years? Like, I would sincerely hope that we don't go backwards. And I think also on this ATD, could we even give ourselves some strategies, like, what do we expect to see in the next 10 years? Could we expect to see that we're closer to really ending detention of children? Is that a first starting point? What about all these issues of people who also shouldn't be detained because they have various vulnerabilities? There's been all these different suggestions by different UN bodies about people who have other vulnerabilities who should never be detained. The people who are tortured were mentioned in the early discussion. Pregnant women, children, people with mental illness. I mean, there's so many different reasons why people should never be detained. I mean, in a sense, we want to end detention, but how do we also move towards that? It's like a rolling goal, and how long will it take us to actually do that? And can we also start thinking collectively in civil society of how we want to get there? Like, what are our goals in the meantime? And who else would need to be in the chorus to be on board? So those are kind of some of the things that I would also offer for reflection as we finish. And thank you very much for the discussion, the sharing.
No, thank you all for this discussion. It has been a very, very fruitful discussion, but also very reflective in terms of the challenge that is before us. And we know that this challenge is before us. I will end with some of these thoughts to say, yes, we need critical mass. And part of that critical mass will be built with us talking among ourselves as civil society. We also have to do a self-reflection, a dialogue within our ranks. What is strategy? And what is concessions that we are making? You know, I think it is important. Yes, we might be invited to the table, but when do we walk away from the table rather than get compromised on these principles? I think these are very, very delicate discussions that we need to have. We need to have, otherwise what you are saying, that it is now a threat, but that threat might become so real. A small model kind of thing suddenly might become the model for the rest of the world kind of thing. And I think it's so important that we pay attention to that. You said 10 years from now, I'm saying 2 years from now. Can we build a movement that says, goes 2 years from now to the International Review Forum and say, we will not sit at this table if there is a single child in detention. Start there. But can we say that? We'll at least have one UN agency that will be willing to say that with us, hopefully, and that is UNICEF. You know, but can we start reversing this trend? Can we start, you know, what you are saying, Michelle? Because there is a danger. There is a danger, and that danger is going to become much more real than we know, because the world is coming out of a pandemic. It's going to take time for the global economy to pick up, and in this meantime, there will be people looking for jobs. There will be people in precarious situations. There will be people who will be looking for how to survive. And where resources are limited, where economies take time to pick up, the only solution can be make detention as a form of deterrence. Make it first resort so that we don't have to deal with this. So let us be aware of the challenge before us on this day when we recognize the rights and dignity of people. Thank you very much to this panel. Thank you very much to everybody who has been listening. We know the challenges before us, and like Michelle says, let's see how we can build this critical mass. Let's see how we can build it in time for the IMRF, let us say, to bring that change what is necessary. Thank you so much, one and all.
Thank you so much, William. Thank you, all of you. Sara and Aisha, if I can ask you to please make Andrew and the other speakers for the next panel open their mics up. But I just want to thank all the previous panelists again. I didn't know this was a Migrants' Rights International reunion, an MRI reunion. So that was a hidden agenda. Thank you. That was really great. And I think we've learned so much in this discussion. I think William's point about how that, where are we being invited to, and how do we sit there, and what are we saying, and what are we compromising? Where do we get the advances, compromises necessary, and but what, and what do we lose in that? All of these questions, I think, has come up so much in today. Another thing that is in that kind of frame, which also when we talk about compromises, when we talk about negotiations, when we talk about what states are willing to do and the politics around that and what civil society is pushing, is around climate. Climate, I've lost count how many times climate has come up today. So we're very happy that we have a session dedicated to climate, being led by those who have been really bringing together the intersections of climate and migration. We want to turn this over to the Climate and Migration Displacement Platform, CMDP, and their members and their steering committee, who in a cross-section of people who come from different regions and different communities, to be able to kind of engage us in that discussion. So I see, Andrew, you're ready to go. So I kept talking.
Thanks,
so,
Colin. Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly, Andrew. So
Okay.
I'll turn it over to Andrew at Church World Service. Thank you very much. And we look forward to hearing on this discussion on climate.
Thanks, Colin, and thanks everyone for staying on the line, and especially thanks to colleagues from Asia. I don't know whether to wish you a good evening or a good morning at this point, but it's impressive that we have so many people from all time zones that are still with us. My name is Andrew Fuse, and I serve as Director for Global Migration with Church World Service, CWS. For nearly 75 years, CWS has worked alongside communities that are transforming themselves through just and sustainable responses to hunger, poverty, displacement, and disaster. I'm also a participant in the CMDP Climate, Migration, and Displacement Platform, along with several of our speakers today, and I know quite a few folks in the audience. As an organization rooted in faith, CWS believes that we all deserve to live with dignity wherever we are. We also believe that creation is sacred and that we're all called to be responsible stewards of the earth. And so it's fundamental to our mission. This theme we know as I think a fundamental step that as many movements and organizations need to be involved in as possible is addressing the roots of climate change, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, pushing for other measures to mitigate change that's already underway. But we know that even in a best case scenario, such as limiting our human footprint to a 1.5 degrees Celsius increase by 2050, the changes that have already taken place are sunk, and the Earth system, our climate system is complex, it's dynamic. There's going to continue to be changes taking place, some of which that scientists are still just now, I think, understanding. So it's something that's not only, in a sense, out of our influence and out of our control, but it's maybe at the very edge of our understanding. And meanwhile, we know that today in 2020, communities around the world are already facing immediate needs to adapt, to live with dignity where we are. And at least from CWS's vantage point, increasingly we see and hear from families and communities who are weighing very difficult and imperfect options, options of trying to stay in place, of moving, perhaps of wanting to move but not being able to, in the face of impacts from climate change, as well as in the face of other social pressures, economic pressures, political pressures. So in our session today, we have a fantastic panel. Our panelists are going to share their reflections on what climate justice looks like in the regions where they're working, and what are the options that are already being explored, that are being advocated for, to address mobility rights and to increase the protection of persons displaced in the context of climate change and climate-related disasters. So I'm very pleased to introduce our panel of 4 expert and talented women who will share their perspectives on climate justice and rights to mobility. Salote Sogo serves as Senior Partnership Officer for Climate Justice and Crisis Response with the Unitarian Universalist Service Committee, UUSC, where she leads a human rights portfolio focused on environmental issues, affecting vulnerable individuals and communities with an emphasis on the human right to water, food sovereignty, and climate change. And before joining USC, she worked as a regional coordinator in water equity and climate justice for the Environmental Justice Coalition for Water, and has also served as a climate and carbon management fellow with the Carbon Cycle Institute as an environmental consultant in Fiji, and is trained as an environmental manager with a master's degree in environmental management from the University of San Francisco. We have hopefully joining us, I'm not sure if she's on the line yet, Emeline Siale Ilolahia. Siale serves as executive director for the Pacific Islands Association of Non-Governmental Organizations, PIANGO, representing Fiji, Tonga, and the Pacific region. Siale is a Tongan civil society leader, women's advocate, and activist. As executive director of PIANGO, she represents the interests of Pacific civil society in a range of regional and international forums. Siale has been engaged in the joint PIANGO Humanitarian Advisory Group research on diverse and inclusive humanitarian leadership, and is working to broaden localization tools to measure humanitarian leadership response now during the unprecedented pandemic, COVID-19. In her previous role as executive director of the Civil Society Forum of Tonga, Siale was instrumental in bringing together and supporting coalitions working on diverse issues of ethical leadership, women's access to finance, women's leadership, and political participation. And she was awarded the inaugural Jose Edgardo Campos Collaborative Leadership Award in Washington, D.C. in 2016 in recognition of her contributions to local leadership efforts in Tonga. Helena Olea is joining us. She currently serves as Associate Director for Programs at Alianza Americas. Helena is an international human rights lawyer with advocacy and litigation experience before intergovernmental bodies and governmental agencies. Helena is an attorney authorized to practice law in Colombia and has an LLM from the University of Notre Dame. She has more than 12 years of teaching and research experience on human rights, migration, refugees, and gender. She's worked for NGOs in Colombia and Chile and has dedicated her professional life to the human rights of migrants, refugees, IDPs, and women, combining advocacy and academic work. And last but not least, our colleague from Argentina, Lucia Galapo, serves as legal area coordinator with CARAF, the Argentine Commission for Refugees and Migrants, Comisión Argentina para Refugiados y Migrantes, an NGO that has worked for the rights of refugees, migrants, and asylum seekers since 1973. Lucia is also coordinator for CARAF's joint legal clinic with the University of Buenos Aires. She is an attorney with expertise in international human rights law and the relationship to migrants and migration, and teaches professional practice at the University of Buenos Aires Law School. So thank you all. Thank you to our fantastic speakers. And I will invite Salote to lead us off.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Bulavinaka, everyone. I'm so glad to be joining you all on this day and just so very grateful for the opportunity to see to hear your voices and to engage with you on this forum. As Andrew mentioned, the Unitarian Universalist Service Committee is an international human rights organization. We have a portfolio of work or programmatic work that deals with climate force displacement, where we work directly with partners in various countries in the Pacific and with tribal nations here in the United States, all of whom at risk of being forcibly displaced from their homes due to the climate crisis. So I'm going to speak a little bit about the Pacific. I am from Fiji, and yesterday, tropical cyclone Yasa hit Fiji. The Prime Minister describes it as one of the world's strongest storms. It's expected to impact 850,000 people in Fiji. Now, Fiji has a population of around 900,000. That's 95% of Fiji's population. Wave heights were expected to be 16 meters for coastal islands or villages in the outlying areas of Fiji. Now, if any of you have been to Fiji, our islands are at sea level. In the past 4 years, Fiji has been hit by cyclones Winston, which is a category 5, cyclone Harold, which was actually earlier this year, and that's a category 4, and now cyclone Yasa, which was also category 5. Now, these cyclones are supposed to be happening once every 8 to 9 years, not every year. Now, today, well, even before Cyclone Yasa hit yesterday, individuals, households, communities, they're still in the process of recovering from Winston. That took less than 4 years ago, and it was very costly. It was almost a quarter of Fiji's GDP. Our children had to sit outside with their desks and books to learn. It took months and years to just even fix a roof of a primary school in the outer islands. Now, these cyclones are within a few short hours. They occur, the impact of these cyclones, they occur within a few short hours. But they break apart the basic essential infrastructure developments and progress that the country and the governments, civil society in general, have advocated for, and it took them decades. So I just want you to get a picture of your mind of what's happening today in Fiji. The intensity and frequency of these cyclones, which are a direct cause of global warming, they're happening stronger and more frequently because the oceans are heating up, are warming up. They're happening while our seas are also rising, our corals are dying, and our food and water supplies are becoming less and less available. Now, put COVID-19 on top of that and the economic implications. There's been a loss of jobs in the tourism sector. The tourism sector is our main driver of our local economy. And all of these multiple crises are impacting our people. It's affecting our people's abilities to cope and to be able to address all of these issues, and it's limiting our government's capacity to even respond. So this is what's happening right now in Fiji, in my home country. It's also affecting other islands in the Pacific. There are about 20 other small island developing states in the region who are grappling with the onset of these slow changes that are happening because of the emissions of industrialized countries and the frequency and increased intensity of these natural disasters. I would say that, you know, it's been really hard to be able to understand why inaction is happening globally. But people are relocating internally today. A lot of villages, a lot of communities are being forced to move from their ancestral lands because of the impacts of climate change. Now we have to remember also that these countries have done very little to contribute to the crisis. And so that's where the injustice lies, right? A lot of the issues that these communities are facing every day, that they are being impacted on, and that are affecting their human rights and human dignities, are not of their own cause. There's been a lot of discussion about where these communities should be moving and how government should be responding to. Our governments don't have the capacity to do all of this. So the reliance of civil society on these kinds of networks is critical. But we need to see change and we need to see action happening now on the ground. I would say that there's been a lot of progress made by international agencies, the IOM, the ILO, who are located in the region, to try and identify ways that migration can happen that will also serve the countries that they're moving to. I would say that there are bilateral agreements between countries in the Pacific and Australia, New Zealand, labor bilateral agreements that help people to find work and support their families back home. But this is not enough. I think the Global Compact for Migration was great because it identifies climate change as a driver of migration, but people who need to move because of climate change know that their rights are not being protected. So there is a lot of internal displacement that's already happening. Countries are trying to develop policies and guidelines to guide the relocation, but there is a lack of financial resources to move communities, not even to move communities, just to move a few houses. It takes years. But we have to remember that, you know, maybe today they would have moved to a new location after maybe years of planning, and then a cyclone hits, and then they have to start from scratch again. So the impacts are significant. People are losing their homes. There is no protection for cross-border migration, and I think the capacity of governments internally is very limited to help countries moving. There's a rise in squatter settlements in urban areas all over the Pacific. Yeah, the problems are just very complex. I wanna leave more time for my other colleagues, so I'm gonna stop there unless there's any clarifying questions.
Thanks so much, Salote, and certainly we're seeing and the people of Fiji are unfortunately living through the impacts in real time with the effects of the typhoon. Our colleague Siale is working with her organization to attend to people who have been directly affected. We just got the message through from her. So she will unfortunately be unable to join us for this discussion, but is attending to more important work on the ground. I'll invite next Helena to share her perspectives from the Americas and from the work of Alianza.
Yes, well, hello everyone. I would like to start by expressing my appreciation for being invited to be here today. I have had the good fortune that in terms of being in the Americas, it's not very late at night, as you mentioned, Andrew, and so I have had the privilege of being listening all day long to the panels. And I think that it's been interesting. It's been a reckoning. It's also been a calling from many of the private speakers in terms of the need and the importance of the conversations we're having today in terms of taking stock of what we've done, but also of thinking forward in terms of what we can do different, what we can do better, and how we really need to continue moving ahead. So in terms of the situation in particularly, I will be speaking of the situation in the corridor, Central America, Mexico, and the US, because when we envisioned our conversations, we thought that it was interesting to bring the South American perspective as well, because we believe that there are similarities between the Americas, and it's very important and necessary that we look at those two examples. And I think that in the previous panel, Pablo Seriani spoke briefly about some elements of South America that I think are very important also to highlight when we're thinking about this issue. So I will speak briefly, particularly about key issues of who want to move or why they are moving. And I hope that is as present to many of you as it should be, because it has been very difficult that the situation in Central America is particularly dire at this moment. At the middle of the year, there were two tropical storms, Cristobal and Amanda, that hit particularly El Salvador and Guatemala. There were significant floods, and there were also landslides. And it's important to highlight that floods have devastating impacts on the agriculture as well. Further on, as we move in the year and in the month of November, when everyone in the US was focusing on the elections and there was very little attention span, as this pandemic has really invited us to look inwards, sadly, and not be more interested in what's happening in other parts of the world. Two other hurricanes, Eta and Iota, hit again Central America. And the impact was again hardest felt and more devastating in the case of Nicaragua and Honduras. But nevertheless, the storm went up through the corridor, and it also impacted in Guatemala. The land was saturated by water throughout all of this length very particularly long hurricane season. It's November and we are still in the midst of it, resulting in landslides. And when we looked at the particular communities that were affected in Guatemala, it is not surprising that it was Mayan indigenous communities. And we could see how a significant part of our community was simply devastated when, as a result of landslide, around 60 members of that specific community died. Then, as the water continued through the corridor, we also have a significant flooding in Mexico. And at a certain point, a decision had to be made in terms of whether they should open some flooding gates or not. The decision was whether they wanted the city to flood or whether it would be rural areas. And once more, indigenous communities in Mexico were affected by that. And these levels of water, the levels of rain that were affected, are another representation of the impact of climate change. And it's important also to underscore that Central America is particularly hard hit because there is a dry corridor. So when this land is already arid, the impact of significant amount of rains result in flooding and in landslides that also have a devastating impact. So what we have and what we are facing right now is the very difficult and desperate situation in most of Central America, of communities already impacted by COVID, as we have discussed before, now impacted by this environmental crisis. And of course, we have been seeing in the prior years important flows of immigrants coming particularly from Guatemala and Honduras. And something that is very present in the reasons why they are migrating is, of course, violence, which is a pushing factor, but it's also hunger. Food insecurity is a very important issue, and agriculture is becoming more and more difficult as a result of climate change in this region. So this is the reality in this very difficult region, and this is what we are observing. And at this current moment, I don't think it's an exaggeration to indicate that we will most likely observe individuals who are forced to flee because the response has not been significant, because the states have not been able to even help them with the cleanup, if cleanup is possible. But there are also thousands of families who lost their homes and who are receiving very little aid to rebuild their homes. So we're talking about families displaced as a result of climate change, and with no response, migrating to the north is going to be the most likely answer that they have in search of their survival. So I think that this is indeed a very difficult and challenging moment that we are facing in the region that sadly is passing away. And I think that those of us who are working on issues connected to climate change also struggle to make this issue, which should be pressing and which is going to affect the life of us all, more visible and more of a pressing issue than what it is. So I think that that's an important element to underscore. In terms of how people move in the region, I want to mention two key elements. One is that Central America has an agreement that allows for the free moving of individuals within the countries. They are not allowed to stay, but they can move freely in the region. Of course, and I do want to underscore this, it's pending on them having an identification document. And in some cases, individuals do not have that identification document, and so they are not able to move that way. But also, in the last year, we have seen that as a result of the US immigration policies, particularly the externalization of borders, pressures have been put on both Mexico and the Central American countries to stop migrant flows. And we have sadly observed how Guatemala brings its army to the border areas to interrupt and to detain individuals and force them to return, particularly groups of Hondurans who have already been trying to leave the country, their country in the prior months. So I do think that what we have is limited opportunities for movement, but not for regularization, which is a path, but we also have to understand that the situation is dire and difficult in the other Central American countries. And so it is not surprising that the only route or avenue that they are observing is moving north. And that's where we observed a complete 180-degree turnaround from the López Obrador administration that in its first months in office was welcoming migrants and asylum seekers, willing to issue them a temporary authorization to live in the country for a year called a humanitarian card. And that is an option established in the Mexican legislation. But then as a result of the pressure of the US government, they decided to turn around and rather than allow individuals to stay in the country and to regularize their presence, to deport them back to their countries of origin. So I think we are facing a difficult situation, not to underscore what's happening in the US, that in which the border has been closed since March, as it was mentioned before. And we know that over 260,000 individuals who were simply returned, expelled, as they call it, back to Mexico. And many of them are Central Americans who are seeking, also as Eddie Canales mentioned and described today, trying to enter to the US. So I think what we have is pressing needs to find avenues and possibilities for individuals to migrate when it's impossible for them to live in the countries as a result of climate change. It is a desperate need, and we have to find more legislative options for them. I will leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Helena. Yet another real-time, real-world example that you've shared of the impacts of the two hurricanes that hit just in the last couple of months, and how the impacts are intersecting also with the other ways that structural injustice exists, and how people who are already facing injustice in vulnerable situations are most impacted by climate emergencies. Thank you so much. We'll next invite Lucia from CARIF to share experiences from South America.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and thank you all for being there listening. It's an honor for me to share this panel with Helena and Salotti, and I have the challenge to share the experience from South America that is sometimes really different from all the other experiences that we are used to hear. We have a lot of similarities, as Helena said, but we also have some particular things that are worth sharing. South America is or has been known for a few decades for its good practices in the migration matters. And while there is some tradition in our countries about the mobility from one country to another inside the region, especially in South America, whole America, but especially in South America. And that idea that in South America things are easier or we have good practices sometimes is a double-edged sword, because it makes us difficult to put in the spotlight some issues regarding our issues in the international forums, because we do have, unfortunately, migration issues to attend and several challenges ahead of us, and we will try to put them today on the table. The thing is, if we must identify why do people migrate in our region, of course, the first answer, which we all know, is many reasons, and we can put them into two big categories or two big boxes that we all know, that there are seeking for asylum, and the big one, the economic reasons, and I use this because it's a very big category. We can easily think about what seeking for asylum means, but when we go to the economic reasons, it gets a little messy there, because states usually understand that having economic reasons to migrate means to have a fully voluntary choice made by someone that isn't crossed by despair and need. However, we all know that that's not true. People sometimes migrate because they have no other choice to have a decent life. And in this group, in the group of the economic migrants, we have people who have been displaced internally or even crossing borders, which are we work with, driven by economic factors, but those factors are linked to production, to the exploitation of the environment, agriculture, food insecurity, as Elena was saying, the looting of natural resources. These people are included in the large group of economic migrants. And my point is, one of our main challenges regarding to this issue, to this topic, is to try to understand the economic factors and the importance of the production methods and the agriculture and how we treat land and how what consequences it has on our countries or on our environments as climate change. If you ask anyone if there are in South America people who have migrated because of climate change, mostly the answer will be no. We have no climate change mobility. And that's because we tend to understand climate change only as so. Thankfully, we don't have much of those in our region. It's not as common. Sometimes we receive people from Haiti or from Central America, but that's not so common because, as Elena was saying, they usually go north. So we think we have no impact of climate change in human mobility in our region, and that's not true. So our main challenge is to address displacement based on forms of land management and exploitation of natural resources, as also climate change. And it has an impact that maybe is slower, maybe it's not as easily identified, because even if you ask the person who is migrant, he or she will say, because I didn't have a job, I didn't have the resources to live. But if you go back in those reasons, maybe you will find climate change and climate change produced by humans, by human actions that affect the quality of life in those countries. So they have no other choice than to cross borders to find another answer. So it's difficult for us to feel that we have something to say when we talk about climate change mobility, because we think we have not climate change mobility, but we do. We have that other kind of climate change that we made by ourselves in these unfair production systems and exploitation of land. So that's our main challenge when we think, why do people migrate in our region, to problematize the economic reasons and to go further and try to get to the real reason behind that, and to understand that economic migrants are not always voluntary. It's not a fully free choice of life to migrate when you feel forced by hunger or by having no house or land to stay. So I will leave it there so we can go exchanging experiences in the three regions.
Great, thank you so much, Lucia. And I think you've underscored one of the complexities for organizations that are accompanying people who are impacted by climate change and trying to work on translating experiences into policy and helping people speak directly about their experiences to policymakers is that it is a complex set of drivers. That climate change is one factor that's taking place. It's one form of injustice, but often not the only form of injustice that people are experiencing. So how to find what are the kinds of protections that would be most needed and most in demand. I think I'll start the conversation. I'll just mention to the audience that you can feel free to put questions for our speakers in the chat function. We have, I think, a good amount of time now for discussion and question and answer. Starting by asking, what would you say maybe as one key challenge, but also one key opportunity that you're seeing from within your region to advance responses that are more rooted in justice and more rooted in people's dignity and protecting people's human rights?
I'm happy to start with that, Andrew. And I just realized I got overwhelmed with talking about the impacts that I forgot to address some of the other questions. In the Pacific, it's a bit, I think it's unique because not a lot of the communities at risk want to move anywhere. The connection that people have with regards to their ancestral lands and how that's deeply rooted in their identity has really shaped some of the advocacy coming from the Pacific, in that what justice looks like from the Pacific region is countries who are emitting the most to pay their fair share. So that means, investing more into the adaptation or resiliency infrastructure that the region needs, instead of, sending them or creating these agreements where they are sent and where the realization of their human rights in another land is not guaranteed. From the Pacific's perspective, yeah, definitely demanding that industrialized countries pay their fair share, putting more funds into the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and making those funds much more accessible for developing nations in the region. I think from a local perspective, it's making sure that these funds get to the local communities. And as well as pushing for mitigation measures in the different countries that are emitting the most. I think when it comes to the movement of people, because there is recognition that these efforts are not enough, that people will have to move. Strengthening some of the local laws and policies with regards to internal displacement is much more preferable than cross-border migration. And I mentioned this in our prep, the right to migrate, to mobility does not preclude the right to stay. So I think that should be where the focus is, at least for the region, protecting their right to stay, making sure that there are pathways, safe, legal pathways available for them if they do choose to migrate, but that decision should always come from the local, from the grassroots level. I think there's some bilateral agreements that could be used as models. The Marshall Islands and some other countries have enjoy the benefits of the Compact of Free Association Agreement with the United States, which allows them to come into the United States legally and work and go and get school and send resources back home. I think having that kind of model available with other countries in the region, Australia, New Zealand, some which exist, like the Pacific Labor Scheme is a huge opportunity that allows Pacific Islanders to go to Australia, New Zealand, and do seasonal work that supports them financially. But at the same time, we've been hearing issues about them not getting enough wages and not getting their fair share, or being in very dehumanizing, or being treated in a dehumanizing way. So I think providing those legal pathways, but also making sure that their rights are protected in the countries that they go to. I think those are some of the options from the Pacific. So yeah, I'll pass it on to Helen and Lucia.
Well, I think that ideally there should be both mitigation and adaptation policies that we should be observing to respond to climate change. And we are seeing very little of that. And I think it's, of course, a result of the terrible economic conditions in which many of these countries are. Mitigation and adaptation sometimes appears as a luxury. Simply the state budget is unable to include funds for that. And of course, some of these countries have been really severely impacted by corruption. And that is, of course, a very important factor that may even undermine the enthusiasm from international agencies to engage in some form of projects and collaboration with some of those countries. So I think that there are important challenges. Well, when we discuss whether individuals are willing to move, I really like that question from Salode as she framed it. Do they even want to move? And what we are actually even seeing now with the impact of the hurricanes is that coastal communities who lost everything are not considering moving because it's their land, it's the place they know, and they are not also being offered options by the state, like you could relocate in this place or the other. And I think that this is their only option is to remain where they are, in spite of flooding, in spite of hurricanes, in spite of living in the dry corridor. There simply are not other options. So when we're thinking about mitigation and adaptation strategies, we definitely need significant support for them to be possible. I think that another important element in this discussion is how strong is the legal framework and the state response to internal displacement. When we see very weak systems, that also undermines the possibility of individuals to relocate somewhere else. And when we see that there is a stronger legal framework and stronger institutional support and even acceptance of the concept of internal displacement, then there may be more resources that could help individuals who are first internal displaced persons as a result of climate. And I think that that's an important element. I would underscore that particularly in Central America, that has been a long fought battle for a while. Some states have even refused to acknowledge that there is internal displacement. And I think that's important. But I also want to underscore the second point that Salode made, which I think it's crucial that we understand. And it's that a land, it's not only an economic resource, but it is also their ancestral land. There are cultural and religious reasons attached to that land. And so possibilities of moving do not seem an attractive reason for indigenous communities and also for Afro-descendant communities. And so when we're talking about displacement in these communities, we also have to underscore the importance of the cultural loss entailed in individuals having to flee. And I think that this is also an important factor that we should bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you both. Well, I think you have both put some really important issues on the table, and as usual, we have this different situation here where, as I was saying before, we don't have an impact of the situations that you were discussing, and so what we see is a slower movement, a slower displacement of people. So what I'm going to talk about is when people do migrate, when people do cross borders, because that's the reality we have here in South America mostly. Because as I was saying before, we have a different kind of climate change impact. So here in South America, we have some challenges and some good practices that are important to bring. As I was saying at the beginning, we have some tradition of mobility inside the region, especially around the Mercosur system. We have this fundamental piece to consolidate these practices, that is the agreement of residence of Mercosur, and it helped people move around the region and have pathways to have their situation regularized easily, and it also brought that even in different speeds, several countries in the region started to modify their laws to incorporate this agreement. So we have a framework that is to allow the movements inside the region more easily and to allow to the residents of the nationals inside the region. That's a good practice, and that helped us to address the mobility in the region. But sometimes we can see that as a challenge because people tend, or states tend to that system, to the migratory system, and sometimes that puts the asylum system and the international protection system kind of under the shadows. So having good migration policies and regularization pathways is a strong practice. It's a good practice, but sometimes it weakens the asylum systems. And sometimes the states arrange humanitarian responses in the migratory system, and that discourages access to international protection when there are situations of massive displacements that should be approached from the international protection system. Also, as I was saying earlier, one of our main challenges is to understand the economical factors of the climate change and to understand the unfair production systems as climate change or having impact on climate change and in the chain to get to the mobility in the region. That is absolutely in the shadows. We don't see that, we don't talk about that. And that's a big issue for us, that's a main challenge. But we can also highlight some lessons that we have learned in these years, that South America has arranged some responses to these exceptional situations and massive displacements. And we have the experience, well, right now we have the current situation in Venezuela, but we also a few years ago, we had the situation of Haiti that was actually a natural disaster. And states in the region arranged responses from the humanitarian perspective. And that's the main highlight from our frameworks, that laws and systems and migration policies in the region have put in the center of the responsibility of the states the humanitarian approach and the human rights of migrants. And that is something that I think should be, we should tell it more, and we should be telling about this and showing it around, because it is a good practice. It started from one country and then it was spread onto the region, and it helped people move safely and with access to services and rights in the same conditions as nationals mostly. So I think we have some challenges, of course, and our main challenge is to sustain those systems instead of the government politics and from the change of governments. But behind that might be a weakness. We do have solid systems that recognize human rights to migrate, and that helps us to address the mobility in the region from a human rights perspective, and to address these massive movements that are not as usual for us in our region, not at least from the point of view of the other regions. But when they happen, we have a system that is prepared to address them. And we have a human rights perspective among all these challenges. So I think we should highlight that from our perspective and from this point of view that we have, as I've said many times, a different situation. We don't have massive movements from climate change, but we have climate change mobility in slow movements.
Thanks. I've heard all three of our speakers allude to issues of perception around these issues and how that may be related to what kinds of response options are even being considered or being made available where there's inaction, why there's inaction. I'm curious, what are you observing in terms of how this broad theme, climate change and human mobility, is being framed in the media? Are there important messages that you think are not getting the attention that they should? Are there messages or narratives that you're seeing that might be counterproductive or even possibly harmful for people who are facing the brunt of climate impacts?
Yeah, I think that there's, I'm going to keep my video off if that's okay. I think my internet connection is a bit weak on this end.
Sure, no problem.
Great, thank you. You know, there was a lot of media around this Kiribati man seeking asylum in New Zealand because of climate change. And it was all over the news, and I'll share a link afterwards. But you know, our partner has been in conversation with him. He's back in Kiribati on the island where on a daily basis it's being inundated with you know, during the high tide. So a high tide, you know, happens maybe once or twice a day, and so every time that happens, his home floods. And that was so the primary reason he went to New Zealand and sought asylum from the New Zealand courts, and it was denied. So he was sent back. Him and his family were sent back to this island in Kiribati. And you know, we were trying to get in touch with him to find out, you know, how did the process go? And there was a lot of media that was contacting us to get in touch with him. And we weren't contacting him because of the media. We just wanted to know how he was. And the feedback was that the whole process, the way that the media portrayed him, the way that he and his family's name were being passed around as if he was a subject or an object to be researched or used as a basis of developing human rights you know, policy or migration policy for other communities was a very dehumanizing process. He was ashamed to show his face. Him and his family have also, there's a stigma now about people migrating to New Zealand and Australia and trying to get that and trying to get asylum because of climate change, because of his own experience. So I think that there's a lot to learn from that process. That you know, as William mentioned before this panel, that we really should be looking beyond, you know, the language. We should be looking carefully at the language that we use, that these human beings have feelings, that their dignities are, that they have human dignities, and that these kinds of narratives are very personally felt by individuals. So that's an example that I would want to share, but that also, you know, it reflects also on some of the reports that are coming out about migration, and it's fueling some of the xenophobia, and we see this especially in the cross-border migration in Europe. You know, the Brexit, during that crises, how xenophobia was just being fueled by some of the articles that were being spewed out by the media. And I think we all have good intentions of wanting to raise awareness about this issue, wanting to raise awareness about the different drivers of migration. And yeah, it's just making sure, and it's hard to do that, I know, of also trying at the same time to try and protect you know, the rights of people, and being careful not to do these things.
I think that the question on messaging is very provocative, Andrew, and it's a very good one, because I find again that we are kind of stuck. I think that the important messaging is on understanding climate change, making sure that it becomes an issue that everyone can relate to and that they can understand. So it's not this complicated scientific phenomenon that you you know, some very specific knowledge to actually understand and observe. And I think that that has to be something that we include in our messaging. Including climate change as part of the work that any organization working on migration does is vital. And I am afraid that very much it's kind of on the side. So you talk to many organizations and you say, we're working on this. And they're like, well, we are not doing it. And well, I think that our call should be, all of you should be doing it. And perhaps, and most likely you are doing it, but you are not aware that many of the individuals that you are referring, that you're receiving and you're working on and you're working for have been forced to move as a result of climate change. And I think that how Lucia framed it, it's a very useful way. I think that it's how do we unpack all of the reasons why a person migrates. And then on the other hand, I think that the other important challenge that we have is what are the options within a specific legal framework? And within the Americas, we have the Cartagena Declaration with its widening of the definition of who is a refugee. And within that wider definition, we can try to push for protection of individuals who are fleeing as a result of climate change. And that is very effective. The challenge that we have is that if that is how they explain in the United States that has not adopted the Cartagena Declaration, they will be immediately sent back. They will not pass the first step in the process, the credible fear interview. So sadly, even if someone was able to explain this is what happened to me, we know that that would not help that person begin an asylum process in the United States. And on the other hand, there are very limited pathways for regular migration as a result of climate displacement. So I think that the important challenge is how do we insist that climate has to be taken into account and become a pathway for regular migration. And that cannot be, this futuristic version of what our grandchildren will see. It has to be our claim of what should be in our agenda today. And I would like to echo William's words in the last panel when he was saying, we can't say this will happen in 10 years. We have to say this is what we need now. And if I may, I would like to propose that just as he was saying, detention of children is not acceptable for the International Migration Review Forum, we also insist that a path for migration based on climate is also included, and it's one of our expectations and demands in 2 years. Thank you.
Well, just to add something really small, here, of course, we have no narratives, no media impact around climate change. We have media treatment around climate change in order to natural disasters. We still have to understand better what climate change means. So, of course, we are really far away from having narratives around climate change mobility in our region. I think, as what Elena said, everything. I think we need to unpack the reasons behind the economic reasons, and that would be really positive. And we need to, I think we need to put the Cartagena definition more on the spotlight and to grab that and use that. The thing is, in our region, mostly the asylum systems are weak. We have small asylum systems, national asylum systems, I mean. So there is no infrastructure to address this issue properly. But it would be really interesting to have a look in the media of the real reasons why people move, why people are displaced. Unfortunately, here we have media that are not very much alive. We have a narrative around migration that is really linked to criminalization and security issues. So it's really difficult for us to put this topic in the center. And On the other hand, climate change, as I was saying, and as Elena also said, is a thing that we look at that as a scientific or something that happens far, far away. We have no climate change. Even though we see every year the sea higher and the rivers bigger, and we don't understand that as climate change properly. We think it's something that happens far away, that happens in the Pacific or in Central America, that are these disasters that are humanitarian and we feel really deeply in our hearts, but we think that doesn't affect us. Or it is something that the youth is bringing and we do not relate with that. So we need to build a narrative around it, around the climate change affecting us every day and in every single action we do. And also in the climate change migration that is here in a region and we do not see it properly.
Thanks. I think we've already had a few very powerful calls to action from this conversation. I want to field one of the questions that's coming in from the chat from our colleague Evelyn Tennant. Evelyn's one of our co-conveners for the CMDP platform. How or whether and how can we take advantage of the fact that the Global Compact for Migration mentions a coherent, coordinated implementation of the 2030 Agenda, including SDGs, Paris Agreement, Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. We know the GCM also explicitly names climate as an adverse driver. It feels like the framework is there, yet we're still feeling the challenge of operationalizing what's in the global frameworks and regional frameworks. You both, Elena and Lucia, you both mentioned Cartagena. That the urgency also feels like it's growing. How could these international frameworks be operationalized in national and subnational policies? Are there any good examples you've had from within spaces where you're working or your partners are working?
I would say,
Cartagena.
Oh,
sorry,
go ahead.
Charlotte, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Helena.
Well, I was just going to say that the Cartagena Declaration is a very interesting example of a soft law document that actually was incorporated into the legislation of many countries in Latin America. And that was indeed a very, progressive development. And it's interesting when you try to observe how it has been enacted. I think that probably the greatest challenge we have is that in a few countries, when they grant refugee status to a person, they specifically describe the reasons why that person was granted refugee status. And so sometimes we see general statistics, and that is the case with Mexico, and we can see that a number of people are receiving protection under Cartagena than actually under the 1951 Refugee Convention, which is indeed very positive. But we can, in some cases, we cannot see clear cut that is happening. And even if they're granted protection under Cartagena, we don't know under what grounds from Cartagena they're being granted protection. So if we could, develop that further and understand that better, that would, I think, be an interesting development. But I think it's important to underscore that perhaps within regions where forced migration has been part of the history of those regions, when countries have undergone difficult situations resulting in the movement of people from their countries, in the exile of people from their country, we also observe, a greater willingness, a political will to be generous countries. And I think that is probably a stronger practice that we see within Latin America, which I think it's very, very provoking. So perhaps you need to have suffered it to know that your nationals were forced to flee as a result of a dictatorship, as a result of an armed conflict, to be willing later in a transitional government in another period to be generous. And I think that is perhaps a sad opportunity, but an opportunity after all.
Well, Andrew, I just saw Melina join, and I maybe she can answer that question. Siale.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. My apologies for jumping in late. We are currently coordinating civil society coordination center with our Fiji-based umbrella NGOs because of cyclone TC Yasa. Meanwhile, there's been another one that has passed us, DC Susa, a couple of days ago. And I think my comment is just around that, where we have now seen the pattern of hurricanes in the Pacific is not the usual. Where we have seen the disruptions in climate patterns is really take note of the impact of climate change in our everyday life in our region. But my comment is that I don't think that we have seen enough of the coherence within migration policies, migration declarations at the global level being operationalized to embrace or being institutionalized into some of the other related issues like climate crisis and the humanitarian, where it speaks to the Paris Agreement and also speak to the Sendai framework of disaster risk management. But having said that, we still see the migration criteria that are used, particularly New Zealand and Australia, for example, because that's our bigger sisters around our region, where they are part of our region, but then at the same time, they're like to distract themselves to think that they're kind of a standalone looking from outside in to the Pacific. And I have, when I joined in, I heard Salote talking about the examples of the migrations issue with the person from Kiribati. We also heard similar stories being told from Tuvalu of the migration criteria, where some of the families are being forced to make difficult decisions of migrating or moving to New Zealand. In the whole process, totally ignore or it's just like specifically said, you have your disability child, this disability child will not join the family. And so the disability person was left with the grandparents back in Tuvalu, where the rest of the family make the choice to move. And so, you know, why is it that we still have this kind of experiences, even though we already have various framework, various global instruments that can help us frame the way that we see how migration criteria and selection processes to make sure that there are human-based, human rights-based approaches are being applied. So there is still a disconnections. So what we are doing now is a Pacific Islands Association of NGOs, where we work in 24 countries and territories in the Pacific as an umbrella regional-based network, is trying to make sure that when we talk about SDGs, when we talk about the national determined indicators that our countries are used, where the Pacific is very progressive in terms of collective, you know, our leaders, for one thing, we have come together on climate and negotiate at the global level on a collective base. But we still find that that the migration component of things are being negotiated outside of this framework. So our push now for our government at the regional level is to incorporate those principles of having a human right-based approach to migration, particularly on climate change displacement, where we still find that there's a lot of issues that still critical to conversation in countries that are not happening. One is our cultural and our traditional values should be part of any negotiations. The other one that we have seen in the connections of our oceans, in seeing that. The other one is how do we deal with land issues, yeah, and where we are now seeing that you know, the framing of the conversation about displaced climate change, displaced migration was like, now that Australia and particularly Australia is looking at, okay, if we are bringing people into Australia, who is going to have the sovereignty? Where is the sovereignty right of people in Kiribati and people in Tuvalu, and yeah? So it's make things complicated because now there's a much more pressure on some of these small islands in making decision to negotiate, because now it's like you move, someone else is going to manage your sovereignty. Yeah, especially when our oceans has a lot of resources in there, not just fisheries, but our deep sea mining minerals that is going to be resourcing the renewable energy. The rest of the world is here in the Pacific. So there's a whole lot of uncertainty, a scary thing that has kind of hold us back in terms of saying, is this really a genuine offer, or is it just something that we being roped in as a colonialism still in some of our bigger countries in our Pacific? The other one that we have seen now is that in the COVID situation and in this whole climate change connected cyclones and disaster, we have seen Australia pushing, New Zealand pushing for the PESA Plus, the trade negotiations, yeah, and so it's really you know, putting us in a very critical situations where we don't see the genuine offer to support or find solutions, but really much in terms of using some of these situations